What up, everybody? Welcome on into the stream. If you're watching live, if you're watching the VOD, welcome to the PUBG Mobile North American Cup Finals, baby. Mustache Dave here. We got Zute right next to me, and then behind the stage, we're gonna see him a little bit later on, Red Eyes and Hot Jukes. But Zute, how's it going, man? Another PUBG Mobile event getting kicked off here tonight.
It is just 24/7 around the clock PUBG Mobile action. I can't ever get enough of it. And this one's kind of special. I think this is the first time we've seen something like this year, the PUBG Mobile North America Cup.
Yeah, you know it's not legit unless it's a cup, right? So I'm very happy to be here for this cup. And huge congrats. We were talking just moments ago, PUBG Mobile Esports winning Esports Game of the Year in the mobile scene. So that's also a huge dub in my book here, Zute.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, a lot of mobile games, doing esports, doing tournaments, but no one does it as best as PUBG Mobile, and which is why they won the award. And honestly, with the new format system they have, especially with this, the PMNC leading into bigger and brighter things for everybody involved, I think PUBG Mobile, they have the most robust esports ecosystem for sure, Dave.
Very robust, and talk about being robust. This cup is pretty robust as well, because we're going to get through it here in a couple of moments. There's a lot to unpack before we actually get into match number one. But it's a good opportunity here, Zute, for a lot of these players and a lot of these teams, because if they qualify, if they reach their goals here, PMPL, baby. So here's the participating teams that will be playing over the next 3 days.
Yeah, so some of these teams might look familiar to some of the viewers that watch the PMPL. These are the bottom 8 teams from the PMPL mixed with the top 8 teams from the PMCO. So we have some very experienced veteran teams out here that didn't do too good, and then we got some really hungry squads. We're talking the top 8. Now, I know they're coming from PMCO, but teams that make top 8 in any big tournament, you know, they've got some bite to them.
Yeah, this is this cup in particular, very interesting tournament as a whole. Just kind of looking at and diving a little deeper on how some of these teams actually got here. You kind of nailed it on the head. The bottom 8 teams from PMPL, they are going to be competing here, but also we got a couple teams who qualified from PMCO, and then as well they had an opens with the group stage to get here.
Yeah.
So there's a lot in the mix here, Zute. There's a lot of players and a lot of teams who this is their first time competing at this level of competition.
We were saying that the ecosystem, the esports ecosystem within PUBG Mobile is very robust, and this format is only a small little piece of it. And this is what we're going to be biting into today as we look at the schedule. Now, the group stage, as you can see, has already been played. That's how these teams qualify, not to mention the qualifying stages. But right now, we're in the finals. We're in day 1 of the finals, Dave. And the biggest prize, in my opinion, of all is some of these teams, not just one, some of these teams are going to be moving on into the Pro League.
Yeah, that's going to be something to definitely watch for. And one team in particular, and I'm sure we'll get to it here, I'll get your take on this as well, but PMCO, you had Blinded by Win, #1. And then in the group stages, you had Blinded by Win, #1 as well. So there's a ton of people eyeballing this team here over the next 3 days, Zute.
Oh yeah, for sure. But before we get too ahead of ourselves, the point system is going to be the exact same as the Pro League, as the PMPL. So nothing changing here, which I think is great. You know, it gives them consistent, you know, a consistent environment of what they can expect, how well they need to do, how to accrue these points if they do make it into the Pro League. And I forgot to mention, Dave.
Yeah.
Some of these teams, they're going to get knocked out of the Pro League for reals, right? The bottom 8 teams for the Pro League, right now, this is their relegation. They're fighting for their Pro League live spots.
Yeah, not for real, but for real, for real. You know, the double for real. That's how you know it's serious. So on top of trying to compete to make it into PMPL, there's also some cash money on the line as well. So 3 days, first place, 3K in the pocket, in the bank, man. That's a lot of UC if you ask me here, Zute.
Yeah, this is mostly for, you know, just to give these teams a taste of what can happen if they make it on the Pro League. Because if any one of you guys have been watching the Pro League or even up to the PMGC level, we know this prize pool, it goes up to the millions of dollars.
Yeah, and talking about this event, the PUBG Mobile North America Cup, talking about PMGC, well, here are the socials. Make sure you drop a follow on the Discord, the Twitter, the YouTube, the Facebook, every single one of them if you want to stay up to date with all the PUBG Mobile esports action.
Yes, sir, Dave. You got to follow all them socials and make sure, we're going to be dropping some hashtags throughout the show. Make sure you tweet at us. Make sure you comment. Do all of that stuff because we'll be looking. And speaking about looking, look at this beautiful map system that we have set up. The tried and true, Dave. Yeah. Erangel, Miramar, Erangel, Sanhok, Erangel, back onto Miramar.
Yeah, we're looking here, Zute. We're looking at the schedule, and I believe this is going to be the same map pool rotation throughout the next 3 days. So in total, 9 Erangels, 6 Miramars, 3 Sanhoks. That's the entirety because we got 18 matches over the next 3 days here. 18 matches for 8 of these teams to qualify to the Pro League and get that money at the end of the day here, Zute. So there's not a lot of time, right? There's not a lot of time, not a lot of games to really give it your all to make sure that you can make some dreams come true out here and become a professional player.
Yeah, we were speaking about dreams, right, coming true. You mentioned Blinded by Win. Now, I had the pleasure of casting their tournament when they were playing one of the stages, and when they took #1, we got an interview with them. And for me, the coolest part with the interview when I was, it was me, Hot Jukes, on Glitter, and Seven. We were giving the interview, and I was chiming in on something, and he shouted me out. He said, "Yo, Zute, I remember when I was competing against you way back in the day," and that is like 3-4 years back. So there are people that are still grinding for that dream of theirs to make it into the Pro League, make it into global championships and beyond. So when you say, some of these teams are looking to make their dreams come true, let me tell you, Dave, you don't grind a game for 4 or 5 years unless you have a dream in mind. And I'm hoping some of these teams, the hard work's going to pay off for them.
Yeah, Blinded by Win, very interesting. Some of these players, like you said, they might have been playing for a couple years, but that team in particular, they've only been playing together for 3 months. So 3 months in the pocket for this squad. They went to PMCO. They did really well. They competed in the group stages that happened right before this, also did really well. Hopefully they can kind of keep on with that momentum here when it counts, Zute, during the finals.
Definitely. So Blind by Win, that's definitely a team we're going to look out for. But there's so many teams to look out for. There's some teams, from the PMPL that, maybe you might say they had an unlucky time. Maybe the synergy was off. And now, this is a pretty much, to put it simply, an easier stage of enemies to go up against. Maybe now they can feel a little bit more comfortable and, start dominating. But that's not to discount the teams from PMCO. They are hungry. They've had to grind through so many stages, so many different teams to get to this stage, and this is pretty much their title shot to make it into the Pro League. And what's so special, Dave, about the Pro League is that once you're in, you're pretty much in for the whole year, the upcoming year. If you don't make it into the Pro League, you don't get into the Pro League system. And if you're not in the Pro League system, Dave, you're not in the Pro League money, you're not in the spotlight, you're not in the clout to make a name for yourself, you don't have a chance to make it to Worlds. So it all starts here for all 16 of these teams to set themselves up for the next year.
Yeah, very interesting point you brought up there. And a lot of these teams from PNPL who are relegated, a lot of mixing and matching also happening. So it's not going to be the exact roster which we saw last season, last time around. A lot of roster swaps did occur. And even some name changes altogether. For example, HQA, one of the teams that I was always cheering for during PNPL, they're now called Super Lazy Reflex, and I'm bringing them up because we were watching the scrims yesterday.
Yeah.
And they were low-key kind of dominating yesterday, man.
They were playing really consistent. I do believe 2 of the players are still from HQA. The pig names definitely stand out. I remember back on HQA, there was like 1 or 2 pig players, and there's still 1 or 2 pig players on Super Lazy Reflex. And then some of these teams, they changed their team name, but also it's a completely different squad. So essentially, they took the slot of the previous PMPL team that got relegated. So those teams, even though they're technically a PMPL team, I put that in quotation marks, they might be players that, you know, didn't really do anything throughout the year in the PMPL stage itself. So that's also a question mark. Like, are these guys actually good or are they not? So there's a lot of things to watch out for, Dave. But, you know, it is the top 8 that make it to that is probably the most generous, in my opinion, the most generous qualifying into something that sets you up for the entirety of the next year. So if you can't make top 8, in my opinion, you don't deserve it. Unless if you come in 9th and you're like 1 point off, then I could feel a little bit bad. But top 8, that is, I don't even remember any qualifying positions that go all the way down to top 8 for as long as I can remember in any tournament.
Yeah, that 1 point though, man, that always happens. Every single event, there's always between that cutoff, it's always 1 point. So yeah. I know we kind of meme that every single point matters, but that's just a fact. Yeah, we've seen it time and time again. So hopefully these players can buckle up here today. There's a ton of question marks. We're talking new teams. We're talking teams who have been grinding day and night. We're talking teams who used to be in PMPL trying to keep that spot. Man, game number 1 is going to be a spicy one. I know we had some scrims, but in scrims, we tend to see teams not necessarily go full 100% and just try hard, I guess you can say. So I'm really curious to see on day number 1, the hot drops, man. It's always about claiming that drop for yourself. I feel like that's a very important topic that we'll be looking at here today when teams try to claim their spot here on these maps.
Yeah, so during the scrims, we didn't really see that many hot drops, and I feel like at this stage in the tournament, as in like, you know, this is more of the amateur-ish league stage with some PMPL teams mixed in, I don't think any of these teams really have the dominant confidence to take a hot drop, especially with so much on the line. Like in the PMGC stage, yeah, you'll have those veteran teams that aren't scared of anything. They have a game plan in mind. Even if they lose a hot drop, their resolve will not be shattered. So here, hot drops, very interesting. I hope there are some. Chances are there's not. If anything, we might see some, you know, some hot drops in the sense of, you know, if a plane path is super weird, super off course, and teams, you know, don't necessarily know exactly what everybody's going to do because they haven't had that much practice against each other. Yeah. That off-kilter plane path, that might cause a hot drop potentially. Yeah, I totally agree. Like maybe not a hot drop because they want to do the hot drop, but that's just what's going to happen because we see a lot of teams are always stubborn to get that that desired location because that's where they scrim. That's where they're comfortable dropping. They know the ins and outs of that particular spot. So I feel like I'm kind of disagreeing with you. I feel like we're going to have a lot of clashes here early on, at least in day number 1. Hey, as a viewer, that's what I want. So I'm trying to put that out there, possibly. Of course, as a player, you want to have it as calm as possible. But Zute, I believe game number 1, Erangel, the PUBG Mobile North America Cup. We're about to kick it off. Oh, we are kicking it off with a very nice plane path for everyone to start off with. And man, Dave, I can't believe I didn't even mention this part, but this year the circles in the competitive scene have been absolutely wild. And it has not stopped throughout the whole year. So we're nearing the end of the year, but I think the circle gods are still going to give all of these players his wrath and fury as far as crazy circle shifts, crazy first circles. I'm ready to see it all.
Hey, you and I both, brother. We are ready, and we are going to be playing on patch 2.3, the November patch as well. We see those cables up there on Stalber, so I feel like that could be a decent spot to drop. But I know we got Hot Jukes on cast here today. I want to say patch 2.3, that's the sniper patch because we got the Car 98, the M24, and the AWM, all of them buffed here. So I'm almost going to be looking to see if some of these teams, some of these squads opt to at least run one sniper on their team. Not something we've normally seen in the past, but now that they kind of got buffed, I kind of want to see it here, Zute.
It's been getting picked up more and more often, and we see in like the PMGC level, there's at least one player on a squad that will pick up that bolty because you never know when it might come in useful. That one knock push, when you know you have it refined down to perfection, it is so lethal. As we take a look at the minimap, first circle very far to the west. Gaka completely open. We do see one team. doing somewhat of a split drop there. Here's the Four Bros team. Four Bros coming in from the PMPL. They finished 20th place. That is dead last for the PMPL, so they have a lot of pressure on them. They need to prove it to themselves, like they're not just a a nobody squad. They made it to the PMPL previously for a reason.
Yeah, definitely, and they're going to be down there very pure. The zone, okay, kind of spicy, We got some water in play, and the Four Bros, I see a lot of fans in the chat already kind of cheering them on. I think Four Bros have a good opportunity if they get some solid loot. They might actually be able to set up a soft bridge camp here, Zoot. I want to get your take on that because we do have a squad down there in the military base island, so those could be some early game points in the pocket.
Yeah, potentially. I think it's also very important on the first day for teams when they do the VOD reviews, especially on Erangel, what teams do land military base when they rotate off of it. I do recall, in the PMGC stage, team 4AM always landed and looted in the military base, and I can't recall which team, but one team camped the bridge like twice on them, and that forced that team to really change up their strategy. So... yeah. Even at this stage, those elimination points, they do really matter. They really start stacking up fast. And I think throughout the years, even at the lower levels, we're seeing teams that are more confident with getting those elim points being the teams that are overall more consistent than the rest of them.
So this is an interesting little drop here in this night. You got the Panthers. They used to compete in PMPL. They're looking to keep that spot, of course. And then you got Blinded by Win. Also going to be contested on one of the top teams in the lobby. Yeah, I want to say the deadliest squad, just based on stats, based on numbers. Right?
I 1000% agree with that, Dave. I would pick this team over a PMPL team.
So we'll see what they can do here. They are somewhat split for the time being, looking for some early game loot, of course. And the Panthers, I think that experience kind of showing as they're playing a lot tighter together here. So if they do run into an opponent, well, they got the squad backing them up here, Zute.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And Blinded by Win, they are not scared of anybody challenging them in Yasnaya. I remember in the last match of the day when they really needed to, make that first place position in the previous stage, they did get challenged in Yasnaya and they held it down. They did not just completely fall apart. So when they could hold Yasnaya with that much pressure, like last game of the tournament, your tournament lives, can you make first place? If they could, weather that storm, they're completely fine right now with another team dropping by them, just being like neighbors pretty much.
Yeah, it is that time of the year where we're a little more jolly than usual, so maybe they'll be kind to each other. Maybe not. And Zute, I want to introduce as well a nice little addition, I feel like, to the stream, to the cast, right there on that right-hand side. The live stats, man. I mean, we got little icons right there if you are going to be paying attention. The white helmet means they're alive. If the helmet is red, that means they're knocked. If it's grayed out, they're eliminated. And if it's blue, they're out in the blue zone. And I know your favorite, the vehicle, the US indicator.
Yeah, if you see a car, it means they've transformed into a car like Transformers. And that's what's happening. And there's also... maybe you guys won't catch it, but as they're dropping out of the plane, it also shows that they're parachuting. So, nice little touches right there, always enhancing the viewer experience that is PUBG Mobile. Hey, there's a reason, right? They got PUBG Mobile Esports Title Award of the Year. Always looking to push the envelope.
Yeah, the technology, it's insane right now. So we'll see what will happen.
Yes.
We see that map on the left-hand side as well. A lot of teams not in circle number 1. The hit lists, they are going to be in circle number 1 up here on Mount Everest, all the way at the peak. Now, there is going to be a team looking to crest up that north side. So hopefully the hit lists, they could pay attention 360 and not just tunnel vision down there to the south.
I will say one huge difference that I see right now, maybe it's the nerves, but we're 6.5 minutes in, Dave. Nobody's really rotated in on this circle. I'm used to watching the Pro League, the PMGC, the PMPL, which is still ongoing, right, the PMGC. I'm used to seeing by minute 5, at least half of, like, I'd say 70% of the teams have already rotated somewhere more central. The other 30%, they are edge-specific teams. They come in from the edge late on purpose to take isolated fights. But here... I see like maybe 3 to 4 teams that are rotating in. And don't get me wrong, maybe everyone here is an Edge specific team, but I highly doubt that is the case.
Solid observation right there, and I kind of agree. I feel like a lot of these teams not in circle number 1, they are playing it nice and slow, maybe even a little scared, right? So we'll see what will happen as the zones, of course, continue to shrink. As right now we're going to be catching the Butterfinger buggy, the BB right here from the Panthers, looking to go for a wide rotate around Stalber and all the way up there to the north. They might pull into shooting range, but we might have our first clash here. Zute, I believe that's going to be THIRDEYE getting some nice shots downrange.
Yeah, THIRDEYE with 3, really spraying that vehicle down, only getting it to have HP. Wow, that was an open, correct me if I'm wrong, Dave, that was an open top UAS. Surprised he made it that far, made it out alive driving a vehicle like that.
Luck is on their side here today, but let's see. I see Peaceful on the opposite end of their trio squad mates in the compound looking to pop out with that Scar. Get some shots out there long range.
They got him.
Was able to connect one. Okay, we got the knock from Jazz. I would assume Peaceful gonna try to pull up just a little more, get that confirmed, get that 1 elimination point in the pocket here to start game number 1.
Yeah, THIRDEYE picking up that one. I think they managed to get the wheel of the buggy. That's not the only team suffering casualties. Here we have Hellcrime, one of their players knocked, but they should be safe. That might actually just be a self-knock. Oh no, there's a box there. This was another engagement that's been happening. It is Dream Esports, I believe, going against Hellcrime.
Yeah, Hellcrime, one of the teams, I want to say the dark horse for me, because they didn't play in PMCO. They came up through the ranks of the group stages that we had right before this, and they actually did really well. 2nd place. So definitely a team to keep your eye on. They got Jimmy, a main man out there, putting in the work, putting in the numbers during that group stage. So we'll keep tabs on Hellcrime here, Zute.
Hellcrime right now with 4 with 1 elimination point. That was a miscalculated scout rotation by Dream Esports, so they will suffer 1 casualty right there. You can see
Who'd
right
they
there,
lose?
Dream Esports.
Did you see? Okay. Okay. So I wanted to bring that up because looking at the stats, Dream Esports have 2 of the best individually skilled players based on the group stage stats. Yeah, Nobody and Punk. Nobody, the kill leader, the elimination leader from the group stage, and Punk, the damage leader from the group stage. So they were popping off. And the group stages, they were 3 days as well, kind of similar to this here, Zute. What are your thoughts on that?
I mean, if they did well in a 3-day format, then there's a good chance they could also do well in this 3-day format, especially since, I mean, if they're keeping up their momentum, they should be fine. Yeah, they did lose 1 player, though, and Dream Esports, that is quite the dream, right? Having the top damage dealer and the top elimination player both on the same team. Sounds like a formula for success.
Yeah, they're pretty consistent as well, right? PMCO, 5th place, group stage, 5th place, so they love themselves a good old-fashioned 5th place, and that's all they need, honestly, here. 5th place, and they'll qualify, right, to PMPL, so we'll see as we're going to be checking in with some squads out here in the blue zone. You can see the little helmet, blue, outside the zone. THIRDEYE Jazz just trying to survive out here, Zute.
Yeah, THIRDEYE just really getting slowed down on their rotation, taking fights with 2 different teams, and it's the team of, I do believe that was the Crow. Yeah, the Crow team. Well, the Crows, that's what they're called. Angels of Death, that was their previous team name. They'll be able to pick up 2 points, so that is the Crows right now with 2 elimination points. The Panthers taking some shots up on the northern side. Now, the Panthers, we know for sure, are an edge team. That's what they did in PMPO. Seems like that's exactly what they're doing here. So they're playing very far in the north, and Blinded by Wind, I do recall, is also a team that, you know, likes to play a little bit more on the edge and control and work their way in from the side. So these 2 teams clashing with each other will be very interesting to watch.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting to see that the Panthers are still kind of going with that bread and butter, right? That edge play, like you said, because there's a part of me that almost wants to see opposite of whatever you did in PMPL to get into the bottom 8 to get relegated. I feel like just wasn't enough, right, Zute? So I feel like they definitely had time to practice something different maybe a new strat, maybe center up, kind of go for those placement points that mid to late game a little more. But hey, we'll see. We'll see what will happen. 3 days. This is only game number 1. As we're going to be looking at the Flash right now, the hit list. Let's see if they can defend from the rooftop.
The hit list right here. Now this is a team that likes to... Ooh! That nade, nearly getting him out of the car. I was going to say, the hit list, this is a team that I see, they try to emulate the top tier end pros, especially when it comes to holding very wide splits. But I feel like they don't necessarily do it correctly, and we'll see the hit list. A lot of times they'll fall apart one by one, and right there, I got to say, Flash got a little bit lucky. That was, you know, a very aggressive split that they were holding. And you could see the supporting sightlines weren't exactly there to support Flash, and he had to give it up regardless. So hopefully the hit list won't be falling into their, you know, mistakes from before, where they're trying to, you know, act big and scary, but they're just not.
BOPE Esports down there. Used to be known as Most Wanted. Shout out real quick, everybody in the chat. Welcome on in if you're watching live, if you're watching the VOD. Whenever you're watching day or night, let us know who your favorite team is. I see a lot of Dream fans. I see a lot of 4Bro fans here. Always love to see the chat cheering on their favorite players and teams here at Zute. As we are going to be looking at the Panthers. I feel like they've just been rotating all game long, but we'll get back to that because Excuse looking to make a breach right now.
Yeah, Excuse taking a fight with Crow. That is 3 players on Excuse, down to 1 HP. They're all literally one shot, 1 UMP running in, can mow everyone down. They're getting that quick revive. Oh, shots him from the side. This is looking like the first team to get completely eviscerated. We got 4Bros on the top. They picked up 3 eliminations. Are they going to go aggressive? They have all the angles, they have all the sightlines. 4Bros, if they could start off strong here, if they could feel a little bit ambitious, a little bit powerful here, they could go for this push and take out more points already. He's getting... Oh, I thought he was going to get in the motorcycle and push in. Oh, we do see 2 players pushing in, so they are deciding to go for the push a little bit on the slower side.
Yeah.
But we'll see very shortly how that one goes.
Yeah, that second guessing, you can definitely see it. You saw 2 players in the vehicle ready to go. I feel like they should have pushed when the Crows were down on their knees, bleeding on out, right? But instead, they allowed that time for them to heal up. That slight window of hesitation, like you said, hopefully doesn't bite them in the butt as Beast OP looking to make the breach right now with the UMP. We see the smokes are going to be connecting onto one. Ghosted, going to be down. Betty with the double barrel shotgun. Also down, so now there's just 1 more Crow on the outskirts. The zigging and the zagging, but Beast OP coming out on top here for the 4Bros.
4Bros up to 6 points already. You can see they know what it takes, you know, to be a strong, dominant team. There's a slight hesitation there, a little bit, you know, miscommunication with how fast that push could be, but that was done beautifully well. And they're telling the Crows, yo, welcome. Welcome to the big leagues. If you don't got what it takes, you better sit out.
I still would have liked to have saw him push a little earlier, though. You know, if I had to be a critic, right? I feel like it would have been a safer play. Yes, it did work out in their favor at the end, of course. I mean, we saw the success right there. But I think they're going to go back, watch the VOD, and I have to feel they'll also agree, right? I mean, there was already a member down. All they need to do is push as a team. And just go with their gut feeling right there. But they are going to be claiming that compound down in the south for the time being. Just a little east of Quarry. Blue zone about to close in completely. We shall see where this next zone takes us here, Zute.
Yeah, we're only going into circle number 3 here. A lot of action has already happened. The circle does shift a little bit west of Gaka, so a lot of open field, some terrain elevation differentials on the western side. Of course, you do have some very strong compounds still in play. Not a lot left, though, with this type of circle shift, so we'll see how these teams decide to play it. But 4Bros coming in the 20th place PMPL team. So, hey, he might have been dead last in PMPL, but here, it could be big dogs already at 6 eliminations.
Yeah, with a lot to prove. You know, they're trying to pretty much compete to get that spot back. And hey, are you surprised? The Panthers still on their rotation from, what, 12 minutes ago. Looks like they're going to be finally being able to pull in on the edge of the circle. Going to be popping out as, you know, they're still pushing their luck. I don't know exactly why we're pushing a solo over here on top of the Angry Amateurs. But the Panthers, I'm going to go on a limb here and say they got the most traveling so far if we had to give that stat out as of right now.
The HITLIST here still holding a 2-2 split. You need to be a little bit more careful now that the circle has closed down further. Two of the players are on top of Mount Everest outside of zone, so that is a good position to hold. If you're holding high vantage point that's not in zone, less likely to get contested up there. I'm just worried that one of them might get knocked and they'll be, you know, full sended. Looking down on the southern side of things, Hellcrime and Dream Esports, looks like they got a little bit cozier, moving closer to one another. Dream Esports did lose one earlier to Hellcrime on a little scouting trip that had a little bit of a mishap. And we can see in the elimination feeds, it's the HITLIST getting some knocks and some points too.
Yeah, it's going to be a hit list, like you said, up there towards the north with soft 2-2 split. They got 2 in the compound, and then 2 still up there on top of Mount Everest, keeping that range locked down. So, super lazy reflex, also used to be known. HQA, one of the relegated teams. Some roster swaps, some flips and dips here on the team. Going to be playing nice and passive with their 1 elite limp point already in the belt.
Yeah, the team, by the way, comes up with some very interesting team names. It used to be HQA, which was helping quit addiction, right? You kind of get it. Interesting name. You kind of, you know, it leaves a little bit mystery. What does it mean exactly? Now they're known as Super Lazy Reflex. Very curious
SLR.
Team names. Oh, is that what it is?
That thing is, they should all be rocking SLR. You know, like, you gotta commit. You gotta commit. And then, of course, you got, what, Daddy Pig, Cutie Pig.
Oh, yeah.
Big trio down there is BOPE Esports. Ooh, with the DP. Some nice spray downrange onto NOOBS Galaxy.
Yeah. This is a very fast, aggressive push. We'll see how it pans out. They knocked one. Scoped in. Hunting for more. This is a 2-2 split that they're going to be kind of pushing into, and they'll be able to confirm that 1 point. Yeah, the other team immediately backing off. BOPE looking pretty strong here, and I like the fast aggression out of this team, especially coming in from the edge, right? You're not surrounded by too many teams. They'll go in off that knock, confirm the point, control more territory, and the next circle you see on your screen to the top right.
Yeah, wow, what a shift here, Zute. BOPE saying nope right there at the very last second, but looking at the zone, looks like the hit list up there to the north and all that rotation time that the Panthers took, well, they're going to be right there on the hard edge to the east, so they're going to be sitting high and mighty, but in the middle, Super Lazy Reflex. They have a prime position right now, Zute.
Yeah, I want to see if any teams decide to crash that. I remember in the PMGC stage, in a very similar circles, there was like 3 teams that ended up crashing that center GACA compound. This might be a little bit more different as teams are playing a bit more cautious, a bit more safer. It's day number 1, and just as I say that, a double knock and a push, maybe no. He drives in for some aggression, drives back. Hey, you just got 2 eliminations. They could go for it. Actually, pulling back is a great choice, because they don't know who else is rotating in, so they don't want to bite off more than they can chew. But now they're deciding to full commit. They got to do this quick, because there could be another team coming in from behind. Puppeteer trying to hold it down with the DPS. That bang, he gets 1. Gets traded. Oh, that's 2 knocked. 2v1. And they clean it up, Dave.
You got to give it to them, though. It started, what, as a 4v2, that double barrel shotgun coming in clutch. Couldn't even see nothing because the smokes were blocking the sight line, so it really relied on what you can hear. And, well, they connected, man. They got them trades, making it a close battle. By the end of the day, they had the numbers disadvantage, and looks like the Golden Eagles, NA, are going to be the team to take that compound right now off center. But they're going to have to fight eventually, most likely the 4 bros and Blinded by Win. We'll see that fight here erupt any moment as BOPE out there still just third party in these squads here, Zute.
Ooh, a lot of shots raining back and forth. Long distance right now. Circle still closing in. Teams still have to fight for their spot. Blinded by Wind, one of the teams that we talked a lot about. Have our eyes set on them. This is a difficult edge perimeter to break into. They're already down one player. And Dave.
Yeah, that's Ander. Their IGL. Yeah, question.
If Golden Eagles go caca, what do the Crows do?
They chirp.
Okay, the Crows be chirping then.
Crows be chirping. Yeah, so we'll settle that debate later on. As the four Bros, man, nothing is stopping them here this game, Zute. In the scrims, they were nowhere to be found. But now, already, with 7 elimination points, now, they do have a squad mate down, most likely going to be confirmed. But Beast OP right here in the smokes in the bush should be able to get the pickup just in time before BOPE makes this push over the hill.
Yeah, another nasty circle shift. I said it, Dave. This year has been a wild one in terms of circle shifts. A hard shift to the north, now a hard shift down to the south. You got the open fields blinded by Wind, trying to find whatever they can in a hell crime here. They're denying blinded by Wind here. Blinded by Wind down to maybe just one player. 4 Bros down to 2. But they've picked up 7 eliminations, and this is when they need to just commit to getting some more elimination points. Chances are you are not making it in the next zone, and he lands a nice nade. Ooh, Gatsby getting full-on push, though. Down to 1 HP. He could get a single knock. Oh, nice try, nice try.
Nice try, yeah. The pressure cooker right there, just too strong. But Hellcrime, dude, Hellcrime were just snaking it out in the grass down there, tossing grenades, and I believe they got at least one confirm onto Blinded by Wind, so that's going to set them back a couple pegs, trying to compete and fight for the southern half of this new circle. But BOPE Esports, nice push right there, Zute. I really did appreciate the quick decision making from that squad, because they do have to relocate. They are outside the current zone, and it's going to start shrinking here very shortly.
Yeah, this is those are the plays that I love to see. Just get those elimination points when you're not sure where position points are going to come from. So now they keep 4 up. They clear a little bit of territory on the left side. They have a couple seconds left to scout. I mean, when I say couple, I literally meant like 3. Now the blue zone is closing in. Everybody's forced to push in just a teensy bit further. Blinded by Wind, trying to stay alive, just getting pelted by shots through the smokes. Another player goes down. And that team right there, they've got their eyes set on everybody out in the open fields. And the Panthers, a 4-man team, now joining the open fields as well.
Dude, they got vehicles, man. They got the rotation strats on lock. We know that. We've seen that all game long. We've seen that all last season as well. I want to see some team fights, though, man. I'm not going to lie. I want to see some fights. I'm not sure how many elims they have so far. They got 3. Okay, 3. 11 teams to go. They're definitely set up for a win here, Zute, with their numbers still 4 up, like you mentioned. The zone does pop. Super. Lazy reflex. Dead center. Dead center, Zute.
Yeah, sticking true to their names. They can just play it lazy. They've been getting the circle every zone. Golden Eagles, caca, and no more cacaing to be had as they get eliminated. See the Panthers dominating right now. 5 elimination points. Doing a lot of work, and actually, I'm taking a look at the minimap. They wiped the whole southern half. When did that happen,
6.
Dave?
Make it 6. They got sick of me. They got sick of me talking about the rotation. Like, Dave, you want to see a fight? Watch. Just hold up a second right there. Up to 6 eliminations now. They do have a challenge because they're not in that next circle like we just talked about. Super lazy reflex, that compound dead center. But right now, all eyes on the hit list up against Angry Amateurs.
Yeah, the Panthers, they cleared the whole entire southern half in a blink of an eye. That was Hellcrime and Blinded by Wind down there. And both of those teams are just instantly gone. Angry Amateurs, got a lot of neighbors to worry about right here as the zone has shifted off everyone here. Angry Amateurs down to 2, no elimination points. So they got Circle Bless up to the very end, but they weren't able to really control any of the real estate. And it looks like they're going to just try and get some sort of points. The hit list, down to 3. They got to make their move in. Everybody's got to move just a little bit more once again.
The thing is, being this far into the game, Zute, an 8th place is still 1 point, right? So now we got 6 teams alive. That's going to be 4 points. We'll see who will come out on top. I believe Angry Amateur is going to be checking out right there. We're coming down to the wire here. Game number 1, almost to the final zone. SLR, 10 kills. Ooh, that compound, man, it is playing in their favor right now.
Yeah, they've been taking shots at everybody left, right, and center, and still with 4 players up. BOPE, however, somehow has managed to prone their way in right next to Super Lazy Reflex. We're down to the final 4. The HITLIST, the Panthers, BOPE, and SLR, Super Lazy Reflex. I think all 4 of these teams are pre-MPL teams. Checking over the list real quick. Yeah, I think all 4.
19th in PNPL fall. They used to be called Most Wanted. So SLR though, man, they what stops them, Zute, in your opinion, from getting the chicken dinner this game? What's holding them back?
I would put UC. I would put UC on it that they win this one for sure. There is no way they can lose this one. And yeah, very good defense. Both pushing it. Oh, that is one knock. If the Panthers and the other teams say, okay, hold my tongue, Dave. I think I may have just cursed Super Lazy Reflex. Both are pushing in hard and heavy right now. 2v2 situation.
Oh man, 2v2. No hacks with the UMP on the outskirts. Watching out for grenades from Cutie Pig right there. Hack's still alive in the shack trying to get the heal. Meanwhile, the Panthers still on the edge, just snaking out, not doing a thing. Eating popcorn. Here comes the blue zone as well, Zute. Hack's vaulting through the window. Cutie Pig taking them down. Now we just got one alive from BOPE Esports. 1v2. They know where he is. And he's done. SLR still alive. With the duo. All
right, they can still win this. But that was a nasty push by BOPE. They managed to confirm the 2 points as well, so no revives for SLR. All meanwhile, everyone else laying quiet, hoping BOPE could put in more damage. But we're now down to a 2v1. Got the HITLIST. Jat G, the IGL super veteran player. I have a feeling he's going to get naded very soon. He's hiding behind a buggy. That buggy sticks out like a sore thumb. He's got to hope that no one's got any grenades left, as we could see some of the Panthers member. He's got one molly. Quan, no nades, no util. Meanwhile, Super Lazy Reflex, they could probably come out of that fight with a lot of util left. You see the smokes already being deployed. They probably have some nades and mollies to their names as well.
Yeah, honestly, if they can get one more kill too and the win, that's equivalent to 2 chicken dinners in game number 1. Because a chicken dinner is 15 points, Zute, and right now they're at 14. So 2v2. Let's see who comes out on top.
Sprang through the smokes, Quan. Nades raining back in. Smokes do work in the favor of the Panthers, blocking the sight lines of SLR, but SLR's got the nades, and that's the first knock. Now a 2v1 situation, another nade comes in. That's gonna slow them down just a little bit. Shots through the smoke, and the Panthers coming in from the edge, Dave. I don't know how they managed to win that game. You saw them on the southern side. They swept out Hellcrime, they swept out Blinded by Wind, but there's no cover on that southern side. And they managed to somehow move their way back up to the north on that, slight northern shift. Also still with no cover, and they got the chicken dinner.
The great rotation right there. The great rotations all game long from the Panthers showing up. I think we talked about it. Mid to late game, still 4 up, still healthy, still big chillin'. I do believe, though, with all those kills that SLR was able to acquire here this map, they might have 1 or 2 more points on the overall, but it is only game number 1. And regardless, that is a phenomenal start from both of the teams looking to keep their PNPL slot here, Zute.
Yeah, a very strong showing out of all of the top 4 teams. Like, you could just literally run it back. The Panthers, one of the teams that is sticking true to the edge style, works out for them. Fought a bunch of teams, fought their way in, got the chicken. Super Lazy Reflex, being lazy, but getting the elimination points in still. And the Panthers, here's their stats. 9 eliminations, 1,200 damage. So not that much damage for, how much fighting that they were involved in, but that is efficient damage, Dave.
The winner, chicken dinner stats right now. After match number 1, we do have 17 more games to go, but this is a great start from the Panthers right now. You got the damage, you got the heals, 9 elims. Great way to start off day number 1. There's only 3 days 18 matches. Well, 17 now here, Zute. Let me get your take real quick. After game number 1, any team in particular that kind of just pops into your mind that we're kind of lackluster, you know? We're like, where were they? You know, like, where were they here in game number 1?
For me, it definitely have to be Blinded by Win, right? Super strong team, but they didn't really get the ball going in this first game. But we'll see if they could get the ball going, Dave, later on after this quick highlight.
What up, everybody? PUBG Mobile North America Cup Finals. We are back. Match rankings here, Zute, after just one game. But hey, man, it's already looking pretty solid, in my opinion.
Oh, yeah, the elimination points are there. We got 14, 9, 7, 7, 7, 5. That is a lot of eliminations. And those elimination points are going to help out all of these teams a lot. But Super Lazy Reflex with the most amount of eliminations that will get more points than the Chicken Dinner team, like you said.
Yeah, not much, not many, but still, great start for them. Now, how much, though, Zute, of these elims from Super Lazy Reflex, how much could we kind of attribute to their late game positioning and the compound that was dead center for about 2 zones there?
I would say all 14 of them.
All 14, okay.
Yeah.
Respect.
They had to push out at the very end where they picked up Jat G. That one, maybe you could say, you know, they lost a circle and they had to push out, but pretty much everything else, it was gifted to them.
Well, nothing like a good old gift here in game number 1 when you're trying to qualify to PMPL and you're also trying to rack up some cash money in the pocket after the 3 days. So here's the bottom of the leaderboards. Puppeteer, excuse. Puppeteer, I'm a little surprised because watching their scrims, they had a really good rotation, right? But game number 1, I'm gonna chalk it up to, hey, it happens, Zute. The thing is, you can't chalk up too many of those games where you say, hey, team, it happens, because eventually you're gonna be on day number 2 and be like, we're all the way at the bottom. Like, what do we do now type of deal? So honestly, game number 2, next map, I think these teams on this second page, they need to come together. You know, they need to huddle together, especially Blinded by Win, right? And try to pop off and get some elim points specifically to kind of help them on this leaderboard.
Yeah. So far, I think almost every team on the front page we saw, you know, get aggressive, and it worked out for them. I did see, I think it was the 4 Bros team with 0 placement points, but they picked up 7 eliminations, Dave. So that keeps them in the front page. And the front page here is more important than ever because the front page is the top 8.
Yeah.
Second page is you're gone. You're done. You're not making
Done.
it into the Pro League next year.
And that's all you need. Of course, you want to finish first place, have the flex of being number 1 in the PUBG Mobile North America Cup Finals. But at the end of the day, the eye is on the prize here, Zute, and that's that top 8 to make it to that next stage where there's even more money on the line. But let's check out a player head-to-head. Drum roll, who's it gonna be? Okay, BOPE and HITLIST, 2 players showing up here.
Yeah, 2 very different stat lines, stat performances, but we did see BOPE that team was pushing in fast from the edge. They cleared out so many teams and almost even took down Super Lazy Reflex in that 3v4. The HITLIST on the other side, they played it slow, they played it consistent. They managed to make it into the top 3. They got their placement points in. So very different stat lines, but the points overall by both of these teams, you know, pretty close and similar.
For sure, for sure. I feel like they're kind of doing the Flash a little dirty here, though. 59 damage, not what you want to see after game number 1. Now, next game is going to come up in about 9 minutes. We saw right there the timer, but here's the round report after game number 1. Top Traveler. Okay, that one surprised me. I would have said somebody from the Panthers, but the award goes to Trickster.
Yeah, the HITLIST, we saw them play a lot of splits, but don't recall them really rotating around too much. But definitely Sir Cutie Pig, or not Sir, SLR Cutie Pig. Not surprised, most eliminations, highest damage. I mean, they were just pounding away at everyone towards the final zones. They pretty much had the fortress that nobody could really breach or get to.
Ooh, and look at this, the MVP after game number 1 with the 3 knockouts. Nice little knockouts to elims right there. Was able to get more elims, so stealing 1 in the process. You love to see it here, Zute.
Yeah, when you can shoot at every team around you in a 360 manner, you can easily steal away some knocks, because everyone else is too busy fighting each other, and so it gets a little too hectic for teams on the edges to even try and confirm the points. But when you're sitting in the center, safe and sound, oh yeah, you get those points, you steal those points away. And here's the top 3 from that match. We got 2 players from Super Lazy Reflex, not too surprising, but the Panthers, of course, Zuko making an appearance, the team that got the chicken dinner. Didn't have as much damage as the rest of them, but hey, he's walking home with the first game with the chicken dub.
The chicken dub right there, the double chicken dub. You know who's also got their on the prize here? Cutie Pig, man, looking to upgrade to that tracksuit right there, like their squad mates rocking, you know? So trying to prove their worth here. And I think after game number 1, you could definitely say they are looking to have a pretty successful night now. We do have 5 more games to go, but if Cutie Pig can kind of just maintain what they've already showed us here in game number 1, I can see Cutie Pig getting that jacket in no time, Zute.
Oh yeah, if they get a couple more circles like that, everybody on the team's getting jackets. Heck, they might even send all the players in the caster some jackets too for all that circle blessing. But that is just only 1 game in. They got, you know, the circle. We've seen this team knock at the circle, you know, in the scrims, and they still know how to flip the switch. They know how to go defensive. They know how to go aggressive. So I'm hoping to see, you know, them knock at a few zones and show us what they got as well. But as for some of the other teams, I'm really happy with their performance, and most of the top 4 teams were all PMPL teams, teams that finished in the bottom 8 of PMPL. I was scared that coming into this tournament, their confidence, their resolve would be shattered with such a low performance at the PMPL stage, but they're going to stick true to what they know, and they're going to take advantage of teams that are more inexperienced, and it really showed through with this first game, Dave.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, some of these squads, they have months of experience when it comes to this level of competition, and they're getting mixed with teams who are brand new to this, you know? Yeah. One team, I forgot the name at the top of my head, but they made their roster 1 day before PMCO started, and that wasn't very long ago, right? So I kind of want to see these teams who are fresh, brand new, kind of pull it together a little bit in a sense of not letting the nerves get to them, you know, just play this game like you're used to playing, go with those strategies that got you here in the first place, and just believe in your teammates. No more second guessing. I don't want to see it, you know. We're going to go head over to Miramar next year, Zute. What do you think we should expect, man?
I think we're going to get a very bad plane path, Dave. A very bad one. Yeah, because the first one on Erangel was super nice. Now on Miramar, where you want the nice plane path where it matters the most, I think they're going to get thrown a curveball, and it's going to be like hard to the west, hard to the south. And I don't even know if it's possible, Dave, but imagine a plane path that's super far north that runs west to east. Like, it just...
Far north, west to east. That's what you want. That's what you're calculating. That's what you're setting the settings right now to be.
Yeah,
you're pretty much telling us.
Where it just like stays up there. That would be... that'd be something to see.
Well, it's confirmed. Zute controls the zones. Zute's the one making the lobbies. Now, as we do head into Miramar, I kind of do want to deduce based off of stats, maybe something that will pique your ears. Angels of Death, now called the Crows. Looking back at the group stage, remember that thing I was talking about earlier on, those 3 days that led up to the finals? Well, guess what? Angels of Death, aka now known as the Crows, their best map was on Miramar, Zute.
Okay.
And I'm bringing this up because game 1 didn't really see much from them, but now that we're heading towards their best performing map when it comes to acquiring elim points and placement points, this might be their chance, you know, to climb up these leaderboards.
This could be like the BTR of the PUBG Mobile North America Cup potentially, because BTR, they're one of the teams that were really known for their Miramar play, especially early on in the days, right? Where Miramar was the most difficult map. Not a lot of teams could figure out how to play Miramar yet, but BTR was always so dominant. So maybe, just maybe, we'll see that here out of, you mentioned it was the Crows?
The Crows. Yeah.
Okay.
And also, from the Crows, I was talking to Maury the IGL, but besides having a defined IGL, there's no other rules, right? It's just, hey, listen to me, follow me, let's all do our thing, let's all be the entry gunners, let's all do what we think we should be doing at that moment in time. That's kind of different from when talking to PNPL teams, right? Because they do have those defined rules. So what's your take on that?
Oh, I think defined roles are better in the sense that in every situation, you know who's kind of going to be in charge of doing what. Like the second you get a knock, depending of course on positioning. Positioning is the most important. When a fight starts out, who's positioned where. But that aside, you got to know who's the ones pushing in without saying, you know, so-and-so push, right? Usually the call is like, okay, push. You don't have time to call out names. They should know who's going to need to push in quicker, who's the entry fraggers, who's in those designated roles. But, you know, being flexible is not a bad thing either, as long as they really understand positionally who should do what. Like, if everyone just pushes because they're just pushing, who's got the overwatch? Who's covering the flanks?
Yeah.
Who's doing that? You know, so...
Who's doing what? You know, who's doing... Hey, I thought you were doing that. It's like, no, I'm doing that. You know, and it kind of... easy arguments, right? At the end of the day, I can see happening. But hey, here we go. Another head-to-head. Now, this is a great headset. Look at the damage from SLR here, Zute.
Yeah, 2,883. That's almost 30 eliminations worth of damages right there.
Did they even save any other damage for anybody else, you know? I don't think so. Well, you know, save some for the little guy at the bottom of the leaderboard. Well, we're almost in the game here, Zute. We can see a nice little timer at the top right-hand side there. So I'm looking forward to seeing the Crows really pop off. I'm going to, listen, if I had a bunch of UC right now, I'm putting all my UC in the pot for the Crows here. Top 3. I'm not going to say chicken dinner, but top 3. So the Crows, all my UC. Listen, all my UC. Show me what you got. Show me what you got here, Zute.
All right, you believe in those the Miramar stat that much out of the Crows,
I do.
right?
I trust in it.
Well, okay. If I had to pick a team based off of stats, it'd be Blinded by Win, right? They were first place twice in the stages leading up to this. There's got to be a reason they could get first back-to-back 2 times in a row. It can't be luck. So they had a bad first game, which, you know, happens to every team, even the best team in the world. But coming into Miramar, I feel like there's going to be some sort of bounce back. I would say you're going to finish top 5 in the points gain from this Miramar.
Wow, I said top 3. You went to top 5. Come on. Say top 3, man. Come on. We're putting it all on the line. But, ladies and gentlemen, game number 2 of the PUBG Mobile North America Cup Finals, baby. Going to be kicking it off with Miramar as teams look to get their desired drop spots here on the first Miramar map of this 3-day tournament.
Yeah, so the playing path I was hoping for, not really working out. Maybe we'll get blessed instead with the very wild first zone. We see teams dropping out right now. Only one team really dropping out early on the northern side, so a lot more teams going to be, you know, going towards the middle and southern sides of Miramar for Lu. A little bit different, because we see a lot of PMPL team, PMGC teams take THIRDEYE, they'll take THIRDEYE, they'll even go over to Tier, the Bronca. So only one team on the hard northern side right now. And
Angry Amateurs
dropping out.
Angry Amateurs all the way up there in the north, you know, playing it nice and slow, nice and safe after their game 1 performance. I definitely get it, definitely understand. Now, the only thing is, all the way up there, who knows if circle number 1's going to favor you. You know, it's a big risk, but Miramar is a big map as well, so they have a lot of room up there towards the north for those rotations, just in case it doesn't favor them. Anything standing out to you, though, Zute, besides Angry Amateurs up there in the north?
Yeah, no hot drops, and BOPE taking Picado. Not too surprising. We saw how strong BOPE is in those close range fights when they push super lazy reflex, almost eliminating them. And just to say that no hot drops, we do have a little bit of a contention here. It's actually the Panthers versus THIRDEYE. We got Jas on the rooftop with the pistol firing off some shots. He's got to be careful. He's got to jump off now before Zuko or someone else picks up a rifle and nails him down. You see Jas instantly going prone behind cover.
Yeah, I would just hate to see the Panthers get taken out first here after their amazing performance in game number 1, because if that's the case, talk about just a momentum killer, you know, just putting a stop to it. So let's see what they'll end up doing. Let's see if that PMPL experience will play any type of factor up against THIRDEYE over here, who 100% know is an enemy team because they're right in the smack middle of them.
Now, THIRDEYE's got one player on the top of the hill where those water tankers are. So THIRDEYE have the advantage in the sense of being able to see more, to pass more info. But how good is their synergy among the 3 players on the low ground to sync up with the player on the high ground to let him provide some supporting fire? We might just see Panthers, you know, group up, huddle together, and just use the man advantage to their liking, as, yeah, they are grouping up and starting to isolate players and push them in one by one. They probably also saw that one player drop up to the top, so they know they have a 4v3 situation potentially here.
And it's early game, and look at that. You know, Jas, no helmet, no armor, nothing. SKS, 10 bullets, lock and loaded. Looking like a magnet or a grenade, in my opinion. Hopefully their squad mates can provide some type of support, as now Jas, their compound, is getting breached here, Zute. 3v1. Yeah. Because the other duo, the pair from THIRDEYE, is across the way in the other building. They know exactly where Jas is. Jas is going to be popping out from their closet, trying not to burn alive. Immediately taken down, Zute.
Look at that. They immediately knew with that player hiding in the closet, the supporting sightlines from THIRDEYE is probably going to be those windows. And the second they got the knock, they did not hesitate whatsoever. Pre-firing into the next window, they get another knock through those shots, and it is now all down to the last player on the low ground of THIRDEYE, and they get absolutely just clinically decimated. That was the cleanest push shot of the Panthers that I've seen in a while. And yeah, THIRDEYE, I was saying it, they have the advantage info-wise, but how well can they synergize that player up top to provide sightlines? And well, it did not matter whatsoever.
THIRDEYE, aren't you supposed to like see into the future or something with your THIRDEYE, or some type of insights right there? You'd have guessed that they would have saw that push happening, but now it's up to Sing to just kind of play that solo role. You know, that last ditch effort, try to go for some type of placement points is going to be a challenge, because when we're looking at placement points, you're not really satisfied. I want to say to at least 5th place, right? Because then that's going to be 6 points. 4th place is 8 points. So it's going to be a challenge, but we'll keep tabs here, Zute, to see if they can accomplish anything when it comes to acquiring some additional points for the team as a solo.
Yeah, that was a very, very good push by the Panthers. I'm still, you know, going back to that moment where the second they mollied that player out of the closet, they started spraying the windows right next door. It's like they had THIRDEYE read completely on what their play was, and absolute dominance right there. I don't think we'll see THIRDEYE dropping there anytime soon.
No.
Especially after this one. The Panthers are definitely going to claim that spot as their own.
Yeah, and there's going to be another Miramar later on today as well, so I assume they learned a lesson. And that's
find a new home.
There. Yeah, unfortunate. But the real estate market, pretty cheap right now on the down trend. So we'll see what will happen. Look at the zone. Zute, Los Leones, 2 teams, Blinded by Win and Dream Esports, 2 really strong, heavy hitters, looking to make a name for themselves, right? Looking to get that top 8, make it into PNPL. They are going to be next to each other, but look at this, man. The Golden Eagles, the caw, looking for that perch, the nest up here. Baby Tang.
And we see the Trickster down there not beating him to the punch. So Baby Tang will set up his nest right there.
Yeah.
Will be the mother eagle. Getting full sight lines everywhere. Yeah. And we haven't even really touched on the zone. The zone is more so to the northern side. This is pretty much a little bit off center that the Golden Eagles are holding right now. But even if they're close to center, I mean, this first circle, very, very, dynamic and diversive in terms of what a shift can do. We have like a giant mountaintops all in play that kind of cuts off one section of the map from another. So one shift, you could be center, and next thing you know, you got to go cross a giant mountaintop to make it into the next zone.
Yeah, and that's the risk of having all of your teammates up there in the crow's nest, or the eagle's nest, that is, right? Because, yeah, zone 1, zone 2, good chance, high chance they'll be up there, but then zone 3, zone 4, you might be forced to push off, right? And, yeah, you'll have vehicles, but we've seen accidents happen along these vehicles, and not only that, just imagine being in your compound and seeing a whole team in 4 cars just zooming down the hill. Like, you're going to get sprayed upon easily, especially at this level of competition. So I believe that's why we see the Eagles with a 3-1 split, maybe even looking for that 2-2 split in the early game, and not put all their eggs in the basket, one would say here, this early on.
See BOPE making their rotation here out of Picado. We are 8 minutes in. Once again, not a lot of teams rotating too fast, and we're now into the second match. Maybe it's just, on the lower level of things, teams don't prioritize their first rotation as much. Maybe teams like looting up a little bit more. So we'll see how it plays out as the days continue. If some teams are going to start rotating a little bit quicker than others. We have the Crows, counterparts to the Golden Eagles. Yeah,
let me ask you,
coming in from the south.
The Crows or Angels of Death? Which name was better? I feel like the Crows, is that like a
I like
band
the Crows.
name? You like the, okay. I feel like they play heavy metal or something though, I guess Angels of Death, same vibe. So
they both could.
Yeah, true. Same vibe.
It's on brand. It's on brand. Both names kind of on brand. I personally prefer the Crows better because Angels of Death, that's a lot to live up to.
A lot of words too. A lot of words,
Like, if you finish a match off with 0 elimination points and your team name's Angels of Death, like...
Maybe they're death. What about that?
Oh, well, I mean, that's like saying we're bad.
Yeah.
So we die.
You never know. Everybody has different goals here. But getting back into the Miramar podcast, like you said, about 9 minutes in so far. Didn't really see much action, which is to be expected here. Actually, we saw one team get pretty mopped.
It was over so quick. Yeah, it was over so quick.
THIRDEYE. So I don't expect that to happen in the next Miramar map. And I'm bringing that up because Sing, dude, you see the map. Sing is all the way on the edge of the actual map of Miramar, where you can't even access it out there on that west side. So definitely playing that solo role, trying to avoid everybody at all costs. They're going to be near NOOBS Galaxy, so hopefully they're not going to be spotted. But Zute, while we're in this podcast, NOOBS Galaxy, I got to give flowers where they're due because they've had, looking at the numbers, the biggest improvement from PMCO to the group stages of the PUBG Mobile North America Cup. Huge improvements when we're looking at the overall leaderboards. And also, Ronnie... Okay, making some hardcover. Ooh. Ronnie has been pulling a lot of the weight as a solo player when we're looking at damage and elim points for that team in particular.
We'll see if they could keep that, improvement up into this stage. He improved enough to make the top 8. It's Hellcrime taking a slurry of bullets right here. And it's actually 4 bros, you know, already with 1 elimination, looking to pick up potentially 2 more. That could be a very good push if they decide to take it. And oh, Hellcrown, they're going to try and smoke their way out and run on foot. Here comes the rain of fire. New zone shift has appeared on the screen. They are in zone, so
yeah.
is 4 bros going to go a little bit aggressive here? No, they won't. They're just going to hope to get some more shots in from distance. No real connections there. Hellcrown will survive with their 3. They did lose 1, however, to the side of 4 bros, I believe.
Hellcrown. 4 bros also need to be careful with the amount of information that they're giving out with those shots, because we did see Blinded by Wind also looking in this general direction down there to the south. But looking at the zone real quick, this is a great zone for Sing, the THIRDEYE. Solo, right? They're not too far. They have a wide open terrain ahead of them as long as they avoid NOOBS Galaxy. So I'm going to keep tabs on the solo adventures, if you don't mind. But the majority of the players... Oh, Jet G from the hit list right there. This is a big fight. This is a big fight. This is up against the Panthers here, Zute.
Yeah, good supporting sidelines cover fire from the Panthers right there, denying that thirst and costing the HITLIST a knock of their own. Now the HITLIST, they're playing that split. They're now having to converge, and once again, they're on the back foot of things, playing split up. 1 player goes down, 1 player gets confirmed on their team, and everything is just starting to fall apart once again for the side of the HITLIST.
Yeah.
This is a team that...
too.
Yeah, this team, the HITLIST, they have what it takes. They understand how to play at the top levels, but they just constantly make execution mistakes. Good defense by Flash. Can he manage the 1v2? He got 1 down. He's got to look to try and go aggressive. No, don't go out that side. You're in open sight lines. Oh, come on.
Big Draco saying, see ya. The thing is, Big Draco might run into the Crows here and also get eliminated. You know, I can see you're trying to play retreat mode here and trying to survive, go for those placement points, because Trickta is in a corner, hands tied pretty much. But the Crows, their third-party potential, just too strong on both these teams. And well, the HITLIST paying the ultimate price right here, Zute.
Yeah. Just, that's such a, I'm going to say it, Dave, that was a bad mistake. He peeked himself out right into the sightlines of where his other teammate got knocked earlier. Just completely losing all awareness of where enemies were. So the Panthers will pick up to 5 eliminations, and from distance, it is actually the Golden Eagles, and they'll get a confirmation as well. So the Panthers making some mistakes themselves, even though they're up to 5 points.
Yeah, 5 points, equivalent to a little better than a 6th place finish. So that's pretty solid here, still with 16 teams alive. But the HITLIST, 13th from PMPL NA Fall Finals. Zute just getting destroyed right there. So, hey, still a duo. No, they still have a fighting chance, but they're kind of pinned down right now. We can see, looks like Drake trying to hold out for Trickster, almost, you know. But I don't think Trickster's making it on out alive. The Panthers are just too hungry right now.
Yeah, and even if Trickster manages to step out, you got the Crows and the Golden Eagles on the mountaintops looking down on you. You got the 2 Kakas.
Yeah,
just
the
waiting.
2 Kakas, somewhat of a
They're like vultures at this point, right? They're like just waiting to feast on. Exactly. So it'll be a standstill.
Yeah,
for sure.
And the thing is, this is off center, you know. So all 3 of these teams, they don't really have that pressure when it comes to the zone as much as others who are on the edge. So they can hold it out for as long as possible. Another thing kind of going up against the Panthers here, besides the Crows on the high ground to the east, you talked about it, the Golden Eagles, they're on the high ground, the peaks of the west as well, right? So I feel like the Panthers and the HITLIST, they're kind of pinned down for the time being, and they're just going to have to deal with it.
Definitely. And like you mentioned, they're kind of off-center, so if they do get the next circle, that standstill is probably just going to continue. We're looking at BOPE here on the far south, that eastern side of the circle. Most likely we'll have to rotate again. And you talked about the snipers being buffed this patch. Well, we got some snipers in hand right now. The Car 98.
Zute, you want some stats, man? So
shoot
the
me
Car
the stats, always.
98, the base damage went from 79 to
Okay.
82. I think that's a dub. 79
That is.
to 82. And then limb shot damage was increased, bullet speed increased, and the reload speed lowered. That's the Car 98. I'm telling you, man, this was the sniper patch here.
I like it. I especially like the limb damage increase because sometimes you got your teammates. Oh, whoa.
Whoa. You were talking about the zones, man.
Yeah, I'm telling you, Dave.
Miramar,
This year, the circles have been absolutely wild, and it goes hard up north. That edge of the new zone is touching the blue of the previous zone, and you have, I believe, the Angry Amateurs sitting in the prettiest of spots right now, nesting on the giant mountaintops of Crater Fields. But we're back to 4 bros on a mountaintop of their own down on the southern side. They'll pick up a knock onto Hellcrime and probably get that confirmation. What is he doing out there, Dave?
Jimmy.
Is he looking for water?
Jimmy doing Jimmy things, Zute. That's all I can say, man. That's a classic Jimmy move right there.
Oh, Jimmy.
Jimmy, next time, man, you'll get him, champ. But looking at the 4 bros, I think they're in a good position. Yeah, they're not in the circle and they got hard shifted on. But this team is really good at capitalizing on elim points, right? So if they could just focus on maybe getting some elim points, that will offset the risk of the southern part of the zone being gate kept, in my opinion. So we'll see, because they are using a 2-2 split as well. So it's a little risky. But at the same time, game number 1, they showed us they got the gun skills, Zute.
Oh, poor Jimmy, man.
Oh, you're still on Jimmy? Yeah.
Yeah,
Jimmy.
I'm just trying to think. Okay, maybe it's not Jimmy's fault, Dave. Maybe
that was Jimmy's fault.
No. Hear me out, Dave.
Okay.
Maybe their cars got disabled by 4 bros on top of the mountain, right? And then 4 bros just played very quiet, didn't shoot a single shot. And Jimmy's teammates were like, hey, there's a car all the way out there if you make a run for it. And Jimmy's like,
Jimmy got baited, man. The thing is, next time Jimmy can't be the one getting baited. You know, you're like, yeah.
Makes him look bad.
Yeah. Jimmy, next time. Big fan, by the way. This was a awesome zone, Zute, for the solo from THIRDEYE Sing.
Oh, yeah.
Dead center.
What's the update on that? Oh,
yeah.
Dead center. Shots going in from Puppeteers, though. They had a terrible game number 1. I think like 0 points. Looking to confirm 1. They're on that northern edge side, so this is a very isolated fight. Only 1 knock. That's a difficult terrain. That's a very wide open terrain to push over. So I think they're gonna get the knock and just be content with that. Some looks like 1 player pushing in with a vehicle. See what they could do here. Getting a little bit closer. They gotta go a bit faster here, though, if they want to capitalize off those knocks. They are getting ground control, which is great for them, Dave. But Puppeteers, how much more they can do? And the shots, the cover fire, right back. So back and forth fight between the 2.
And the thing is, up against the Puppeteers is to the west, you got blinded by wind. You know, so they also kind of got to be aware of the sight lines that they're exposed to their backsides. You know, they're not there yet, but yeah, you already see Reckless kind of feeling it, you know, the spidey senses.
There we go.
So they kind of got to group up a little here. They're really separated for being in a potential Miramar sandwich.
Yeah. Oh, they got 1. They got 1 off of Dream Esports. So that aggression rewarded right there. So good job out of them, and just in time too, because now they're really getting on a third party from the backside. So they're gonna have to dip their heads back down low, but they'll be getting that 1 point and taking it to the bank in the next circle once again. Sticks to the northern side. We might see a La Cabrera finish. I completely butchered that. Not ready for all these.
Sounds great. It sounds great.
Sounds great. We'll go with it. We'll go with it, Dave. But we're also gonna go with this circle once again to the top.
Jimmy approves, Zute. Jimmy approves, man. You nailed it. So blinded by wind, gonna be up there towards the north. If they could just find a compound, hold it down, kind of similar to what SLR did in game number 1, they could be walking away with a massive amount of points here in game number 2. But look at this, the Panthers, man. They lost 1, but the Panthers versus the Crows, this fight has just been on the cusp of erupting for at least 10 minutes now.
A lot of shots raining in from Excuse right now. None of these teams in the zone, so they're all having to move. But as they move, they're getting shot up. Excuse You either go aggressive or you let this go and plan your rotation in. Pretty much just wasting time right now for both themselves and the side of BOPE. See what Excuse does here. Goes in the buggy. Will probably be a rotation, not a push. They wanted to do the push, they had to be earlier, but hold on.
Uh-oh.
Oh, it looks like they're driving in for that push.
Yeah. We
So,
call that
not against it.
The brotation. You know, not the rotation, but the brotation, because you got your bro right to the left and to the right as you make that push. Kai going to be cooking up this grenade, not sure exactly where to toss it. Going to be pulling back, trying to avoid that one. Going to be ricocheting off the windowsill. Oh, Kai knows. Kai knows now there's at least one or two opponents on the other side of this wall, Zute.
Yeah. A little bit inexperienced. Oh, BOPE actually with the sniper shot from long range, getting one of the Overwatch players of Excuse. Now this fight down here, still a 2v2. Make that a 2v1, Excuse. They went on the aggression, down to a 1v1. And the jumping shots with the MG3 will cut them down. I was going to say, Dave, they were too slow. The indecision. They got the knock, they allowed the revive, then they pushed in. If they did that push when they got the knock, it would have worked out. It would have worked out for them, and they would also have time to rotate. So another hesitation display right there. Definitely some inexperience showing through.
At least it was a rotate, so they went out with the bros. And Excuse eliminated right there. The solo that was trying to survive, taken out. Meanwhile, THIRDEYE, the solo from Sing, just smiling ear to ear right now as they continue to attempt to rack up some placement points. So we had a couple shifts up to the north, and then Papa Blue said, nope, we're going to the south instead, pulling that switch. Nice little hard shift down here toward the south. And blinded by wind, they were in a great compound just moments ago. Now the Golden Eagles gonna be holding it down here.
Yeah, it looks like Golden Eagles found another nest, this time not on top of the mountain, but downhill in these compounds. They're in a good, decent position. And Sing, hey, you talked about the solo journey, the one-man journey. He is still in the center of the circle right now.
Loving it.
Yeah, he might.
No one's gonna look in that that little cylinder as well. It's a nice little cover area for him. So
What's he doing now? Is he just like taking laps in there?
taking laps, man. I mean, think about it. You've been alive for 23 minutes because your teammates died in the first 19 seconds. So 23 minutes, yeah, just taking laps at this point. So they're trying to survive.
Gotta stay in shape.
Yeah, exactly.
Get ready for the fight that's soon to come, right? Stay in shape. Can't get lazy. A lot of teams moving in here. We got the Crows and Golden Eagles. Which team is better?
I said the Crows top three. Remember, I said the Crows top three. I put all my UC on the line. Crows down here to the south. Much respect, Zute. Thanks for setting the algorithm for me. But we'll see because blinded by wind up there in the north, they're taking some back shots from Dream Esports. So pay attention to the kill feed for me.
Yeah, they could make top 5. They just need to make it into this one circle with 4 players up. And Angry Amateurs and the Kobe.
Pan Reckless right there with the grenade.
Yeah, slams it in right there. Gets a beautiful knock, and that's a crucial one too, because this team's looking to play on this side of the circle. And Angry Amateurs got to defend their real estate, their high ground position. Up to 2 eliminations. We saw they got blessed by that beautiful circle like 2 zones ago. So they're making it work for themselves, looking to pick up a few more. I don't think this team's going to be able to push in. And getting a knock, getting an elimination right there from outside. Very good job for the Angry Amateurs.
No luck for the Puppeteers as well. They're in the blue, eating that. But here we go. Big fight. Dream Esports pushing up right behind. Blinded by wind. Looks like blinded by wind. Croc's gonna put a stop to that push with their squad mate Legend. The double M4 combo. Dream Esports done, eliminated. But the thing is, Noobs Galaxy gonna be hearing this, and they're immediately making the push. Zute.
Blind by wind. They took down one team. Yeah, they got to fend off Noobs Galaxy. Can they do it? That's a very interesting fight there on the north and on the southern side. We're in an all-out brawl. We got BOPE, we got Crows, we got Sing from THIRDEYE still alive, and we have the 4-man team of Golden Eagles. You said top 3 for the Crows?
Yeah.
Well, they're down to 3,
Oof.
maybe back up to 4. But it's going to be looking a little bit dicey for them out here.
Yeah, ghosted. They're off anchor position, I guess you could say, behind those crates. Definitely getting me a little nervous because I believe their position is going to be compromised by Beowulf from the Golden Eagles. That's why we see those smokes coming on out. And then from the opposite end, BOPE Esports. Remember, one of their teammates has the MG3, the Shredder over here. As we already see 6 elim points on BOPE Esports, and right now they're tossing some grenades out there. I'm looking at, yeah, that's what I'm looking at. The Angry Amateurs, though, on the high ground suit. I'm looking for them to pop off here, honestly, man. They got oversight on everybody right now.
You know, on the other side of things, NOOBS Galaxy has moved into zone and just hopped ahead of the team of Blinded by Wind. Blinded by Wind now just getting gate kept hard. Don't think they're going to make it in. They need top 5, like my prediction. There's 7 teams left, as Angry Amateurs from the other side will help out just a little bit. Everybody on the northern side having to scooch in and fight their way in. It's not looking good for any of them. Both teams, all 3 teams, suffering heavy casualties.
Oh, MG3!
2 teams out. Oh!
The double!
Shredding it up!
The double! No hacks, just shredding it up right there with the MG3. The Crows, no! 6th place taken out right there. There goes my UC, but at least it was a good battle, Zute. And, well, guess who else was taken out? Sing.
Oh,
taken out. Well, listen, 5th place. 6 points. 6 points as a solo. That's huge.
Not too bad.
Not too bad.
Yeah. Going down to 1 in like minute 5 of the Miramar match, getting up to top 5, not too bad whatsoever. But who's going to take the dub in this one? Is it going to be the Golden Eagles on the low ground or the NOOBS Galaxy team on the high ground? Now the zone...
Oh, rushing, pushing.
Yeah, it forces them off the high ground. This could definitely work out for the Golden Eagles. There's still one player of the Angry Amateurs that, you know, NOOBS Galaxy has to worry just a little bit about.
Rushy right there, just yeeting it to this concrete wall. Maybe even hoping that care package has a little something. It might have. See that level 3 gear right there. Getting some nice little angles on the Golden Eagles down below. But Atomic from Angry Amateurs need to be careful of that solo right behind Galaxy. You don't want to overextend. Ooh, some shots right here. Golden Eagles.
Man. He just peeked right into like 3 or 4 different players. Got instantly cut down by the side of old Golden Eagles. BOPE now down to 1. Same with the Angry Amateurs. And you got 2 4-man teams. We got the Golden Eagles up against NOOBS Galaxy. Rushy getting close and personal, but he will eat a lot of UMG shots right back to his face. Gets knocked. They deal with the Angry Amateurs on the north side, so they have the north side to themselves now at least. And they might get that revive as well.
Golden Eagles still 4 strong, you know. 4 strong, looking at their med situation, pretty good. Gear as well, not even affected. Diamonds from NOOBS Galaxy, peek in the head, immediately spotted and taken out. But it's down to Ronnie. We were talking about Ronnie, the hotline player from the squad of NOOBS Galaxy. Needs to make a play happen. And was not able to do so. Just too much right there. You got to give it to the Golden Eagles because once when they got that first knock on, what was it, on Diamond, they immediately just sent this Zute. No hesitation. Yeah, they pushed up right there and cleaned them out just as quick as it started almost.
Yeah, that's the no hesitation push. It always works out better than the hezzy push, right? You don't allow them to get the revive. You don't allow them to get, you know, comfortable once again, and you go for that push. So Golden Eagles doing a really good job, not just with, you know, the close range fights and the push, but the rotations as well. They had to deal with those northern hardships, found a way right into the crater fields, and then they had to fight their way out as well, and they get a beautiful winner chicken dinner for themselves.
The Golden Eagles. I'm not gonna lie, that logo, kind of like it. Kind of clean right there. Kind of clean. Little G in the wing right there as they swoop down from above.
Oh.
Yeah, hey.
I didn't see that.
Hey, it's
Attention
clean.
to details.
The details. And remember, this was a team that we saw zone number 1. They had a 2-2 split all the way up there on the high peaks. Just big chilling, you know, waiting to show up in that late game with 4 up. And, well, they did just that, Zute. So this squad was used to be known as back-to-back, one of the teams that got the slot that we were talking about here in the pre-show. So Golden Eagles, man, proving their worth here in game number 2.
Yeah. So this is one of the teams that, you know, are coming in. Maybe they're experienced and they got what it takes, but we don't know as of yet. But with this second game, oh, they're looking strong. They got the decisiveness, they got the rotation, but how consistent are they in the coming matches and the coming days? That's the big question here as we take a look at their winner chicken dinner stats. 1,500 damage, close to 1,600 with 9 eliminations. It's a very job well done for them.
Golden Eagles. You'll love to see it. And the thing that also impresses me a little bit more here, a lot of these teams that we're seeing pop off here today, they didn't have much time to like scrim, to play against each other. Remember, because this format was a very interesting one where you had the PMCO teams, they showed up here. You had some opens that went to the group stages that got some teams here. And then you had the PMPL teams also thrown into the mix. So there's three kind of roads, right, for all these teams and players to get here. And now they're intersecting with each other. And it's pretty brand new, right? This is only game number 2, where all these teams are really, truly feeling out each other, right? So for you to come into match number 2 on Miramar, very difficult map, get the chicken, that's beautiful. Well, Zute, we're going to send to a quick break. Highlights, baby, in case you missed it. What up, everybody? The PUBG Mobile North America Cup Finals here. Game number 2, Miramar in the books. Zute, we just witnessed greatness coming on out from the Golden Eagles.
24 points right there. Big win for them. Also for NOOBS Galaxy too. 20 points. And I was predicting Blind by Win will make it top 5 in points. They fell short just by like maybe 2 points right there. 5th place, the Crows with 7. And man, this was a tough Miramar match. If you look at the points, the spread, very top heavy. A lot of teams absolutely just thirsting for some points, and they weren't able to get any.
Huge shout out, by the way, to Sing from THIRDEYE right there. 7th place, 6 points. Definitely going to help him out. That's going to help him out big time. Being a solo for most of the game, right? And being able to really sneak underneath the radar and avoid a full team, 4 opponents, multiple times to get those placement points. Hats off to them here after their Game 2 performance. And here's the second half here, Zute, and 0 points, 1 point. Man, not something you want to see here after game number 2.
Yeah, some of these teams have had 2 bad games now, back to back. Definitely putting themselves under a lot of pressure. And the fact that, you know, the top 8 move on to the PMPL, that means around the middle of the pack is the cutoff point. And every tournament that we've seen around the middle of the pack, you'll have 2 or 3 teams that are 1 point away from one another, or it's 2 teams that are actually tied with each other. So that 1 point difference, we've seen it make a huge difference in top 3s, top 5s. But if this is the top 8 we're talking about, there's an even higher chance that 1 point is going to matter even more. So these teams that are getting 0 points, that cannot be good for them.
Not be good, but something that is good. A head-to-head here, Zute. Head-to-head against two players on two different teams now. Angry Amateur Skur. This was a interesting squad to kind of look at because we saw them. They were able to gatekeep a couple teams up there in the north, right? After we had that hard shift down to the south. And what was it? PANTHERS with the beautiful grenade and their squad mate. I believe it was Skur with the confirm, right? And right there, some damage numbers from him.
Yeah, and Noobs Galaxy, meanwhile, on the other end, they had to rotate in from the western side. You saw them get ahead of the team of Blinded by Wind. They didn't go into the city like everyone else did. They instead took the western high ground and came in with a very strong finish. Not the win, though, as we take a look at the round report. And it's actually Beowulf with the top traveler. So we were saying this team clutched out the win. They finished it off in the close range, but they also had good rotations. And nothing shows good rotations in a top traveler stat with the chicken pin. You've seen top traveler stats where the team, didn't do much, but this time they got the rotations and they got the chicken.
Easy peasy right there. Looking good while doing it as well. So that's the round report. Checking out the MVP. Now, this is not the MVP for the entirety of the day. This is just the MVP from the last match. 4 knockouts from No Hacks. 5 eliminations with a mighty high survival time right there.
That's why he has the MG3, man. His name might be No Hacks. I don't know. A little questionable when he's like mowing people down with that MG3. Damage number 514, 5 eliminations. A little bit less than PANTHERS, the player that hit that nade that you were talking about.
Yeah.
But the eliminations, the confirmations out of No Hacks, I'll give him the edge obtaining the match MVP. This is the top 3 MVPs for the match.
Yeah, and it's all about getting that edge too, right? And I think kind of going back a little bit, taking a step back to unpack this. I know we're only 2 games deep, Zute, so that's not a lot of games. But at the same time, if you are a team who, after 2 matches, you have been on that first page of the overall leaderboards, you have been getting placement points, you have been winning team fights. I am the biggest fan of momentum, right? So I think if after 2 games you're doing pretty well, you're feeling yourself, the energy, the vibes on the team are all good, that momentum is going to carry over. And what I'm getting concerned with now, though, now that we're going to a 3rd match, if you are a team that has been on that 2nd page,
oh yeah,
and if you're a new team as well, like, how do you get over the challenge of not tilting, not getting in your way, kind of deal, like, and just focus on game per game? Like, any hot takes from you on this?
Lady Luck, maybe. Maybe when you're on the downtrend, you just get a few nice circles in one game and they'll pick your spirits right back up. But honestly, right now it's only day number 1, Dave. And okay, usually in a 3-day tournament, day number 1, day number 2, day number 3 goes by extremely fast, right? This time around, it's a little bit different because it's top 8, which essentially means you get a little bit more wiggle room. You can have a whole entire bad day out of 3 days and still maybe make top 8. So that would be my advice to the teams that are struggling. Like, hey, you don't need top 3. Chill out, calm down, right? It's not like only top 3 move on. 2 bad games in a row, 3 bad games in a row. Just reset yourself and get your head ready for the next game. Take it by game basis, because to break it into top 8, man, you can almost do it on the last day. As we take a look at the overall rankings, BOPE and Golden Eagles right now tied with 39. PANTHERS right behind with 37. And wow, top 5 all within very close points to one another.
Yeah, and if we're gonna look at SLR, their elim points, that's all pretty much from game number 1, that center compound towards the late game that they were able to claim for themselves. They had like 14, 15 elims in 1 match, setting the record so far for 1 game. But Zute, excuse, man, I'm looking at him. My eyes go right towards the bottom. 1 point. Now, what do we do? I mean, looking at the group stages, they finished, 4th place? So not too bad, and that was the other day. PMCO, 7th place, so they definitely improved from stage to stage. But I don't want them to start tilting now, man. Like you said, game by game. That's what you need to do.
I mean, it's all in the name. They got an excuse. Maybe their excuse is, hey, we still got a lot of games left. We only need top 8. Just taking our time. And right now, anybody could still easily make top 8. I think this is one of the tournament formats that even if you're like 16th place coming in on the last day, unless if you know,
that's a hot take. That's a hot take.
If you didn't donut every game, right? If you didn't get 0 points every game, there's a chance even on the last day for a last place team to qualify. Still, it is a hot take for sure. Very hot indeed. But you know, Dave, top 8. This is the first time me seeing a tournament with so many, or with such a lenient qualification process, and that might actually be playing an effect on these teams, right? Maybe some of these teams that are doing bad, they don't feel as pressured, which might be able to give them that bounce back potential more easily, or it could work the other way. Maybe they're going to be too comfortable knowing the fact that they need top 8 and they just kind of slow and ease their way into it, but before you know it, you're one of the teams not in the top 8 at the end of the finals. Yeah,
I definitely agree, though. I know it's giving you a hard time, but the potential, right, is definitely there. And if you are just tuning on in, the PUBG Mobile North America Cup Finals, baby, that's where we are. Zute mentioned it a couple of times. We're going to mention it all 3 days, but it's 3 days, 18 games. We already played 2 of those games. The goal, top 8. Top 8, they move to PMPL NA Spring 2023. And of course, if you are finishing at the top echelons of this leaderboard, you also get the prize money to go with it as well. But I think we're going to be harping a lot on that top 8 because when we look at these players, the ones from PMPL who got relegated, the ones from PMCO, the ones from group stages, they all have their eye on that prize, that one goal. And that's to continue to live the dream, right? The dream of being a professional player in the game that just won the Esports Mobile Game Awards the other day. So it's a great ecosystem to be part of. So they're looking to keep that dream alive here, Zute.
Yeah. Would you rather be in like the Club Open, or would you rather be in the Pro League? I think everyone wants to be rather in the Pro than just a Club. And what's really cool, Dave, is that it's 2 very strong systems, each of its own. The Club Open has been running all year long, leading up to this right now, right? And then you got the PMPL that's been running all year long. That's leading up to the PMGC, the Grand Championship stage, where the finals have yet to be played. So it is like PUBG Mobile action stacked on top of PUBG Mobile action, just like so much going on for both the pro and the amateur side of things.
Talking about so much going on here, I'm curious if we're going to continue on with this theme of an animal winning the chicken dinner. We had the Panthers game 1.
Okay.
The Eagles game 2. If we're going to continue on to that theme, the Crows, man, your squad, definitely. They need a chicken here today. You'll love to see it. But Noobs Galaxy NA, nice stats right there from them. An interesting little note from this squad. They've been playing together for 1.5 years, dude, the whole team.
Oh,
so
wow.
They have been, through the thick and the thin here.
That should mean there's a lot of synergy there as far as knowing who should be doing what. Execution, though, that always comes into question with any team, no matter how long they've been together. And we're on to the 3rd match of the day. We're back on to Erangel. We got a little bit of a spicy action, some hot drops on Miramar. Erangel on game number 1. He had some pretty, a slower pace of things, but now that things have, these teams have warmed up a little bit, Dave, might see some quicker, faster rotations on Erangel, some more fighting early on. And with this playing path, though, very nice once again for everybody involved.
Yes, sir. Welcome everybody on into the stream as well. As Zute mentioned, game number 3, Zute Mustache Day, bringing on all the action here. If you are watching live, let us know in the chat right now which team you're rooting for, so we could definitely stay up to date with that team here this game. But the PUBG Mobile North America Cup Finals here, Zute. Match number 3. All the players jumping out the plane here, looking for some sweet loot to continue their journey here to qualify for PMPL.
Seeing down on the southern side of things, 2 teams dropping on military bases, time the Panthers and Excuse. Panthers going to Novo this time around. Last time, we did not see the Panthers in Novo, but partially due to plane path. Still no hot drops on Erangel. We might see a little bit of fighting on the southeastern side. You see two teams stretching close to each other, but it looks like it's BOPE doing a split drop and THIRDEYE going deeper in towards Milta for a committed loot. And unless the circle's far up to the north, it's kind of a 50-50.
Yeah, definitely a 50-50 when we're looking to see if it's going to go north of Rosshawk River or south down there towards the ruins. But when we're looking at the drop spots, pretty similar to game number 1, right? Pretty similar, even with the plane path. But you know what's not similar is the solo right here of the Puppeteers. Got the Uzi in hand, lock and loaded. We got Drake and Flash. You know,
they only got pistols.
They only got pistols, but they know. They know. There's going to be a solo right here.
Ooh.
Oh, they're looking. They're like, hey, I want to get out of here. Oh, man. Where's the teammates? Oh, teammates from the Puppeteers nowhere to be found.
Yeah,
very far away.
They're all split south of him and the rest of Gaka. I do see one. Well, I see two of them in vehicles right now, Dave.
Okay.
So there is support coming. And the hit list, it looks like they're just picking up their teammates to disengage. So it's going to be no action, nothing warranted here. And Faye hears of vehicles leaving right there. So he's going to peek up and let his team know they backed off. I'm good. Everything's Gucci. Back to looting.
Wow. That was too close for comfort, Zute. I was starting to sweat, man. I know you can't see me right now, but I was sweating. Right there. It's a solo from the Puppeteers, able to finally get the extract from the squad mate right there. You'll love to see it. And, oh yeah, by the way, technology. Gonna touch on it here one more time if you are new to tuning on into the stream. You didn't catch it in game number 1. Right there, right hand side, we got the live API leaderboards with a couple new fancy icons for you. Little legend down there at the bottom, but the white helmet means they're alive. They're okay. They're good. The red helmet means they're not. You don't want to have the red helmet. Eliminated, grayed out. Even worse. Even worse, right? And then if you do see a blue helmet, that means they're out of the zone. And, yeah, the live stats right there. You can even see if they're in vehicles, Sute. This is amazing, man. The technology that PUBG Mobile has here is just blowing my mind.
Yeah. We got to keep track of their every move. From the second they're not parachuting, the second they're in a vehicle, and so on. Ooh, do we have a swimming logo? I don't know if we've seen players in the water yet.
Dude, you're trying to
I
break
wonder.
the computers now. A swimming logo? Come on, man. Next thing
I want to know
want
everything, Dave.
A tent logo. So if they're standing still for a certain amount of time, they get the tent logo.
Oh, that would be beautiful. Imagine.
Yeah.
All 4 players on a team with a tent logo. It's like, well, we know what they're doing. They're camping. They're playing quiet.
They're gaming. All right. But hey, we'll send an email after this here. Great ideas. But talking about great ideas, the Golden Eagles with a phenomenal idea. Get the loot, get the vehicles, and try to center on
Pass
up.
rotation.
Yes, try to center on up. Being proactive here, Zute. And I believe they're looking for a power position here to play the mid game.
Oh yeah, there is one power position to rule them all in a circle like this. And that is the Golden Eagles encroaching right upon it. The cube compound right next to the bridge gives you a nice option of north or south with a strong little square fortress to control it all. And not surprising, Golden Eagles are the ones to take it. I mean, they're dropping Picado. Or not Picado, Pachinki. There's a reason you drop Pachinki on Erangel. It's to prioritize a rotation to anywhere on the map. So if you're not doing that and you're taking Pachinki, what's the point, right? So Golden Eagles, they're going to take advantage of that and take that cube compound right now.
It looks like maybe Tang, the last straggler from the Golden Eagle, is going to be in the vehicle, pull on up. Hopefully they can make it in time. As strong as that compound is, a lot of other teams are going to be eyeballing it here this early on. See Baby Tang going to be possibly clashing, but over here, the hit list. Some of this sweet loot, bounty of the hospital. We have a team in Zarki. Not something you see all the time. Yes, the zone definitely favors it. And it's going to be Hellcrime Hellcrime up there in Zarky. This squad, number 2 during the group stages, so they really did pop off and perform well during the 3 days, but haven't seen much in the first 2 matches from them. So let's see, maybe the Zarky is the luck, you know, the Zarky luck will play in their favor here in match number 3.
Yeah. If they have enough of that luck, maybe the circle might even end in Zarky. Very highly unlikely, but you never know, Dave. This year, the circles have been something else. Let's take a look at the 4 bros right now. Rotating in. And I got bad news for 4 bros. All of the bridges are already kind of occupied. You're going to have to be very diligent with their scouting to figure out how to make it into the northern side of things, if they are looking to go more north in the circle.
Bridges might be occupied, but you know what? They got the American muscle right there. I mean, you can hear the Hemi roaring as they're looking for their rotation up here on the mountain, Zute.
Crows coming in far from the eastern side. And, oh, man. I just realized we're 8 minutes in, and we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 teams not even on the edge of zone yet. Just really taking... Oh! Yep. Pros, not known for their driving skill. But better at flying. Better at flying, that's for sure.
So, we'll see what Ghosted can do as they just got the pedal to the metal. It looks like the entirety of the team of the Crows are opting for a nice little rotate up to the north, maybe even wrap around Stalber. Free and clear, of course, we see it. But nice little rotation in my books from them, trying to stay alive, trying to avoid the trees and the dips. You know, hopefully their vehicles remain in good health. They can just avoid these obstacles in their way, Zute.
And we do have one casualty already. Oh wow, when did that happen?
Full long-range battle up there, North George Pool, and Hellcrime, I believe. Yep,
Hellcrime.
Yeah,
Hellcrime is in Jarky, no? Am I?
Yeah, long range. It was a long-range battle between them and
from
North
Jarky
George.
all the way to North George.
Dude, the one-tap dirt tap, man.
I mean, you told me snipers got a buff, but man, that's like
Oh,
1,000 meter.
Let me tell you.
Long snipe. Yeah, that's a huge buff.
Hey, the compensator also got a buff too for the sniper, so the firearm range was increased. Little fun note right there. Hey, there you go. Hey, I lay down the knowledge, all right? You're welcome.
Lay it down. Lay it down for everyone.
You're welcome.
Yeah. Angry amateurs. Maybe if they had your knowledge, that one player would not be knocked and finished. Maybe if... Oh!
Well, yeah. They would have the bat feed, so...
Oh, yeah. Imagine if you had the bat feed.
The knowledge.
So much knowledge.
So much knowledge.
THIRDEYE making a rotation. We saw them playing a little bit of a bumper car there, and that's not a good look. I think they heard some shots pop off towards them. The one player immediately panicked, tried to swerve around, and crashed right into his teammate. So THIRDEYE still playing a little bit flustered from their hot drop they experienced in the previous match. They still have 4 up alive this time around, 10 minutes in, much better than how they were progressing last game. But can they get Sing, or even maybe the whole team, to a top finish once again for those placement points? That'd be much more difficult now.
Yeah, we're gonna be looking at a lot of rotations right now as we hop into the podcast hour. There's not a lot going on. Nice, safe, and comfy. But Dream Esports, let me bring up Dream Esports. I haven't really been seeing too much from them.
Yeah.
I believe I was talking to Alex, the co-IGL from the squad. They were telling me they scrim 4 to 7 matches a day, and then after scrims, after scrims, at least 2 hours of analyst work reviewing the scrims. Like, that's a lot of time. Yeah, that is a lot of time. I'm talking about Dream Esports, by the way, if you didn't catch that. So, and this team, they've only been playing. Whoa, they've only been playing. What's cap? What's cap? The amount of scrims?
Yeah, I mean, that sounds like that's like
the thing. The reason I believe it is because this team came together one day before PMCO, right? So since they are so new, I feel like they got that urge, that fire, you know, underneath them, that motivation. So I believe it, man.
I could, okay, I believe it a little bit more, but I was just gonna say, man, that's like, you know, not to give NA flack, but that amount of dedication, you don't see that in NA, to be honest. Like, it's just not, there. Maybe, I know teams in China, the Chinese teams, oh, this is their livelihood. They got gaming houses, they got coaches, they got the whole 9 yards to put in that amount of work. So, I mean, if that's not captain, kudos to them. And if they made their team one day before PMCO and they're right now already at the PMNC, okay. All right, I'll believe it. I'll believe it for sure if they could start, you know, doing something, because they really haven't done much so far in the first 2 games. But, I mean, it's only been 2 games, so I'll wait and see.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, the dedication is definitely there. So you would hope that they could be top 8 qualified just so they can kind of continue on with their journey here. You always love to see the brand new teams, the new players make it through the esports ecosystem and, you know, make their dreams come true, even though the teams call it Dream Esports, but in reality. But real quick, Nate, 213 in the chat. Smelling Zute's hair. Smells good. I don't know what to say about that, but just want to put that out there. Zute, what?
Wait, he said smelling Zute's hair or smell Zute's hair?
No, smelling. So must have some good shampoo.
Yeah, I got the.
Your hair has been looking good lately.
Yeah, it's been luscious recently, very luscious. I've been getting a lot of comments on it as hey, trying to scooch on over.
Yeah.
Missing a wheel in the back.
Yeah.
You know,
Casual Friday.
That's honestly not bad speed for missing a wheel. And we saw him earlier, below Mount Everest, just prone, just hiding, hoping he could stay low and quiet, and he'll manage to scooch over. The next zone, it has shifted. It doesn't look like it's shifted, but that's because it's centered right in the middle, giving Golden Eagles that power position, looking even more powerful than before.
Still big chillin' right now. If there were any potential fights on the cusp, maybe Dream and Crow, they might be clashing. Maybe Blinded by Wind kind of getting in the mix as well with SLR with the third-party potential. There's a nice little cluster just north of Rosshawk. Besides those 4 teams in particular, there's a lot of room and distance between all those teams on that west side. So, of course, those teams with distance, they love to see that. So we might have some action here shortly, Zute, with these teams north of Rosshawk right here.
Yeah, it's the calm before the storm. All of the teams right now not engaging because, you know, we still have that question mark. At 50-50, is it going to be north or south? So nobody wanting to commit to a fight until they have a better understanding of where the zone might end. So there's a reason why this game is slower than even the first one. We do have one casualty. That's that long-range snipe all the way from Jarkey, from Hellcrime, into North George somehow. Sniper's got buffed. I believe it.
I mean, it's in the patch notes. I hope you believe it. I mean, if you don't believe me, believe the patch notes. Yeah, I'm definitely not writing those. So, Blinded by Wind, man. Another team. First place PMCO, first place PMNC group stages. That's what happened right before the finals. Super consistent. Their best map performance has been on Miramar, but we really haven't been seeing much. I know there's only 2 games, and, you know, I'm not being harsh, but I really feel like you got to start strong here. I know you said top 8, you can have a couple bad games and, you know, still bounce back, but I don't know, man. You got to have a strong start here, in my opinion. And Blinded by Wind, where's that? You know, where's that?
I just saw a knock from Angry Amateurs from North George, getting a confirmation onto Noobs Galaxy, who's at the crates in South George with the mini. Yeah. Sniper buff confirmed for sure. 1,000%. That is so far 2 long range finishes.
Yeah.
Very early on in the game with the DMR and snipers. So these teams definitely reading the patch notes.
That got patched in the patch right before 2.3 actually. 2.2. Mini has reduced recoil and increased base damage. So yeah.
You love to see it.
Yeah.
Oh, that zone shift. That's a zone shift you love to see as a spectator. For sure, everybody on the south side got to move on to the north, and there's still Rosshawk in play too. It could still swing down south to Rosshawk.
Yeah, if that's the case, BOPE looks like they're going to be looking to transition down in the south right there, maybe get a compound. Man, I'm just looking at all the teams on the west side. I feel so bad for them. This hardship definitely throwing a wrench in their plan here as now we're seeing them all in the vehicles. You can see the vehicle icons on the live API right there on the right-hand side of your screen. All those players in cars right now. Most of them, if not all of them, players from the west trying to rotate right now.
A lot of teams right now having to make that trek over. But at least it doesn't center in a way where teams are just kind of running into a traffic jam. This new circle shift gives a lot of room to wrap around from the north or the south to get into the edge. So as hard as the shift it is, it's still very easy to traverse. There's not too many choke points right now that could prevent teams from getting in on the edge. So I think we're going to see a lot of teams still alive in this new circle. But the next one after this, that's when all chaos, that's when all hell is going to break loose as Excuse. Oh, man. Excuse,
Rush.
come on.
Yeah.
What are you doing? Why would you drive by this compound? Why would you drive by this area? We all know this area is a death trap for any teams trying to rotate through here. And with Golden Eagle sitting here, oh, yeah, you do not want to mess with them.
Feeling good, too, with the last chicken dinner. So I like what Four Bros are doing. I like the play. They were down there in hospital. They saw the circle shift. They actually used the long Georgia Pool Bridge and touched the blue just a little bit. And it looks like they're trying to rotate in the north. One of their members we saw in the kill feed was spotted, tagged, and bagged in the process, I believe, by Angry Amateurs. But I still like the play because they were betting on the fact that the north side of this circle shift the real estate's going to be available, right? So I do like the play. The thing is, the rotation, though, that's what's challenging right now because there's a lot of teams on the west side who kind of also have that same game plan right now. And they're all running into each other, Zute. It's a nasty circle shift, man.
Yeah. It's not a difficult one, though. I feel like if you're just a little bit more cautious, there's a lot of room to work with. Excuse losing 2 members now. Four Bros lost that one going up north. So, Four Bros actually driving into some more players of Hellcrime. Yikes. Just driving straight into, blind spots. Right over that little hill. You don't know what's on the other side. On the other side, 4 players of Hellcrime. Hellcrime with 3 elimination points right now. Like, if you're going to take the time to wrap around and be careful, like you were saying, Dave, like going in the blue a little bit.
Yeah.
Commit all the way through. Don't get lazy towards the ending stages of your rotation and be like, oh, circle's almost there. I'm just going to drive straight in. And, there's already a team right there. So, still got to do your due diligence. 4 Bros now down to 1 bro. Yeah,
Excuse, I think, still at the 1 point on the overall leaderboard. It's unfortunate for them.
Oh, they're out, yeah.
Yeah, halfway done with day 1, though. Still got another half after this. So, Excuse, you got it. You got it. 1 game at a time, I believe. But popping back over here to Hellcrime, I believe we got Beast OP, the last one alive from 4 Bros. I'm bringing this up because we have Angry Amateurs also rotating in the same direction where the 4 Bros were taken out. So there's a lot of teams over here fighting for any sliver of real estate they can get here with this circle shift, which is not a lot of buildings to work with as well, Zute.
Yeah. Golden Eagles here really committing to this compound, really taking advantage of it, even in the blue zone, making sure their backsides are super clear, pushing everybody wide away. Here comes BOPE coming in from the other side. So from the eastern side, this is not a position that Golden Eagles could easily pressure out. So BOPE might be behind Golden Eagles. You see Golden Eagles in distance right there as they're driving in. They're trying to find their next spot to play in. They're essentially giving up their backside to BOPE, and BOPE is a very dangerous team from what we've seen so far. This is a team that is not scared to fight. They are able to hit their shots as well, almost getting a knock right there onto the Golden Eagles.
Yeah, these circles, this game is going to come down to, in my opinion, having 4 vehicles, right, to kind of build your own fort, your own vehicle fort, create your own cover, as the teams continue to condense on top of each other. 15 teams still in the heat of it, 52 players in total. Not a lot to work with up here. The Panthers going to be taken out. The Panthers winning game number 1 with the winner chicken dinner here on Erangel. I catch the break here. Here's Angry Amateurs. We were talking about them making that late rotate from the blue, taking the same path as the 4 bros. Beast OP heard something. Beast OP popped up and was immediately taken out there, Zute.
Yeah. Pop goes the weasel? Or is it? It's definitely not whack goes the weasel.
Pop,
You got popped.
I think, yeah, whack-a-mole, and then pop goes the weasel. So,
oh, that's the whack. Well, both of it happened to him right there. As 4 bros gets popped and whacked. They are out of this one. Dream Esports holding on to the dream at this compound on the edge of zone now. It's a strong compound to turtle. Not a very strong one to gain, you know, control of your surroundings, but you see 2 teams just south of them getting into full-on engagement. It is going to be BOPE and the Golden Eagles, and a deadly fight back and forth. We got some vehicle runovers, and oh my gosh, it is just BOPE making it look so easy. That is the Golden Eagles just gone.
Yeah, and they won last game, so they were feeling pretty solid here coming in this match. But BOPE, they started that fight with the vehicle run over. You touched on it, and they stopped the vehicles on the opposite end of the hill to not give those sight lines to Dream. So that's map awareness for you right there, Zute.
For sure. I was saying earlier, when I saw Golden Eagles leave that spot and go in front of BOPE, that was not a good sign to me. I was saying BOPE is one of those teams that will take the fights in from the edge side, and if you give up your backside, it cannot be good. And, well, played out exactly as I potentially feared. As Golden Eagles out, new circle, centers right up a little bit. So a lot of these teams on the edges of the zone have to move in just a tad further. Angry Amateurs down to 1, but at least this time around, they've picked up 6 elimination points so far.
Which is good because what, an 11th place finish gets you 1 point. So those elim points definitely offsetting it. But right now, BOPE Esports looking to make a play here. Blue zone going to be closing on in here. Dream Esports, look at that, all 4 members, grenades in hand, locked and loaded, waiting for the push, waiting to pull the pin, and waiting to release those grenades to get some entry knocks right there as they defend their compound. Now getting pushed by BOPE.
Yep. First player to smash compound does get naded, so all those pre-cooked grenades working out really well for Dream. And off to the head. That's a knock.
You're done. 70 limbs right now. Angry Amateurs, I think this is their best performance yet when we're looking at elims. 4 right here is Ronnie. They'll be on their knees, but getting back into the heat of the action. Nobody, AKM in hand, going for some sprays to the windows, trying to connect as BOPE is breaching the opposite building where their teammates were. Punk, UMP, M4 combo, going for that switch, that flip. And it looks like the push from BOPE, and not successful as they're down to just 1. They're down to just 1. Oh, hold my tongue because the third party. Oh no. The third party, man. Both of these teams just getting destroyed.
Oh, he barely makes it in. 1 more tick of that blue zone and he was out. That small millisecond difference right there could be a couple more placement points. So Dream keeping the dream alive. Nobody trying to mind nobody else's business here because he's down to solo. So just look the other way, everyone. He's not trying to do anything. THIRDEYE still in the game. Wow, THIRDEYE. Haven't seen much from them this game. They still have 2 players up. Oh, blinded by wind. Here's the blinded by wind that we wanted to see. A very strong, dominant team coming out of PMCO. So far, 2 games with no real action. Still 0 elimination points, but they have 4 players, and they're in a good spot to clear out THIRDEYE.
Dang, they're looking for the vehicle runovers in the smokes right here as they're going to be sending a legend with the AKM line spray right there, trying to get some bullets in the melting pot. Looks like they are going to be able to get those 3 points and be able to get Jinx up. And right in time as well. Circle shift. The blue zone going to close in here very shortly. And blinded by wind might have just secured themselves a great little spot here on the east side of the circle.
East side They scooch in right there. They're in the zone. Got a lot of teams still left. Super Lazy Reflex, a team that popped off in the game 1 with the zone. Now they've made it to the late game with 4 players still up. We could see them do some damage here. 0 eliminations for now. As the Crows are also in this too. And Hellcrime coming in from the tip top of the north, proning in. We got Dave, we have 4 4-man teams. Yeah, 4. Hellcrime though, one of their players is knocked.
Wow. The amount of teams still healthy here in the late game is just absurd. As the Crows on the high ground playing King of the Hill. Meanwhile, Faye, the Puppeteer, we saw them. They almost lost their life in the first moment of the game. They were able to evacuate, group up with their teammates. Gonna be soloing it out here once again. 6th place. As of right now, if they get taken out, that'll be 4 points, but they're not moving a muscle here. SLR right ahead of them, gonna be playing those bodyguards, pretty much that bodyguard role for him. Hopefully clearing out the zone ahead.
And Dave, he's got 3 nades. I like to
5
see him
smokes
try.
and a molly.
Yeah, I like to see him try and get a double knock with a nade now. He's just biding his time, but there's not much time left.
Crows,
go for
man.
something. Oh, he gets caught. He gets taken out. So Puppeteers are out. Crow, looking in good shape. Hey, if the Crows win this match, Dave, that's the Panthers, that's the Golden Eagles, and then that's the Crow. That's your prediction. The team,
that's
the
my
animals.
prediction. The Animals coming in strong here for the PUBG Mobile North America Cup Finals, baby. As now we're down to just 4 teams. The Crows still 4 up, still healthy. They got the high ground. They got the intel. Gonna be tossing out some smokes now, looking to press into the zone just a little more with their vehicles here, Zute.
Yeah, it's a slow grind right now, and hold that
no.
thought, not slow anymore. Goes for the run over, gets one. His buggy wheel gets shot out. He spins out in the blue zone, going for the last attempt to confirm the point. Crows will be down to 2. 1 player on the top side also gets knocked. Dorado goes in hot, and he gets knocked. As Hellcrime hanging on by a thread right now.
Wow, they just lost 3 players on that very intense, aggressive push here. I'm not sure this revive. It might be. They do have the high ground here. And the thing is, SLR, they're concerned with B2W right now. They're in the clash. Oh, so the Crows might be able to get the reset, but Legend in the front lines, cooking this grenade, gonna be tossing this grenade onto SLR. Grenades are just going back and forth right now, Zute.
It is a 4-way fight. Crows try to make a move. Did not work out. They're getting the reset up to 3. Meanwhile, blinded by Win, pushing SLR. SLR did lose 1. Blinded by Win lost 2. Hellcrime still alive. Player shot down to 1 HP. Will heal back up.
Crows back up. 3.
4-way standoff.
Wow. Crows just catching the biggest break right there as now Ander crawling in the center, gonna be spotted, tagged and bagged. There goes Hellcrime taking out as well.
3v3.
Revenge as SLR gonna be making the way up the hill. Oh, all it takes is a grenade. Oh, a nice spray down with the UMP in the grass right here, Zute. The Crows looking to come out on top with the dub. Can they defeat the final boss, Daddy Pig? That they do. The Crows, the Animals, 2 strong here tonight, Zute.
Yeah, wow. The Panthers, the Golden Eagles, the Crows, and there's no Animals left, Dave. So
I'm done for the night. That's it.
Oh yeah.
That's it.
Drop mic, exit stage.
Drop mic. See you later. All 3 Animals winning the chicken dinners here tonight. So, Zute, though, kind of unpacking that last fight because it erupted so quickly. Dude, the Crows. Talk about the timing between SLR and Blinded by Win. The clash, you know? That clash down there allowed the double pickup.
Yeah.
From the Crows. That's insane.
You know, one thing that I really like, though, with the Crows taking that initiative and acting really big, I saw this out on the PMCO stage, too. When a team does that, even if, like, all of their players get knocked except for 1, that causes so much commotion in the final zone that the other teams that knock them are giving up too much, like creating too much noise themselves. And that causes the other teams to kind of turn heads towards one another because there was so much shooting going on that knocked the Crows. And the Crows were in a high ground position where they could suddenly, turtle back and get those revives in. It's a very specific situation where it kind of works out for the Crows, but I mean, that was done well. They took the initiative, and then they reset when things are falling apart. They had the one anchor player in the back, in the high ground, playing it safe, and ultimately, that got them the chicken with 9 eliminations as well, 1,800 damage, Dave.
You'll love to see it, and I kind of like the shadows. You see the two Crow players with the, I feel like the wings. Like the, you like the allure right there. You got to keep their faces anonymous because they're lurking in the shadows, and that's how they won here this game, man. Up there on the high ground, they came second place PMCO. They used to be called Angels of Death. You got the rebrand. 6th place in the group stage that just happened. Now we're in the finals. They get the 3rd chicken dinner of the evening. Oh man, I think that end game was the best one so far in the North American Cup Finals. Like, it was the most intense just because of all the action all around the circle right there. And then you have the solo from Hellcrime. Hellcrime almost took out the Crows.
Did a really good job, but ultimately, after the first 3 games, Dave, it is the Animals all coming out on top. So we'll be right back with a quick break.
Three games in the books here, Zute, for the PUBG Mobile North America Cup Finals, baby. Goal, of course, top 8. And as of right now, Zute, we're looking at them in the top 8 after 3 games.
Yeah,
Actually, after Erangel.
That match. Yeah.
That match. I'm
But
too excited.
Crows,
I'm too excited for the Crows win that last game.
The Crows popping off, for sure. But another team that popped off that I like to see up here, Blinded by win, right? First place out of both stages in the PMCO. And so where were they to be seen? Well, they're finally starting to show up midway through the day. Blinded by win with 15 points. Hellcrime making a name for themselves as well with the 15 points.
And the elims too. We're starting to see how important these elims are, because we're seeing the placement points like 1, 2, but the elims being like 5, 7. And with those elims, you're able to keep yourself afloat and offset the risk, right, of not having good placement points. And we saw on that last page, 5th, 6th place, and they didn't even place well. They just got enough elims to be up there on the first page. So elim points all day, man. These teams, these squads, they need to start really considering confirming their downs, right, at the end of the day.
Yeah, or just going for that fight rather than like some risky rotation with 4 players where you just cut down to shreds, right? Like, we saw 4 bros. They did game number 1 and game number 2 very well with just elimination points alone. This game, just now, game 3, they had 4. They tried to do somewhat of a safe rotation, then got a little bit lazy and lost all 4 players with with no points gained, maybe. Yeah, so gotta do those elimination points.
Excuse, no points gained. I'm starting to root for them. I'm starting to root for them. They're having a tough time, but we are at the halfway mark of day number 1, so they can definitely bounce back and finish on a high note to continue on their journey, right, for the next 2 days. So hopefully, coming into that next game, And the thing is, it's so funny. I think the next game is Sanhok. So if you're
Yes.
really looking at like a whole day reset, I feel like Sanhok's that map, right? To kind of reset the whole vibes in the lobby, Zute.
Now, shout outs to Bestia here with the most eliminations and getting the MVP. Dave, this was the player with that that we saw in the solo running in late game. And then through all that thick chaos that was happening, made it into the top 3, top 4 as a solo when he almost got taken out. Bestia, not just snaking it in, but fighting his way in. 6 eliminations, 5 knockouts, well-deserved MVP. The unsung hero, you might want to say, of that previous match.
Still up there too, 516 damage. I don't know why you don't believe me though. I don't. It's a sniper patch, man. It's a sniper's paradise right now. The AWM in particular, limb damage increase as well. Reload speed lowered. That reload speed, that's a big one right there. So match top 3 MVP. There it is, Zute. There it is, man. 3 games. I can't believe how quick the 3 games have already went by, you know?
Yeah, so far the action has been great. The action has been fast-paced. The early game, you know, maybe a little bit slower than what we see out of the higher tier, you know, tournaments. But hey, towards the late game, I'm seeing almost all the teams commit to a fight when they realize, you know, hey, this is the best chance we got at getting points. There's no, you know, kind of scooching our way in quietly and just getting cut down to pieces. So that's always, you know, good to see out of the lower tier tournaments. All the teams really doing a lot, you know, whatever they can to get those points. Sometimes it doesn't work, but hey, that's okay. We'll get it, you know, next time, hopefully.
Hopefully. Hey, by the way, where's Nate at? Nate, where you at, man? Remember, we got Zute with the beautiful hair on stream. Come on, man. I got some good shampoo as well. But here we go. 3 more games to go. Sanhok, Erangel, Miramar. Sanhok for me. Definitely that map that kind of mixes everything up. So if you're in the slumps, Sanhok is the game to really try to clap back here, Zute.
Also, hot drops on Sanhok. We might see it. We might see it. I want to see BOPE on Sanhok. So far, what I've seen, this BOPE team, they are really good at taking those head-on fights. And on Sanhok, that's probably one skill you really want to have in your back pocket when it comes to, you know, trying to close out a map strong. It's you got to run in fast and guns out blazing because of third parties, the lack of rotation options. I mean, it's all there in Sanhok. So BOPE, hope they do it on this one.
One interesting point here about Sanhok before we head into break here, Zute. Look at the group stages that just happened right before this. Excuse. This was their best map. They finished number one over the 3 days over everybody. So they've been doing really bad here today so far. Hopefully after the break, they can come back, man, on their favorite map. So Zute, that's it for us today. We got Hot Jukes and Red Eyes coming right up. Don't go anywhere.
What's up, everybody? everybody? How's it going and how are you feeling today? I'm Hot Jukes and I'm here with the legendary Red Eyes. First time casting together. How are you feeling, brother?
My man, Brother Jukes, it has been a long road to get here, but honestly, I could not be more excited to be here. This is such an honor, and this is exactly what the edge of your seat was made for, man. This is going to be absolutely amazing.
Let's go, let's go. For everybody that doesn't know, Red Eyes, man, he has some great events. You guys gotta go check out his channel. Gotta give him a little shout out right here. But let's get into the meat of it, okay? The animals have been dominating here today. We just saw the crows pop off with a nice chicken dinner. Remember, top 8 is the goal, everybody. You know, Red Eyes, what did you really see over the past 3 matches? What really stood out to you?
Well, I've seen a couple offsets, you know. I was expecting, you know, the Panthers to really keep up that momentum from round 1. However, you know, as we saw, it didn't quite pan out as they were hoping. You know, they had that 6th place finish, but I am going to be keeping eyes on Excuse as well. We expected a little bit more aggression and a little bit more placement even from them. However, as, you know, Dave did say, this is the map that they did shine on. So I'm going to be keeping some extra high expectations, see if they can close some of that distance between themselves and everyone else.
Yes, sir. Well, we're headed into Sanhok, baby. And these are the overall rankings that we can see so far. Super Lazy Reflex up on top, 45 points. BOPE Esports in 2nd place. But so far, it's still pretty much anybody's game here, right, Red?
Absolutely, man. And that's what makes this all so intense. This is just the beginning of it, guys. We still have 15 more matches of action ahead of us. And this could be anybody's game. This is a marathon and not a sprint.
Absolutely right here. Well, this sprint is just started and the marathon continues. We take a look here at the 2nd page in just a second. So far, you know, BOPE, I think, has performed really, really well here today in 2nd place. They got to be happy. But, man, I'm looking here at the bottom. Excuse, only 1 point.
Yeah, it is disappointing to see, and a little bit of a surprise to see Dream Esports kind of towards the bottom of that bracket, considering how they had played in the group stages, having a lot of MVP moments there. Puppeteer, you know, kind of tied right at the same level. A lot of ground to make up here. And 4Bros, you know, this is not exactly what I was expecting from them either. I was expecting a little bit more of what we saw towards the beginning of round 1. But they have had a little bit of trouble maintaining that momentum, it seems.
Yeah, you know, speaking of momentum, one team I just kind of keep my eyes on big time is the HITLIST. You know, what has happened to this team? You know, Jack G and the squad used to be such a strong competitive squad, but lately we've just been seeing them have a little bit of a lull. It happens to the best of us, right? But I really kind of want to see them come back strong here. Still plenty of games left. Sanhok is definitely that difference maker. You know what I'm saying? The jump,
yeah,
that action.
Absolutely, brother.
Put up
I mean,
some
that's
big
what
points
we
here.
love about it. It's so condensed. It's so lush in vegetation. So there's so much that different tactics. Are we going to see the snake methods, or are we going to see the heal strats? Only time will tell.
Absolutely right. The heal strat can always come up big as we're still using the settings that allow the heal strat. In PMGC, the heal strat is a big no-go. So I kind of want to see teams stray away from it, to be honest, because I'm really keeping my eye out for that superstar team. We've been needing one in North America big time, especially after the breakup of the Knights. You know, my heart is already still aching from hearing that. Yeah, exactly. You know, but hopefully we could see a squad that could finally compete with the big boys, because we need to see an NA team in PMGC, and we haven't for, like, what, the past 3 years? It's tough.
Yeah, it's been a rough go, to say the least. And you're absolutely right. You know, as a caster, watching the heal strat, it's not the most chivalrous, it's not the most heroic strategy by any means. But, you know, to not deny its effectiveness at this stage, it's a tough one.
For sure. I mean, hey, when you are in dire needs to get points, right? Might as well be able to hedge your bet with some first aids when worst comes to worst. But, you know, one thing that I also got to really take a look at here is I want to see some squads with that championship mentality, because top 8 is the goal, right? I mean, you obviously want to make sure that you can head on over to that next stage, especially the squads that got regulated from PMPL. But at the same time, I want to see one of those teams go for first, not just sneak in at 8th, right?
Yeah, and not only that, but when you consider the fact that literally 50% of these participants are going to advance to PMPL, that kind of leaves a little bit of slack in the road, doesn't it? I mean, a little bit of an opportunity for some aggressive play. Are we going to see some boot camp confrontations?
Ooh, that's what I'm keeping an eye on here. We're only playing a few Sanhoks in this entire tournament, so I don't think these squads really have those drop locations all planned out unless they had those gentlemen's agreements. But at the same time, I mean, yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing it. I don't think we may see it here today unless it just so happens to throw down. But let's take a look at the Crows, right? The Crows just had a great chicken dinner here in this past game. These are the total team stats, and obviously you could see majority of these points came from the last game we just saw.
Yeah, and this was absolutely a feast for Crows, no doubt about it. You can see they all shine through with a pretty decent number of damage as well. But looking at the overall standings with Super Lazy Reflex, 4,352 damage. That's a pretty big gap between themselves and second place.
They're owning. I like to see that BOPE has less damage, but more elimination. So they're getting a really good solid conversion rate total there. That survival time looks like it's added up completely.
Yeah,
so
they're absolutely making every bullet count, brother. Every bullet count. But when you go to the head-to-head and we look at the Crows up against the likes of Super Lazy Reflex, what are your thoughts when you see double the knockouts, 5 more eliminations? They're only healing half as much as the Crows.
Yeah, I think the Crows really just kind of popped off in that last match. And Super Lazy Reflex have had obviously a great game 1, but they've been consistent, I think, ever since. So they have been that kind of standout squad to me. But at the same time, we still have 3 more matches left here to go. I'm really looking to see which squad is going to pop off here in Sanhok. What do you think, right? Just what you've seen so far, if you were to guess.
All right, so now, while Excuse has shined, in previous stages of this event, this is a map that is very confrontational, and the close quarter is going to be all in your face. I'm going to go put my bet on the Panthers, brother.
Okay, I love it, right? Just like, hey, Excuse, right? A good team to look at. I'm a bit on the Panthers. I can't blame you by any means, And I want to see them more aggressive Panthers, because you've seen in past tournaments, right? The Panthers being that squad that always hangs on the edge, kind of like we've seen from like a squad like Alpha 7. And then all of a sudden, I think we're just trying to see them do too much. I want to see them go back to those grassroots of just playing aggressive, putting up those big points on the board, because I'm just seeing a little bit of too much indecision from the Panthers. What do you think?
Yeah, I think you're 100% right. The aggression that we know from the Panthers, I think that kind of stems down to the confidence in the moment. And realistically, I can tell you after watching these guys for 2 years, they have some amazing tactical plays. I'm not really sure what the official name of it is, but they've been utilizing this tactic I like to use called the BOA system. Essentially, it's a 3-1 split or a 2-2 split where they just surround their opponent and just constrict simultaneously, and it's a very difficult tactic to pull off. It's hard to get in that situation, hard to get that placement, but if you can do it, it's very effective.
Yeah, that's become the new meta, definitely. Like before, back in the day, you could just kind of group up together and just pick apart teams one at a time. But now, being able to play those splits, pick apart teams from different angles, but you're right, it's so dang difficult to pull that off, because every single player has to be on point. Speaking of point, guys, get to following all of our social media. You can see right there, the YouTube channel. Hit that subscribe button, the bell, do all that good stuff. And make sure you use that hashtag 2022 NA Cup so we can keep track of what you're talking about.
Yeah, and you know what, Jukes? If there was ever a map to switch the pacing up, Excuse has to know that it's gotta be this one, this lush, condensed forest of Sanhok. And no time to waste, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get into the thick of it.
Let's go, baby! It's Sanhok time! I'm so pumped, dude! There's no better time to come in to start casting than Sanhok, Let's get it going here. So far, every, nice little southern playing path. Then again, playing path doesn't really matter when it comes to Sanhok. Tiny map.
I was just about to say that. It's the first flight path that almost seems like it's not perfectly central for the participants. They've been getting very lucky in terms of paths today. But the fact that this one's not central really isn't that consequential.
Yeah, not too big of a deal just yet, but this first zone is going to be a bit of a problem. So we're starting to see some squad. Looks like we're seeing action already off the rip over in Ruins. So it looks like we did see that hot drop that we were kind of alluding to early on, and this is the third eye, I believe.
Yeah, THIRDEYE going with a gutsy move. It's a risky play to come in and drop at the ruins. You know, honestly, if you can't get that first gun, it's almost over for you. It's all boiling down to that first few seconds.
Tough break for them. Let's see if Matt can try to pull something back here, as they did lose one player. But you know, you can see right now, it looks like it's a 3v2 from on top. I wonder if the rest of THIRDEYE is going to come and help out their teammates.
Yeah, you would hope to see it. I mean, especially on a map this small, seeing that sort of spread early on is a little discomforting. It gets me a little bit nervous for them. But however, you know, we have seen Excuse really struggling today. I gotta see, can they turn the tides right here?
Let's take a look. Well, THIRDEYE's not going to have their teammates because they're already eliminated. That's right, 2 of them are already gone. So Sing does pick up one of these members from Excuse. Here they go with the push. Beautifully together. Can he get him down with the Uzi? Beautiful return. Oh, it's left up to a 1v1.
Yeah, he just didn't have that vest, brother. He was so close, but just under-armored.
Kai. Okay, Jazz looks like he's going to throw smoke here to try and buy some time and go for a reset. And it looks like that's what we're going to do because that's a very risky exchange. Both these players know it. They don't want to leave it up to that coin toss to whoever wins this 1v1. So it looks like they're going to go ahead and go for a quick little reset here and then battle it out once again. But regardless, both these teams are already going to be suffering. They do get that res, and it looks like they're going to start pushing it immediately.
Yeah, you bring up a great point. Even if THIRDEYE does clutch this, even if Excuse does clutch this, they've taken such a heavy hit this early on. Losing half of their starters for THIRDEYE is not a position you want to be in this early.
Well, let's see if they can kind of hedge that loss with a few eliminations here. But they are giving them too much time to get this reset. Now Jazz is in big trouble. Sing has no first aids, nothing, so he's going to have to go in this with 1 HP. I would have liked to see THIRDEYE just kind of have to take that risk and go a little bit more aggressive because now their odds of winning have just plummeted.
Absolutely. When they were trading those revives, I think it was an honest opportunity that THIRDEYE missed just to capitalize.
Oh, the angle!
There was barely a sliver of his opponent, but that's all that Jazz needed to wreck into Rosh with that AK-47.
He did find that pain killer there, so he's going to go ahead and try and get that up. And he's going to full send it on down here in a 2-split. He's going to need his teammate, though, if he's going to go ahead and make that risk. And it looks like his teammate, did he find a first aid? I think he did. He did.
You gotta hope because the poor guy Jazz is only at half health and running down there without full kitted armor. Ooh. I take it back, he actually was able to get some armor there and still taking the brunt load of the damage.
Yeah, I think that's a bad synergy right there from the 2 players at THIRDEYE. I would have liked to see them just kind of pushed a little bit more tactically together, but Jazz got a little bit overexcited, I think, put himself in a bad position. So now it's Sing, and this is what I was talking about. Like, at a certain point, you have to take that coin flip fight. Because the more you just try to go for a reset and buy yourself time, it's just going to worsen your odds, and I think THIRDEYE is just getting punished because of that.
Yeah, Sing is finding himself in a situation where he's just outnumbered, outmanned, and outgunned. It's going to be a tough handicap match any way you look at it. If he does pull this off, a 1v3, he's still a solo.
Gosh.
Oop. And all for naught, Excuse securing their first 4 kills of the game.
And there goes THIRDEYE, eliminated, first team out. Hellcrime... I'm surprised Hellcrime is not trying to kind of get a little third-party situation here. There's a lot of open field there, so that is a little bit risky. And I think with everything that's on the line, you see teams tend to play a little bit more on the safe side. I think that's why we're seeing Hellcrime back away. What do you think?
Yeah, I think you're right. And also, let's just take notice, you know, Hellcrime hasn't exactly been placing the way that they were hoping. I think they got somewhere around 15th place on the Miramar match. And honestly, that's not really... They got 9th place in round 1 as well. So they're not really getting the numbers on the board. They're not really putting the points on the board. So I can understand where they're coming from, playing things a little bit slow and trying to secure that placement at least before going into that late game aggression.
Personally, I can't. I think that's a big throw from them because you could see their instincts, right? Their instincts were to go ahead and try to get some third-party action. That's why they were looking in that place in the first place. But then they just opted to back off, and I think that's just pure hesitation because if you really think about it, right? They heard the shots. They saw the elimination feed, right? So they know that there's players down, and especially if they were counting, they would know that at least not entire squad is up there. And not to mention, you saw that it was Excuse that was left up to win that fight. So
Yeah.
that's the last place team. So if there's any team to like third party, I think that would be the squad, right?
Well, I mean, if we're just going to be basing it off of the 3 matches that we've had, then yes, Excuse is definitely looking like they've got a lot of ground to make up. And there is no doubt you could pretty much smell the blood in the water from them. It is a wasted opportunity in that aspect, but I can sort of relate to the hesitation. But yes, I got to agree. You are 100% right. That was an opportunity that was missed.
Yeah, you got to be able to take them whenever you get them. And oh, here we go. It looks like we're going to see a little bit of a trap set up here from SEMPER and INVICTA, and they really need to put some points on the board. But I wonder if Slowey did end up catching a spot. Yeah, he did. He had to have seen something. Oh,
Wind of his.
now he knows.
Here they find them numbered here yet. And PUPPETEER have been playing to the standards that they would hope. I mean, I believe they got last place or something like that in round 1. And so this is really their chance to shine. When they have this much natural cover to take, there's no reason to rush this.
Yeah, not at all, especially this early in the zone. It's so tough because they don't have any information on where SEMPER and INVICTA's at because they're playing this so quiet. So, hey, slow it down, buy some time, get some more intel, then move from there.
Well, brother, you
So I
bring
don't
up a
think we're gonna
great point.
I don't think we're going to see a fight anytime soon.
I don't know about that. I'm not so sure it's not going to result in anything, but it is going to be a little bit of a slower early game to be expected, honestly, when there is so much cover to take. You can expect a little bit of an increased number of snakes, especially early on. Ooh,
I
but
bet you we won't
SEMPER
see
and
one
INVICTA.
shot fought from PUPPETEER for the next 2 minutes. Guaranteed.
You don't think so? SEMPER and INVICTA has
Guaranteed.
that high ground.
Nope, they ain't moving a muscle.
Oh,
They're so low on the leaderboards, like they do not want to take any unnecessary risk.
Well,
They're just hoping.
Even so, my apologies, buddy, but even so, we got Dream Pank down there, and Pank has been someone who's just been absolutely dominating those group stages. I believe he just led in eliminations. I'll have to double check the stats on that, but he most knockouts and most assists as well. So he's doing something that kind of an all-around handyman for his team. He's not just a aggressive berserker. He's also a team player.
Well,
Well,
let's see how much of a team player he's going to be here in a few minutes, because right now this is definitely that planning phase. So all these squads should be coming up with strategies, talking to each other, because it's really rare that you're going to see a team just roll up on you at this point. So they should be planning on where this next zone is going to go and have a strategy on where that rotation is going to be. Where do you think this zone is going to go? Tell me. Let me know.
all right. I'm going to go say around the Quarry or Kampong. And the reason I say Kampong,
Oh,
I've choked on
Okay.
my words before, brother,
It's in
and
it.
I'll choke again. Quarry's sort of central-ish, but you know what? If what kind of gets me a little concerned is if we're going to see like that Painon finish, because one thing I tend to find about Painon is that river dividing it kind of leads to just teams waiting it out. It's a standoff there, and I'm really hoping that's not the case here.
Oh, that river sucks. Big time. You literally have to, like, toss a coin and decide, okay, we're going to go on the right side of the river, the left side, and just hope the zone comes to you. But let's see. Where's SEMPER and INVICTA? They're still in the zone. They're dead center. They're not moving a muscle. Oh,
Well, BOPE Esports finding themselves in a bit of a conundrum. Fuego already taking it down, leaving it up to Trip, and
oh!
Rex into Beowulf there.
Beowulf with the full send. Baby Tang with a beautiful knock there on the side. That should definitely open up things for Golden Eagles. And you know they're feeling themselves after a great performance in game 1. Or it's actually game 2. Yeah, they had a great finish there. But can they fly to victory against both?
Yeah, they've definitely felt the adrenaline rush from that win, but they've got to be real careful, Jukes, because they can't let that confidence border on cockiness. That can honestly be a team's undoing. But we see Vist here utilizing some early game nades here, trying to just nade through the smoke. That's some random guessing.
Yeah, good use of utility. I kind of want to see Golden Eagles get a little bit more aggressive because, you know, it's Sanhok. You know, it's like you have to have a timer in your head when you start this engagement because you know a third party can be coming at any second. So I want to see them start cleaning it up sooner than later. And we start seeing some squads. It looks like the hit list creeping up in this area as well. BOPE does get a 1 player up, though. And wow, Golden Eagles are just gonna disengage off this.
Wow. Well, you know, they weighed their options and said, you know, what's more important? Can we take this fight on this early, or should we try to get that placement? But they didn't go far enough, Jukes. They tried to evacuate, but they didn't go far enough. They're still in the line of sight of BOPE.
Wow. Okay, so they did have 2 of their players eliminated, and it looks like it had to come from the back end. So that is going to be tough for them. Maybe the hit list picked one of them off, so the other 2 just had to full send it away. Yeah, an unfortunate turn for them. That's what I'm telling you. Like, you just gotta just full send it at a certain point once you smell that blood in the water.
Yeah, but they just do not want to undo all the progress that they made in last match. They don't want to cancel it all out with a 13th or 14th place finish in round 3. It would almost undo all the progress there.
Well, they're not looking too good right now. The Panthers! Oh my gosh! Rushy from downtown saying see ya!
Oh my goodness, Noobs Galaxy, they're really shining through today. That 5th place in round 1, and a 2nd place finish in round 2, and now just dominating that move right there. Only 1 kill on the board so far, but still a full 4-person team here. They're in pretty strong shape.
Wow. What a finish. And that's the Panthers gone and busted.
Yeah. I cast
What
her
is
cursed
going
him,
on?
brother.
Yeah.
I cast her cursed him. Well, we got nobody here from Dream Esports catching an little whiff of Noobs Galaxy off in the distance, but not really able to get that connecting line of sight. And even if he does, Jukes, I don't think it's the move to go shoot on him. If he gets that attention brought onto himself, ooh, I don't know.
Yeah, Dream need to be focusing on their back right now because they are just at the outside edge of the zone. So I think they're planning on trying to possibly move just up to that next buildings. But it's so risky here at this point. Next zone is starting to close, and it looks like we are going to have that Camp Charlie, possibly cave finish. The Dream.
Well, I mean, and you can't take away the factor that there is water in this zone taking up space. And so our participants have even less room than it looks like. And that's going to be a tough situation for teams like Hellcrime who have to work their way in from the west. And they got the likes of 4 Bros potentially gatekeeping.
Interesting. Semper INVICTA. Hey, I was right. See? Not moving a muscle. Not moving a muscle. Can't.
Well, Dream also potentially in a bit of a sandwich here. They got Semper INVICTA below them and Noobs Galaxy, I believe, above them. And that could put them in a bit of a peanut butter and screwed sandwich, brother.
Uh-oh. That's not a sandwich I want to eat. Neither do them. Snap. Oh, snap. Trying to get some shots on the Rushy. Rushy with a nice smoke here. He's going to get that rotation. This is exactly what I wanted to see from Dream. Focus on your backside. Don't snap making a little bit of too much unnecessary movement for my liking. Does end up getting some nice shots, though, on a Rushy through the smoke. Gets a couple hit markers. Can he get lucky? Nope.
Well, he gets Rushy down to half health, but I think at this point, Rushy's got all the cover he needs. Every boulder counts on this map, and there is an abundance of cover pretty much any way you look at it. There's the grass, there's the trees, there's the boulders, and even after that, there is quite an abundance of compounds on this map.
What do you think about Dream moving away from this right now? Do you think they should have stayed back and gate kept?
Well, they're doing it in a 3-1 split, so maybe one is hanging back to kind of do the Overwatch and just trying to cover his team as they move up, but it doesn't look like that's the case. I gotta say, I'm not a real big fan of it.
Well, looks like Noobs Galaxy are going to do what I expected. They're going to go ahead and just retreat and try to hug that circle. Try to possibly go in through Quarry, and Quarry is wide open right now. So it looks like they may be able to get into this one. Dream are coming up, though, to Semper. And this could be very, very interesting. Now, they're going to play it slow. Okay, so Alex just holding it down right here. I don't know about the spot because they still have their backs a little bit too far open. Lucky for them, yeah, Noobs Galaxy is not headed in their direction. If they were, they'd be in big trouble.
Yeah, but not only that, but I don't like their position also because they got Semper INVICTA with that high ground and that Overwatch position on them. It just seems a bit risky no matter how you look at it. And even though they're not that spread out, they are a little too spread to likely be able to stick those easy revives.
Yeah, I think Dream right now is just kind of sending it as they go because that smoke makes me question things because that really just kind of just gives away their position completely. They haven't shot a shot. So Semper INVICTA doesn't really have that particular information. but they got to keep an eye on what's coming in here. The next zone does pop, and it looks like it is going to be a Northern Quarry finish here. So 4 bros have to get going, and they got to get going now. Only 40 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, time is
Oh,
of
it's
the
tough.
essence, and this is a kind of an uncomfortable zone to see. You know, outside of Quarry, there really isn't that much compound cover afforded to the participants, so it's going to be kind of a who's going to get there first. Who's going to compete for that real estate?
Wow, okay, so we did see Noobs Galaxy rotate through Quarry, and they did find Blinded by Wind. Beautiful use of utility here, and they have plenty of time because they're on the thin side of the circle, so it looks like they are going to get those finishes and put themselves in a good position. Man, Noobs Galaxy getting tons of elims here at the start.
Yeah, they're doing great, but, you know, even more so, Blinded by Wind, having a really rough go today. And this is not what we expected from them. We expected a lot more aggression, a lot more kills on the board for them, but they just seem to be a little bit in their head, Jukes.
I think that split is a big testament to that right here. I'm not really sure why they were going for that particular split, especially this late in the game. And Sanhok, you got to start kind of grouping up, standing up, and just putting some big shots downfield and just dominating your location, especially when you're in the center of the map. And yeah, when you do that kind of split, it opens up for a full push, and Noobs Galaxy punished them for it.
It looks like Hellcrime and 4 bros could be facing off in the dead zone pretty shortly as well. Oh, and someone from Puppeteer doing some work in the distance, getting a nice gatekeep in there.
Excuse is gone, done and dusted. They only put up, well, they put up 4 points, so that's 4 times of what they've done so far. Hey,
That's going to put them at a total of 5, right?
wow.
That's not difficult math. So this is very disappointing to see from them because this was where they were going to shine today. So I think at this stage you gotta just assume that they're not feeling very confident right now, and they're kind of playing on a tilt.
Yeah, I think they definitely got to be tilted after that one. Here's 4 matches in the bank, and they've only put up about 1 point per game. That's going to be tough here. Next zone is starting to close here. Okay, Reckless trying to put some shots on the Crow. I don't blame him there. Just trying to say, hey, we're here, trying to get some pokes, but I don't want him to lose all of his ammunition just yet. Maybe single tapping would have been the play.
Exactly. These resources are going to be absolutely critically important as we approach this later in game here, when smokes and grenades matter the most. When compound cover is few and far between, that's when it really comes down to what you can use.
Ooh, next zone is up, and it goes up to the north side of Quarry, so there's not going to be only a couple buildings left, and that's where Blinded by Wind is. If they would have had their whole squad, they would have been good, but here come the Crows. Ghost, man, that rock never works. You cannot stand on top of it. And oh, Ghost gets naded.
No. Oh my goodness.
The Ronnie.
Oh, and Canary, after getting that nade, looks like he might have been taken down as well.
Head out of the get the finish.
Yeah, clinging to life there. He is lucky to not be taken down, but he gets that first aid off in time. And, you know, honestly, all that damage that was done to him, it's all for naught. Doesn't matter how much damage you do if you don't get that knock on him.
Wow, okay, Gerardo's trying to find a spot location here. Doesn't do the vehicle switch trick. So sometimes when you have a position like that, you switch to the passenger side and get out. That would have been a better position, but puts himself into a bad one and gets knocked here. Zone is closing and Papa Blue is coming in hot.
Yeah, and honestly, the Angry Amateurs might have an opportunity here. It looks like they already had a position of high ground, and with this little amount of land afforded to our participants, that high ground could mean everything. Oh, and I stand corrected, brother. It does not look like they have high ground. They are down in the bakes with Golden Eagles. That's not who you want to be up against.
Nope, but look, here comes Bo from the side and 4 bros, so this is a huge battle. 4 different squads going at it. Hotsada getting up in the mix, and this is one heck of a hot drop. As he's going to try and take out Golden Eagles. Oh, switches to the Stoke. Can they finish him?
And what an opportunity for the likes of Blinded by Wind. They obviously hear these shots. Can they come in for that third party while BOPE is, under assumption, weak?
Wow, BOPE gets the finish there. 8 teams remaining. And BOPE put up some good little points there on the board. Can't blame them for that.
7 kills. And let's just note, not only did they get 7 kills, but they didn't lose a single player in the process. And when you come to in-game, having that full 4-person team is always going to feel like it makes the difference between life and death. It just adds that extra bit of pressure onto the opponents. But Trickster from the hit list taken down right in front of us. Who is that from?
Oh, that's going to be from Blinded by Win. So they are outside of the zone big time. So the hit list are in big trouble. They're going to have to literally run out in the middle of the open and hopefully get here on time. Wow, Hotzada with a beautiful shot across the field, taking out Bang. That's 9 eliminations for BOPE. This could be their game.
Yeah, this is the BOPE that has just been shining through, and they really haven't been letting us down at any point today. They've been really kind of riding that momentum, especially from the 3rd place finish in match 2.
One thing I want to see from BOPE is I don't want to see them get too split. They need to be focusing on one team at a time. And the hit lists are easy pickings right now, coming from their side. Hotzada knows it, but the rest of BOPE are focusing so much on so many different teams, and Hotzada is going to have to back off and give that away, and it looks like Papa Blue's going to take down Jat-G.
Yeah, I'm gonna play devil's advocate here and say I kind of agree with that 2-2 split at this stage, just because with Puppeteer above and Noobs Galaxy below, and I didn't see there was another team off to their side. They were kind of in the middle of a little love triangle, and so if they had engaged on Puppeteer, it would have brought on the attention of those who had high ground.
I'll tell you what, that love circle that is Papa Blue showed a whole bunch of love to BOPE as they punished every other squad that was hanging on that edge. And now it's just Noobs Galaxy versus BOPE. 11 eliminations next to Noobs Galaxy's 13. So either way, these two teams are putting up some major points on the board, but who's going to get that little cherry on top?
Well, I think they're both pretty thrilled with their performance this match because they've all been doing, both these teams have been doing pretty darn well throughout this.
Ronnie.
Oh, Fuego taking Ronnie out.
Here we go. Hotzada, can you hit this nade? It should be good. Hotzada.
One nade to rule them all. Boom.
Bang! Baby.
As soon as I saw it in the air, that was money. It was so dirty, it was clean at the same time, and BOPE clutching it.
Woo-wee! BOPE getting a beautiful finish there. And that's what I like to see, is like, especially in a map like Sanhok, this is not really a map that you want to just slay down and snake, because there is something about when you're getting into action early, you just seem to have that extra half-second reaction time that makes all the difference in battles.
Yeah, and what else is great about this is they're just showing how well-rounded they are. Because when you switch from a map from Erangel to Miramar to Sanhok, those are completely different geographies, and that means different tactics. So they're just showing that not only can they handle that wide open landscape, they can handle that lush condensed forest as well. They can handle anything.
Yeah, I mean, when you're going and battling and you're constantly getting those early eliminations, you're just so primed, warmed up, and ready. Against a team that's just been, camping and sitting there for a little minute, you're going to go ahead and take them out almost every time. And I think BOPE definitely proved that. But hey, at the end, Noobs Galaxy, they weren't sitting around. They got some really good eliminations on the board. So a great finish there from BOPE. And that's going to rocket launch them up the leaderboards.
Well, Noobs Galaxy, as you mentioned, they were, I believe, second highest in the kill ranking for the group stages. So they've been definitely playing a lot of aggression here, but BOPE just all around feeling the confidence and feeling that adrenaline rush. And boy, if their synergy was ever up, it's now.
Yeah, Super Lazy Reflex didn't have a great game on that one. So I'm pretty sure that we're going to see a little bit of a mix-up on the leaderboards, especially after the amount of points that Noobs Galaxy at BOPE got. So a great big win for them. But with still 2 more matches left to go.
Yeah, there's still time, and even so, maybe Excuse can shake it off as a bad day, but we're gonna have to see how they take things back once we get back to the very first map ever. But let's go have a look-see at the stats.
we're back. Let's take a look at the match ranking right there. 29 points for BOPE Esports. Almost busted out the 30. So I think that's the best performance we've seen so far. That's some pretty big numbers there.
Yeah, they've been just performing at the top of the bracket each match so far today, and they haven't let it down. They haven't let their foot off the pedal for even a second. But let's give credit to NOOBS Galaxy. A little bit of the same from them. It's it's BOPE and NOOBS and everyone else right now.
That's for sure. Puppeteer put up some solid points regardless. Dream as well. A HITLIST, we finally seen a little bit of life out of them. Crows, not so bad. I mean, this is what it's all about. You want to win that championship. When you get that zone, you get that good placement, you want to be able to put up some major points, like we just saw BOPE and NOOBS Galaxy. But when you don't, you want to make sure you put up at least some points on the board, and that's what we just saw from the Crows. But the rest of these squads here, man, this second page is looking not too good. Not too good.
Yeah, super lazy, kind of undoing all the progress that they made in that first Erangel match, and that THIRDEYE got closed real quick as they were only able to secure 1 kill. It's going to be a lot of ground to make up for them, but as we go to the head-to-head, let's take a look. Ronnie versus Trip here. Definitely a pretty big drastic difference in damage and heals and knockouts and eliminations.
Trip popped off on that last match right there. 7 eliminations by himself. So that is how you get it done there with some solid damage as well. So Trip was feeling himself. But Ronnie, we've always seen put up some solid points on the board, but it looks like the most eliminations is going to go to NOOBS Galaxy out there with 7.
And what else I'm seeing is no hacks yet again at the top of that damage meter, man. This guy is all out aggressive. 9 nades.
Wow. How did it work? I mean, that's a lot of backspace.
Ninja. He is a nade ninja.
9 nades from Fuego. Throwing it all down. The MVP gonna go to Alf. Can't blame him. 7 eliminations right there. 4 knockouts. So NOOBS Galaxy, even though they didn't get, the dub, they at least have their player have MVP. So hey, throw that on Twitter.
Yeah, when I see 7 eliminations and only 4 knockouts, that tells me one thing. Maybe he's good at kill stealing as well.
Hey. Every point matters. So we're gonna see no hacks. Get up here on the board. We've seen him constantly up on that top damage, like you mentioned.
Yeah, again with that confidence factor, but he seems to be on this all-out berserker path, just not hesitating to put himself out there in the dangerous situations. But you know what? He's doing it successfully.
Doing a great job so far. So we only got 2 more matches left to go. We're going back, to the tried and true maps here. I hope you guys are enjoying the show. I'm Hot Chooks here with Red Eyes Official. Man, how do you feel? How do you feel casting your first game?
Man.
PMNC, bro. Talk to me.
To say my nerves are going crazy. I am so excited. I've been waiting for something like this for years, working towards this, but to actually be here at this level is just... It's like my birthday and Christmas got together, man.
Hey!
I just couldn't be happier.
Let's go. Speaking of Christmas, we got 2 more matches left to go. We're headed back to Erangel, baby. The tried and true and tested map. I seriously feel like Erangel is like the best map in literally all of Battle Royale.
I think that it's the most well-rounded map, but even more so than that, this is the first map that was ever introduced to the game. So this is the one that our participants should have the most experience with. They should be most comfortable on and have, their tactics pretty well planned out.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. So, I mean, all that, heat from Sanhok, we're going to cool down in Erangel and then heat things back up in the desert of Miramar. Now, we've seen a little bit of yo-yoing from some of these squads, right? Super Lazy Reflex had a really rough game. 0, they put up the donut in that last one. Do you think that they're going to bounce back here in Erangel?
Well, yeah, I actually do have a little bit of confidence in them that they are going to, because it shows that they have a lot of synergy on this map. And, while they might not have shined through on some of the others, I think that we are going to see a little bit more of that, because why not? Why not utilize what you're most comfortable with?
Yeah, well, you know what? BOPE is feeling real comfortable right now. Oh my goodness, look at this, Dad. Team stats after day 1 so far. 12 eliminations from Fuego? That is more than some squads have.
Yeah, honestly, it's a pretty heavy performance on everyone's end. No one below the 1,000 damage marker here. Really aggressive performance. And it goes to pay off, as you can see, as they hold that first place position with 5,000, almost 5,800 damage. That's a big leap over second.
Absolutely. You can see that's a big difference right there. Not to mention the eliminations, 10 more than Noobs, Galaxy, NA. Right now, BOPE has more eliminations than I think more than half the teams have points.
And not only do they have it, they have 34 knocks to 36 eliminations.
Wow.
What does that say? Their conversion rate is absolutely bonkers. Every single knock that they're getting that thirst as well.
Bonkers is the right word. Bonkers is the right word right there. That is crazy. So, BOPE, you know that confidence that they got to have here for the rest of the matches here today, oh, they are feeling themselves big time. But they can't let off the gas pedal, right? Because there's still 2 more days left, right? They want to put up some big points on the board and create that giant separation so they don't got to worry in the next couple of days.
100%. You don't want to lose that little slack in the rope that you got. You don't want to let go of that progress. And honestly, why would you? But at the same time, brother, this is 18 matches long. So yeah, we've gotten a great performance out of them so far, but if they let that confidence border on cockiness, it could be their undoing. As I said before, this is a marathon. It's not a sprint. We still have a lot left ahead of us.
Absolutely. 2 more days left to go. I hope you guys are enjoying the show. Make sure you go and throw us some love there in the chat. Go ahead and throw us some love too on Twitter, all the different places. Make sure you use that hashtag as always. Okay, so we got Erangel coming up next, right? We saw the Crows get a chicken dinner right at the end when we saw Dave and Zute cast, right? So when it comes to the Crows, what really, stands out to you?
To be honest, their logo. That's not what you want to hear. That's not what you want to hear. But when Dave was saying it, as a graphic designer, I loved it.
Nice.
But again, I am a little bit less acquainted with this team than some of the others. But what was their old name? I believe they changed their name recently, right?
That's right.
Is that
yeah.
correct?
So the Crows used to be the Angels of Death.
Okay, well, that's also a team I'm a little unfamiliar with. But the Crows, Angels of Death, it all kind of carries on that same theme. But ladies and gentlemen, this is a little bit closer than I thought it was going to be.
This is crazy. Okay, so this is the overall rankings here. BOPE and Noobs Galaxy after that game rocket launched themselves, passing up Super Lazy Reflex, and now they have themselves a nice little cushion. Not a huge one, but that's a really good solid one here, especially considering that top 8 is truly the goal.
Yeah, and let's give a little bit of credit to Super Lazy because they did really poorly. I believe a last place finish in one of them, but still able to hold on to that 3rd place overall. That means that they performed so exceptionally well in round 1, they really afforded themselves that slip up.
Wow, and this goes to show you just how powerful these teams, these PNPL teams are, right? Because BOPE Esports were 19th place in PNPL NA Fall. So they are no stranger to playing here, as opposed to some of these other squads where it's their first time getting to this level. And I think that's why we're seeing them here at the top. But they definitely got to keep putting in that work because PNPL is a whole nother monster, and they felt that punishment in the fall split.
Yeah, and well, we look at a team like, PUPPETEER, they barely made it past that group stage into here. And now to see them riding 8th place currently, boy, I mean, if the pressure was ever on that position, 8th place, oh my goodness, 1 kill could make the difference between advancing to PNPL or not.
Yeah, now I think we're going to finally start seeing some of those squads put in some good work. Because, those initial nerves of just oh my gosh, we're here. We're at the stage, that really plays a huge factor, everybody. I mean, we're playing on mobile devices. A lot of these players use gyro, and if them hands are shaking, that aimer's going all over the place.
Not to mention the sweating, my friend. When your nerves go crazy and that starts sweating, that can mean absolute nightmares without those claw socks. But I think you're right, though. I think you're right. I think we're about to see the tactics and the preparation step up a notch, because early on people are just kind of dipping their toes in the water, getting a feel for how everyone else is going to play, and now it's time to step things up and get a little bit more action intensive.
Yeah, I want to see teams just play the game that got them here, right? Just get comfortable and do it right now, because I've seen too many times, right? I've seen too many of these tournaments where the last day, the last 2 games, we see like the last place team pop off because they've got nothing to lose. They're not nervous anymore. And then they start actually doing well. And it's too late, right? It's too late when you wait till the last game. Wait till the last game of day 1, all right? Yeah, you had a tough finish at the start, right? But just have fun at this point, right? You still have 2 more days to go. If you had a bad day 1, either fully sink or, hey, pull yourself out the water and start swimming, baby.
That's right. Well, as I said, we are going to be kicking things off again with an Erangel moving into this. Now, what do we need to say about it? For once, the flight path not as opportune as they would like. It's not a perfectly central one, but it's not a bad one, Jukes. It starts, you know, from Stauber all the way down to military base. That affords a ton of city choices to drop at.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's a solid one here. So any team that is looking to go onto that west side, they got to be careful, because sometimes you have a couple squads try to go down for those vehicle locations, and you have to have a battle a lot earlier on than what you want. So hopefully we can see some teams avoid that, but there's plenty of places here to stop. And it looks like the HITLIST are going to stay up in Stauber and Kameshki, and they have this entire side of the map to themselves.
Yeah, it was kind of a bit of a gamble, but getting that first drop, you know, granted, Stauber, Kameshki, not exactly the most ideal places to loot, but when you have the entire section of that map to yourself, it's some pretty good looting at that stage. But what about Yasnaya? We got the Panthers and Blinded by Wind dropping in there. And that could be real intensive, Jukes, because we have seen both of these teams, Blinded by Wind more in the qualifying and group stages where they just came out and they all-out aggressive, but the Panthers have already started it today.
Yes, indeed. I'm also taking a look there at the bottom of military base, and that's going to be Noobs Galaxy next to Excuse. So Excuse is going to have a big challenge ahead of them. Hopefully they don't land too close together, because that's one team I wouldn't want to fight early on.
Yeah, the poor guys. You know, honestly, if there was one team that you would say, let's give a little bit of luck to in some way, I would have to say Excuse. They're just having such a rough go. So to drop at military base in a stage like this, it's a risky move, but oof, this zone is not friendly either.
No, 4 bros with a really risky drop. They're going to go ahead and find that US, though, and they're going to start heading on over, possibly towards Gadka. And you're going to see him possibly drive on over to his other teammate. Hopefully he's not getting into too big of a scuffle. And it looks like he is. Okay. Oh, no. Can you beat the juke? Oh, he gets it off. And gets it inside to safety.
Oh, my goodness. He just barely dodged it. He was almost a bowling pin to that bowling ball, my friend, but just barely making it by. He had nothing to defend himself with. And you're real thankful your teammate came at that point.
Yeah, that was a tough drop from 4 bros. And this is what I was talking about, right? When you go through those vehicles, it's such a risky play. And it was so risky that they're going to end up losing 1 player. So Clock is going to get sacrificed. Maybe they might be able to get here and get some weapons in time. Nope. Yeah, it looks like Reckless is going to run up and get that finish.
Yeah, interestingly enough, no one ended up utilizing that vehicle rotation. It looks like almost everyone stayed on the eastern half of the map here. Interestingly enough to see it, that's going to leave us with a lot of confrontation in the, I'd say the mid-game range, at least.
Well, Puppeteer gonna walk away with 1 elimination so far. And
yeah, I don't know. If I was Puppeteer, I would probably be playing a little bit more of the slow game. And now I admit that it's not really what they want. They want to get some aggressive kills, but at this stage, they need to get some placement. So I think it's time to prioritize and kind of weigh your options. And luckily, they are still a full 4-piece. But Reckless, how far away is he from his teammates?
Yeah, honestly, what they really need is some loot. And this is going to be really tough. Yeah, because Reckless is going to only be able to really loot this building, maybe gas station as well, because 4 bros have taken Fairy Pier completely for themselves. So Puppeteer is really in trouble because all he got to loot was really those little blues up on top of that hill. And that is not going to be enough, I think. They are controlling that bridge, So maybe they might catch 4 Bros or another team if that zone goes south.
Yeah, but do you want to be bridge camping at this stage? Honestly, when you're that underlooted, level 1 armor, 1 first aid to your name, I do not think it's time for that.
Okay, Reckless is going to go over here and loot these buildings here. Most likely, nope. He's going to turn around. Okay, he was just scouting it, just making sure.
Jukes, I do not like this. I think he is living up to his name in a bad way. Yeah, he is playing this very riskily, and I think, you know, at some point, his teammates have got to say, hey, man, we might need you back here. What are you doing?
Yeah, he's going to be keeping an eye out here. At some point, he is going to send it, and he does. See, when I see plays like this, right, rotations like that, I see a team that is just sending it. Does that make sense? Like, I see a team that's just,
in the moment.
Hey, all right, the zone went here. We're going to adapt to just playing reactively rather than prepared. Because I tell you what, in PNPL and especially PMGC, no matter where that playing path goes, no matter where the drop locations are, they have a strategy.
Yeah, you got to have a plan pretty much no matter what. That is essentially the name of the game in PUBG Mobile, but at the same time, Jukes, on the flip side, you got to be ready to adjust in the moment.
That's true, but you know what? The Panthers are going to adjust to that rock.
Yeah, Chronic's at the forefront of that push, going a little bit further away from his teammates here. As you can see, it looks Nate. Yeah, Nate getting a little bit of a position over Supra, but Supra with that compound cover. I don't think it's going to be a lot for Nate to really fire on from that hilltop, because even if he does get that knock, the ability to acquire the thirst at that point, it's going to be pretty slim.
Yeah, it's the Angry Amateurs against the Panthers. Ooh, Supra goes down,
Yeah.
and Nate's going to full send it. That's the right play.
You think so? Even though they got 2 more members right at the house behind?
Yep, absolutely. Yep, and they're going to catch him on the rotation and get that finish. Let's see if Nate's able to get a nade into the building. Ooh, that was kind of a tough one. But regardless, still pre-firing.
I'm definitely choking on my words about my prediction for Nate there. Not only did he get the knock, but an aggressive push as well. And this is going to leave Panher in a 1v3 scenario. He is outnumbered, outmanned, and outgunned. And it's why Quan just wrecks into him with that UMP-45, that close quarter combat annihilator.
Let's go. This is the Panthers I've been waiting to see, baby. You know, I want to see them play strong, play effective. One knock, let's go full push and finish them out quick. And that's exactly what they did. So taking advantage of Angry Amateurs split right there and just punishing them.
Yeah, honestly, even a few moments of hesitancy would have probably undone all that work there. If they had given him even a few more moments, that revive would have probably happened. So I think you're right. They didn't hesitate for a second. They just went for it, runned it, and gunned it.
You have to. You have to. And honestly, if you're going to do it, this is the stage to do it. You know?
Yeah, when you have some time for some room for mistakes future on, a little room for error, because it's still not even a third of the way through this event.
Yeah, and in later stages like PMGC, ooh, it's way too risky. You know, you never know. But oh, okay, nice finish there. And
Yeah,
oh my gosh, that's Angry Amateurs. God.
Yeah, this is a team that really did not have a lot of position to lose that. Unfortunately, they had that 8th place, then a 3rd place. They were building onto that momentum, and then oof, just taken right out of the equation in last place. I think that's going to undo pretty much all the work that they've done and kind of bring them right down to just below that middle bracket.
Man, that's a tough finish for Angry Amateurs, especially since Angry Amateurs is one of the relegated teams from PNPL. So that's a tough finish, especially for Erangel. So they're going to have to bounce back strong if they want to continue to be in PNPL in these future stages. Top 8 is the goal. But man, they could be their undoing so quickly.
Look at Puppeteer. I know we can't see him, but if you look at that the board on the side, we saw 3 of them in vehicles here. It kind of gets me a little bit nervous. Now, I understand the every man for himself vehicle approach has its benefits, but at this stage, I think that they really need to stay a singular unit. They haven't really shown the strength that they need individually.
You see, what I think is happening is, you know, a lot of these teams realize that, hey, you know, that kind of Nova, you know, SEA Nova play style of, splitting up as 4 and just being able to work together. Like you were talking about that BOA, right? Strategy. It is the meta, but you have to realize what you're doing in order to execute it, okay? So if they are defending a position, I want to see them in buildings or areas where they can support each other, right? Because I look at THIRDEYE holding buildings, they're not really in a space to do that. A team can just push up on one of their buildings, and that person is just in huge trouble.
Yeah, that literally deletes the whole point of being that spread out, getting that multiple angles on your opponent, and not only that, but being able to overwatch your teammate, just as equally important. And losing that makes it almost not worth it. But I'm real glad that you mentioned the BOA method and brought up Nova Esports, because they were one of the kings of that strategy. Them, the Panthers, and, oh, I hate to say it, the Knights.
Yeah, the Knights. You hate to see that. I wonder what those players are going to end up doing. I heard that Xenox was retiring. That's a huge loss for the North America scene.
Oh,
but hey,
no.
Hopefully we could see a new Xenox 2.0 come out. Maybe even in this stage.
You never know. It is such a bummer, but when I think about the Knights, what made them so strong, in my opinion, not just that they had Coops, Xenox, and a lot of heavy hitters. If you had a fantasy football team, they'd all be first-round picks. But it was the fact that they had synergy, man. They never disbanded after one bad game before. They always kept at it, and it's just a bummer to see it for our community. But at the same time, we got to thank them for all that they've already done for it.
Absolutely, indeed. So that's about the last. I'm going to talk about the Knights here as we talk about the teams that are trying to surpass where they have been. And you're going to see this next zone going to be pretty dead center here on this bridge. So that's going to really reduce the amount of locations that these players are going to be able to be at. So they really got to start making those rotations sooner than later.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a bit of a gamble for teams like Excuse, Puppeteer. They're going to have to kind of make a guess. Where do we think this zone is going to go? Is it going to stay on the southern island? Because if not, you need to get across. Probably earlier the better in this situation, because there's quite a heavy congestion at center already.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Let's take a look here. It's Super Lazy Reflex trying to bounce back and take their first place position once again. They're going to be locking it down right here, but this is a tough spot to really bet on. So I would like to see them be a little bit more active in picking a stronger location. What do you think?
Again, I hate to play devil's advocate, but I kind of like the positioning, because with that water behind you, you don't really have to account for that region so much. I mean, you don't often see those boat rotations coming in behind you. But even so, even if it is, the odds of it are a little bit slimmer. So I think that they are giving themselves a position where they don't have to quite account for as much surveillance. But as you mentioned, they do need to get some kills on the board. I mean, as we saw, that's where they shined in round one. That's what kind of brought them back over the top.
Yes, indeed.
I believe
well,
the Panthers won it, but the Panthers won it, but they ended up having a higher placement after that match.
Well, the Crow are in pretty big trouble here. Ghost is going to have to make a play from this off angle. He's trying to crawl his way to safety, and he might be able to get it because Canary is letting him buy too much time here.
Yeah, I was going to say, if that Crow Fetty can get there, that's a mistake on the end of SEMPER INVICTA by far, especially considering how spread out the Crows are with Gerardo way down at the water bank.
Oof, man, SEMPER INVICTA they really need to get this finish here. Like we need to see SEMPER INVICTA do what we just saw the Panthers do, right? Just once they get that knock, full send it and finish them. And now look, they're just letting him buy too much time here. Ooh. And now look at that nade. It can instantly turn around for them. Look at that. 2v1.
Oh my
Ghost.
Goodness. 2 birds, 1 stone, to say the least. Perfectly thrown, perfectly timed, perfectly cooked. Love it.
Oh, this is over. Zed.
Ooh, don't say that. Don't say that.
Oh no, I think it's over. Yep. Shots from the back. Gerardo catching him slipping, man. And now it's just one player left for SEMPER INVICTA. If they would have full sent it, they would have been eating crow for dinner. Oh, what a shot though. Okay, Gerway.
I gotta agree with you.
Ghost.
They had that one in the bag. Oh, what just happened?
Oh, it's over.
Oh man. Well, Give it up to the Crows. I mean, they did it as a 3-piece at that point, but with Fetty being the last one up, he's going to be able to get those revives. What just happened? Who's
Judgy! All the way from the side, saying hello, peekaboo, and
Brother, he smelled
takes
that blood.
down Crow.
He smelled that blood in the water. He heard those shots, and he says, I'm going to come in and steal myself one of these kills right here and now. And he does so successfully, giving himself his first kill, but the team's first as well.
Wow. Judgy, taking advantage of the
Good on
Crows. That's got to hurt.
Easy kills in the bucket.
Wow. Yes, indeed. So the hit list, taking advantage of that little bit of a slip up there. That was kind of an interesting fight to watch, you know, but the hit list, take advantage of it.
Jukes, I'm curious, what do you think is going to happen with this zone? Do you think it's going to be a South
north.
Island or a North Island? Yeah, that's what I would think. I mean, just based on it, so it makes me a little bit hesitant as to why Excuse of all teams is still hanging down there. They can't really afford that. They need to have some placement at some point. They need to get that early positioning at the very least. Puppeteer, you know, I would like to see it from them as well. Noob Galaxy, I can understand. They've got a little bit of wiggle room, but not the other two.
I love BOPE's position. I think BOPE is in a position to win it right now. The best spot in there. Reckless gets a nice nade onto Excuse. And look at this. Excuse so ridiculously split up. Can't help their teammate at all.
Yeah, this is, honestly, I don't know if it's a lack of synergy or lack of preparation, or maybe they're just not getting along right now, but Excuse definitely kind of letting off a little bit, and they're facing the consequences of it pretty easily. Like even here and now, if Rosh gets Reckless, what are the odds of him getting that thirst from where he's at? He can't just push up on
Nothing.
it. By the time he
Zero.
got up there, yeah. What's the point? All you're doing at that stage is, you know, using up your resources, using their resources, depleting your armor, depleting their armor, and at best, you're making it so if you knock them, the next time they get knocked, they bleed out a little faster. Is that worth it? In this case, heck no.
Yeah, you could try and like say, okay, having one player up here for vision, right, for like major rotations, but I mean, still, it is just you're way too far out and out angled to even help. You know a team's gonna push up on that backside. Oh, Chronix does get that finish right there, and he's gonna get that done and dusted.
You know, we hadn't seen much of Hellcrime this match, so that is, you know, kind of, I was wondering about him, and then they just push up a little bit vulnerably, but that really shouldn't have been that bad. If you had a teammate with you, that could have probably been accounted for, but in this case, the Panthers, once again, just looking pretty strong on this map here with, how many kills to their name? Pardon me. 5 kills already, and still a full 4-person team.
Yeah, they had that beautiful 3 to start things off, and they've been picking off players here and there since then. Puppeteer, shouldn't be taking these shots, in my opinion. Yeah, you're just going to waste your armor. You should be kind of focusing on where this next zone is going to go.
Yeah, same cases could be, you know, said previously. Even if you get that knock, you're not getting that thirst, especially not on that high ground. I mean, he goes immediately out of sight.
Chachi in the water. Ooh, swim strat? That may be the play, considering where the zone is, because getting in the zone is going to be a tough one. They're trying to think about it, so maybe what they're going to do is go all the way north and wrap all the way to Ferry Pier. That could be a good idea.
Yeah, and I'm curious about THIRDEYE crossing that bridge pretty close to BOPE, but who knows? Here again, just a bit of the same, my man, a bit of the same. Raj, unnecessary shots, drawing attention to himself that really he can't afford to do. His team, you know, driving on their own, getting that sort of attention at this stage, considering the context of how they've been playing so far, I gotta say it's a bad move.
Yeah, they just wasted all their time. I mean, they could have been in a different location trying to scout out, because what they're doing right now is what we like to call a blind rotation. They are just full sending it. Like what a strong team would have done is, oh, he ran out of gas too? Oh, okay, I thought he ran out of gas for a second. I was like, oh, that would be real tough. But what they're doing right now is they're just driving around blind. Like they should have actively said, hey, we're gonna go to this location. Let's start leapfrogging. Go to the hill, run up it. Okay, it's clear, and then just go little by little. Right now, they're just like running around with a whole bunch of chickens with their heads cut off.
Yeah, and honestly, I mean, they've
but hey.
got to work their way northbound at some point, and even so, to do so, they're going to have to work into Noob Galaxy.
Oh, my. Oh,
another
Rush.
opportunity. Another opportunity wasted, I feel like.
Rush. He wants those back. He wants that
I feel like
shot
we're
back.
just bashing Excuse, but it's not to bash
I mean,
them.
hey,
It's just
no, it's to bash them. I mean, you got to be
a
able
little
to hit
bit.
those shots, man.
a
You
little
have to
bit,
hit
yeah.
those.
I mean,
That's
that was Noob Galaxy, who was doing phenomenally today. That if you could have gotten it, that would have been huge for you. But and speaking of tactics and planning that we don't see from Excuse, what I did see was Noob Galaxy did have it, and I might be choking on my words right now, but they were utilizing that 2-2 split and getting multiple angles on Excuse. And what they're doing here is a real risky move, though. If Excuse has any wind of that, that could be their undoing.
I wonder if Excuse, we haven't seen any teams on that southern island wrap around through the blue zone. They still can. Wrap through the blue zone to that other bridge and creep in along the shoreline, but none of them have gone for that strategy. It's a party up on this bridge, and oh, look at this trap. About to get sprung.
Yeah,
oh
Puppet
my
is done
goodness.
for. Those strings are cut, and Sing wrecking into Slowy. It's going to be an immediate
Why did he
thirst to
send
follow.
it?
I don't know, brother. And why did Fang approach that? Well, after
Oh, what a shot, though.
Yeah.
Okay.
That was reckless. That wasn't Fang, actually. So that I thought it was Fang at first, but either way, that Fang coming
One's
right
gonna
up
make
towards
him, and they
Team.
still sent another player down the bridge.
I
guess,
they're just
hey.
sacrificing them one by one.
I guess, yeah, okay. Feed another player. Well, this elimination is gonna go to, I believe it was Cutie. Sing from Third Eye, trying to get the finish, and they do.
Oh man. You
Wow.
hate to see it, man. You really hate to see it. Those puppets are playing like they are on a string here, man. It seems like they just aren't able to find their footing. It's not.
They're not playing actively. They're not playing active. Like at that point, they have to say, okay, let's clear this side out. Instead, they're just standing still, just hoping to defend, you know? But they really should have just cleared that entire area out first, secure that side, and then deal with whatever was coming from them. But, oh, now Third Eye is dealing with, it looks like Excuse, full sending it on the same area.
And talk about, someone who shouldn't even be up right now. UView is knocked. It was in the bag.
Oh,
All it would have
gosh.
taken was that one nade, pardon me. And so he's able to get up and just wreck into the rest of Excuse. And Rosh, no.
Oh my gosh. Free.
Listen,
I mean,
they're going to have to...
he should have jumped in the water. He should have 100% jumped in that water.
they're
just
going to
swam
need
it.
some sort of locker room talk, some sort of Ted Lasso motivational speech in the locker room.
Well,
Because
let me tell you this. Tell me, right? You're in their locker room right now, Coach Red Eye, right? Tell me, what would you tell them?
all right, today, we're going to forget about today. A goldfish has the memory of 10 seconds, and we are all going to be goldfish. I said it, I'm literally quoting Ted Lasso. But they're literally going to have to do it because today, while it might have been so poor that it might have just taken away their chance at all. But even so, it's sending a negative message to not only the playing field, but to us, the viewers. We're wondering, do they deserve to be here right now?
Well, they definitely deserve to be here because they got here, but can they even stay here? That's the question, right? That is the question. The Panthers, doing some great shots. Zuko, not good enough.
Tricks with
Beautiful
a
jump shots from the hit list.
Wow.
The hit list? Have they woken up? Hello.
Yeah. I mean, Trickster with a beautiful jump shot and quickly rushing afterwards, but tell me, Jukes, I didn't see how many of the Panthers were up in that scene.
I believe it was 3.
That's what I thought. 3 eliminated in maybe 10, 15 seconds tops.
Wow. All right. Okay, hit list. I'm hyped. I'm pumped up. Let's go. All right, let's do this.
Talk about an opportunity for Blinded by Win. They have a nice little gatekeep position on the likes of Dream Esports.
Wow.
Ooh. That Eagle has landed. Baby Tang, you can see why he was one of those highest damage hitters there. Just wrecking into that with that mini 14.
Man, every single player holding that same window. That can make things a little bit risky. They need to have at least one focusing on their back just in case a team's gonna full send them from that side. but definitely holding that back, trying to take down SLR here is the play.
Yeah, it's interesting to kind of see the Eagles play in this one that slow. They have 0 kills to their name so far. Oh,
Here
but
goes BOPE.
SLR. This is going to be
Full
interesting.
send it.
Yeah, this is going to be real interesting. BOPE on that fire streak. SLR from
What
a
is
great
SLR
last
doing?
Erangel. No.
What are they doing? They let BOPE push up on them for free. Some decent uses of nades, but Daddy Pig is just sitting there. Like, he's got to get active here and start making some moves.
This little piggy wasted an opportunity, my friend.
Oh, but did he? Did he? Oh.
He almost
It's a
pulled
beautiful
that
nade.
off, though. You're right. He almost had me choking on my words there. But now everything's riding on Cutie Pig, and Cutie Pig alone. I don't like this situation for him. I think he might need to try to cut his losses at that stage, but he's rushing it. Oh, never mind. I
Excellent.
withdraw that. I withdraw
Oh,
that. I
baby!
withdraw that. I didn't see there was only one member up for BOPE, and talk about the time to push it. What a risky move, but it paid off.
Paid off big time right there. So I like that BOPE, hey, full sent it. They're at the top of the leaderboard, so they could definitely do that. But they do end up getting taken out right now. Nobody's going for that third party, as Blinded by Wind definitely has their hands full with Dream. Not to mention only one of their players, Ander, is in the zone, and he is taking on some nades. He needs
So
the rest of his team there now.
Jukes, realistically, what I'm seeing right now is Dream and Golden Eagles really shining through right now. They're the ones who have the most to gain from doing well on this map. You know, they're already in a strong position, but ooh, Jinx might be living up to his name.
Jinx had to be taking those shots as they were driving up.
I hate those shacks, man. While it feels like a safe point, one nade can end everything.
Yeah, so this is Blinded by Wind taking too long to get to the rest of their team. This is what I was talking about, those 2-2 splits. They can definitely punish you when you have a whole squad full sending it in one area. Now, they do have the other two in the zone, but they get eliminated. You gotta move as a squad.
Yeah, here's the thing. A 2-2 split can be phenomenal, but you have to have a situational thing. It's not like it's going to work every time. It has its advantages and its disadvantages, and they're obvious, and I think we just saw the disadvantages. But
Absolutely.
here we have it. The Eagles.
Yeah, here we go. Final 3 teams. The hit list. SLR.
Well,
Golden
look at
Eagles.
hit list. Look at the hit list, though. You know, they got 3 members up and 8 kills to their name. So regardless of how this plays out, it's definitely going to be a boost for them, but they need a dub.
Yeah, it's going to be tough, though. They're down in the zone. So Trickster is way out of position here, and it doesn't look like he has a vehicle to get any help. So is Flash. So Golden Eagles are doing exactly what they need to be doing right now. Just apply pressure and let Papa Blue do the rest. They shouldn't even be looking at SLR right now.
Yeah, I got to agree with that. And honestly, at this stage, with that zone hurting that much at this point in the game, I don't see why you would even risk being at like that spread out and that far out like the hit list is. Trickster and the rest of them all making a little bit of an error here. However, Trickster's the only one out. I take it back. This actually might be advantageous. I withdraw my statement, and here's why. Trickster, he's sacrificing himself, essentially, making it so he's probably not going to make it into zone, but he could get an angle on the Eagles as they try to work their way in.
Yeah, Golden Eagles are trying. They set up those smokes so they could try to get on into this next zone. I would have liked to see them use that vehicle, though, to try and set up a temporary wall, but they're not going to take that risk. They're going to full set it on in using that smoke, and wow, Super Lazy Reflex are not taking any shots in this direction. They're letting them push up.
Yeah, it looks like they're trying to just secure that placement, but that was easy pickings right there. Oh, Daddy Pig with a nade on Beowulf, making it rain hellfire on him.
Wow. He actually was able to run in here for free. Unbelievable. Okay, and here comes the Molotov. Yup, burn, baby, burn. Stood in that building for way too long. Daddy Pig takes him out and goes for the revive.
And that's the point I'm making, man. It feels like a safe point because you got a little bit of cover, but it's not. It's just lining yourself like a fish in a bucket.
Hold that thought, Red Eye. Here we go. Can Daddy Pig get this res? 1 second left.
Ooh.
He does. Golden Eagles, here they come. Beautiful shots from Daddy Pig, though, buying some time, but he's getting shot from both sides, and now he's stuck in the shack that he just Molotov'd.
Yeah, taken down to 10% health. If he's able to heal up, that's an error on the Eagles' end. Baby Tank goes for it, but taken down. No.
Oh, the finish. Beautiful thirst there from Daddy Pig saying, hey, we may not win this one, but I'm at least getting one more point in the bank.
Yeah, and honestly, ain't nothing wrong with Silver. 12 points is going to be helpful to them any way you look at it. But Jat G, all he's got to do, essentially, try to wait out this thirst. They're letting him get revived?
Well, I mean, Jat G, they have the zone completely. This is easy points. What? Daddy Pig with the turn, flicking back and forth. How has he not been taken out now, finally? Oh my goodness, the hit list making me way too nervous there, but end up getting the dub. Wow, I mean, that ending was, that was something.
Yeah, I would say that that's not so much of a testament to a great performance from the hit list. It's not bad, but I also say it's a bit more of a poor decision making there. A lot of mistakes were made by multiple teams.
Let's put it this way. If I was in that game and that last player, I would have won that match 100%. You know? Like, I mean, at that point, you're shooting fish in a barrel. I mean, they really committed on those buildings rather than just securing, you know, the grass and really letting their gunplay get things done. Yeah, Golden Eagles, I think, just let that one slip through their fingers. Kind of a classic mistake.
Yeah, and you know, it's easy for us to say, you know, as the caster who oversees everything, and hindsight being 2020, I'm sure that they feel a little bit of regret there. But yeah, they did a great performance regardless. You know, they still put up a strong performance overall, and you know, they're doing fairly well in that aspect. I mean, they did win a match already, and they're getting a second or third place right there. So, hey, I mean, take credit where credit is due.
Let's go. Let's go. You know what I do like about the hit list, though? That early engagement we saw, right?
Yeah.
Where they full sent it and took out the Panthers. That hyped me up. And I hope that this is that little bit of light that the hit list needed to shine on them to really start heating up and start doing what we know they can do.
Well, even more so than that, the Panthers being taken out that early is kind of evening the playing field a little for everyone on the board. I mean, the Panthers had that first. Well, they didn't have a first place. I believe they finished second in round one, but they ended up surpassing the winners because they had so many eliminations. That was a very aggressive, intensive team, and they didn't get a chance to be.
Yeah, well, we'll be right back after this quick little break, everybody. Grab your popcorn, grab your drinks, and we'll be right back after the highlights. Welcome back, everybody. This is the match rankings here for Erangel. The hit list finally do what the hit list that we've been waiting for has done. 27, I don't even know if that made sense, but I'm just happy to see the hit list get points.
Well, they absolutely needed it, and honestly, that could be their breath of fresh air. This could be the spark that starts the fire here, because they needed it. Super Lazy Reflex, though, and Golden Eagles and Dream all kind of hanging up at that bracket there. Golden Eagles really showing a strong performance, but Lazy Reflex, honestly, it's exactly what happened for them in round one. They had that 2-point deficit. Well, hit list really kind of coming through.
Well, you know, speaking of, you know, super lazy reflex, you know they got to be feeling really good after losing that first place position. BOPE didn't have the great game that they needed. Noobs Galaxy had an even worse game. So this is going to be kind of a heck of a battle between these three teams, because I have a feeling those match rankings are going to be pretty similar among those three.
Yeah, this could be what turns the tides here. But then again, you know, you're looking at like Angry Amateurs, looking at Excuse, it's just not what you're hoping for. The Crows really kind of counterbalancing all that progress.
Yeah, tough finish for them. But hey, we had two players absolutely pop off. Flash for eliminations. Jimmy getting 2 as well. Okay, putting up some points on the board. Really having to heal it up in that one. This Erangel, that last zone was not very friendly.
Yeah, I mean, I look at this and I as a head-to-head, but realistically, Flash is just kind of shining here. It's a little bit more to exemplify him as he doubles the heals, doubles the damage, doubles the eliminations. Good performance.
Take a look here at the round report. Cutie Pig. Okay, 8 eliminations? When did he get 8?
This little piggy claps. This little piggy claps.
This little piggy claps, baby. That's for sure.
And look at highest
Daddy
damage.
Yep. It's the pigs, man. The piglets going off. Trickster, 20 nades.
That can't be correct.
That can't be right. There's no way he threw 20 nades. No, I'm not buying it.
I don't buy it. I don't buy it, man.
I don't buy it either. Nope. I'm not buying what he's selling. But I'll buy what Cutie Pig's selling here. 8 eliminations. I believe that for sure. He was popping off that last match. They didn't get the win. I do think they made a mistake rotationally, right? But when it comes to being able to put some really good points on the board, they definitely did. And they held down BOPE.
Yeah, and that's really what is the important factor when you look at it in the grand scheme of things. Knocking BOPE down a peg. Really what everyone on the playing field needs at this point.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Trickster also. I mean, I've been waiting for seeing Trickster, Jachi pop off, and this was definitely the match to do it. I gotta give a big shout out to Kevin Dave in the chat. He said, the hit list, win those. Also gotta give a big shout out to my boy FM in the chat. Love you, bro. Dude, I love to see these people showing up here, hyping up their squad, everybody showing up for the NA scene. Man, one more match left to go. What surprises are we going to see next?
I think we are due for some long-distance sniper intensive action,
yes,
man.
Please,
yeah.
baby, please. Oh, man, the new sniper update, I can't wait to just hop in the game, get back on that stream grind, and put in some bolt action work. I miss it so much, and this update is for me.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, they updated all the bolties except for the Mosin. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Oh, yeah.
No one cares about
make a lot of sense.
No one cares
or
about
Mosin.
Whatever, right? Remember that Car 98, baby. You know, that M24, that sound. Oh, I love to hear it. Love to hear it.
Well, you know what, Jukes? I'm also going to make another prediction here. I'm going to say that the participants are not going to get a lucky flight path this time around, and I hope not. I don't want to, put that bad voodoo on them, but this is a map that is so reliant on a flight path to determine what sort of early game we get. I'm hoping it's all half water, whatever.
Oh my gosh. Okay, well, let's take a look at the overall rankings. BOPE Esports is still on top, 74 points, but super lazy reflex pass up Noobs Galaxy. That little buffer that they had, gone. So a great comeback, good comeback points, and not to mention super lazy reflex and Noobs Galaxy with 0 chicken dinners so far, putting up major points.
Yeah, 0 chicken dinners, but look at those elims. The numbers don't lie, my friend. Speaking of elims, you got 4 bros, 4 placement points, 14 elims. They are playing a little bit one-sided, it feels like, a little bit more focused on the aggressive aspect, but not giving the proper attention to survival time.
Yeah, wow. That's going to be a tough one right there. Excuse as well, yeah. Man. That last rotation just had me looking up at the roof, just thinking what was going on. So whatever is happening with the Excuse, you know what? I don't want to hear any excuses. Okay?
Yeah, I was going to do that dad joke as well.
That's right. Might as well, right? Because right now that's all they're looking like. I mean, because that was a really, really bad rotation.
Well, it's been a really bad day in general for Excuse, and at this stage, I'm wondering, I don't want to, jinx anything. I don't want to put any bad voodoo on them, Jukes, but, I don't think that they have a shot at getting that first place at this stage. It would take something miraculous because 7 points after 4 matches, tough to work with those numbers.
First place is gone. I'll put that nail in the coffin right now. We're not going to see them get first place. Okay, but can they get 8th? Okay, that's the question.
Well, here's the thing. I think that 7 points in 4 matches is not just bad performance. It's going to affect their confidence drastically. They are not feeling great. They are not riding any momentum. So what they need, as I said, is just a hard reset.
Man, one team that did hit that reset button is the HITLIST. You know what I'm saying? They popped off in that last one. I love to see them take out a squad like the Panthers too, very efficiently getting it done. And, a beautiful finish as well. They didn't really have to work too hard for that finish, as, these other teams kind of did the work for them. But still, right, able to clutch it up. I hope that they continue this pattern, right, in this last game and into the next couple days.
Wow, you cannot argue with numbers like these. Look at BOPE and Super Lazy already in the mid 6,000 damage ratio. That is ridiculous numbers. I mean, to put it in perspective, NOOBS has been performing exceptionally well. 4,000 damage versus 38 and 32.
Oof.
It's a pretty... And look at BOPE. 38 eliminations, 39 knockouts. Their conversion rate is absolutely insane, Jukes.
It's nutty. It is nutty. So BOPE have been doing great. They have definitely been that standout team. That just goes to show you, right? Remember, everybody, BOPE finished 19th in PMPL, and they are slapping the rest of these teams here right now. The HITLIST, right? Take a look at their head-to-head with the Golden Eagles so far. Golden Eagles definitely putting up some big numbers, but hey, this could be that start for the HITLIST.
Yeah, I feel like this isn't very representative of their last match because, they only really shine through last match. But Golden Eagles has been performing at a bit more of a consistent rate. So yeah, the numbers are drastically different. But honestly, if the HITLIST rides this wave, I think that it's going to get a lot more evened out as we move forward.
Definitely. Here comes Miramar. Last match of the day, everybody. Get some hype in the chat. Let me see some let's goes. Let me see some predictions. I want to know right now in the chat, as you're hearing this, who do you think is going to win this final match? Whoever's right, Red Eyes, is going to give you a million UC.
Well, I'll tell you what I am going to predict. I'm going to predict that we have a bit more of a slower start than normal, than usual. And the reason being is it's almost a central flight path, but it's also on essentially the largest map that we have. I mean, Erangel's an 8x8, but this is essentially the largest map because it's not accounting for as much bodies of water. So realistically, they have nothing but options to choose from here. And on a map this large, I think that means that we might have a bit of a slower pace here at the beginning, but I'm okay with it, Jukes, because I say it all the time, it's going to mean a more action-packed mid or end game.
Yeah, this isn't a terrible play path, right? It's not the most favorite one, but it's definitely okay, right? Because they're going to be able to land pretty much almost anywhere they want to. I think all these teams are just hoping that they don't get a southern circle, because that southern zone right now would suck.
Well, I'm getting eyes on 4 bros dropping on top of the likes of Blinded by Wind, just between the Leonis and Bendita area. I'm curious to see. I don't think that that's going to amount to much this early on, because while it does look like they're right next to each other, this map is so large that when you actually zoom in, you find there's a little bit of distance between them.
Yes, indeed. All right, looks like we're seeing some squads drop for those vehicles. I always kind of raise my eyebrows when that happens because it's very risky, but doesn't look like it's going to be a problem here. The zone is going to be a southern central zone. Hopefully it centers up and doesn't go to that south side because, man, it's so tough to drive vehicles in that southern area of the map.
Yeah, I mean, very true. But, at the same time, with that many compounds down in that southern area, it's a little bit more abundant there. I think that there's going to be an opportunity to kind of hold off at least for a little bit, maybe towards that mid game. But as you can see, 4 bros right next to Blinded by Wind there, just above them. And Blinded by Wind just up for the pickings here.
Little hesitation.
Maybe not.
Little hesitation. right? Second thoughts. Second thoughts. Maybe they smelled something wrong in the air.
Well, I mean, as I said, I do predict a slower start. Just a slower start, just based on that flight path. And yet to be seen, but it is a little more congested than I would have expected. But still.
Yeah, everybody's just going for them vehicles, man. Everyone's playing it like super soft here. They want to get those points.
Again, devil's advocate, but if there was ever a map to pull a vehicle rotation early on, I would say it's this one. I mean, it's so large that you can go out and get that distance away from basically majority of the participants, have a little bit of downtime to just loot up, get armored, get better equipped before you take on that fight.
And this is one map where you need to be better equipped. Like Miramar is the map where you need to have as much utility as you possibly can get. Because you're going to blow so much ammunition shooting at vehicles, long-range shots, and you do not want to get stuck, you know, having to use your secondary weapon in endgame.
Yeah, this is where armor is just critically important because you could be taking those suppressed sniper shots from 200 away and just easy pickings because it's such an open map. I mean, there's very little geographical cover to take aside from the hills and divots. I mean, in a situation like this, it kind of boils down to getting location as well.
Ghost! True to his name. True to his name. Acting like a ghost in the building, catching 4 bros slipping. And I'm surprised the rest of the team isn't kind of trying to rush and just get that revenge on Ghost, because they have to know it's just one single player. But this is what happens when you split loot like this.
Yeah, and honestly, as I said, you know, it comes with its advantages, it comes with its disadvantages. But realistically, if you are going to pull that every man for himself strat, you better have a lot of practice with it. You better be, every man on your team better be a first round pick, a heavy hitter berserker, because honestly, this map is not going to afford a lot of room for mistakes.
Oh my goodness. Well, mistakes
no,
have already been named.
Excuse.
What happened to excuse?
They're on the top edge, about to run into Dream, of all the teams to run into.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Well.
Not like this. Not like this. Yeah, I hope they don't just get so demotivated, because that's a big thing too, right? Mentally, when you kind of get into a game like this, and you have such a horrible day where everything just seems to go wrong, man, at a certain point, like, you can have just a couple players, like, just have that mentality of just giving up. They're just like, okay, that's it, we lost, you know?
Yeah.
I don't want to see that, right? They got here so far. I want to see them come back strong, right? Just, hey, shake it off. Like you said, right? You got to be like, what'd you say, goldfish?
Yeah, goldfish, yeah.
Got to be like goldfish, baby. You know, we've seen animals pop off today. Maybe we could see some fish in the last game.
Well, speaking of the animals, you know, getting eyes on the crows, I'm curious to see if the crows can do a little bit more of repeating history. I can't remember if it was round 2 or 3 that they won, but it was a great performance. And then shortly after, a little bit canceled out as they placed somewhere around the mid-region bracket. So this is a team that's kind of anything goes. Anything could happen. They're right around that point where they could pop off or be brought down to the lower end.
Absolutely agree. I absolutely agree. Okay, everybody watching, you know, get ready for some hype action. It's going to come up here in just a few minutes. Let me go ahead and remind everybody exactly what is going on here, what's at stake. We're here in the PUBG Mobile North America Cup. This contains teams that came all the way from the Snapdragon Pro Series, right, PMCO, as well as teams relegated from PMPL. So, you know, those teams really want to make it into top 8 and get a chance at PMPL action again. And man, there's a lot of these squads. Who really stands out to you from these NA teams that you would really hate to see miss out?
Well, I mean, I am seeing something special from Dream, and not just here now, but also in the stages that led up to this. You know, the most kills, most damage, most headshots. I mean, all of it. It was a really impressive, aggressive performance to get to this level, and they're maintaining it. They really are. And so I think that they have a shot. I think they have a genuine shot.
Interesting. Okay, so that's one of the teams that wasn't in PMPL, right?
Yeah.
That is a newcomer squad.
Was I only allowed to pick from the PMPLs?
Yeah, well, like, you know what? It's interesting to see, right? Because we have half squads that qualified, right, from the absolute rock bottom, trying to get their PUBG Mobile dreams going. And then you have 8 teams who have already been in PMPL that have been relegated down here. And let me just go ahead and remind everybody, okay? It's 13th, the teams that placed 13th on down from PMPL NA Finals, okay? They got relegated to this stage, and they have to qualify again to get into PMPL here. Top 8 qualify, remember that. Yeah. So the HITLIST, they were in 13th place. So they are the highest ranking team, right? So we should see them get into top 8. That's why I'm excited to see them pop off of the last one. But hold on, thought, we'll get back to that as we're getting into some action.
Yeah, Canary throwing a nade, but then quickly retaliated on. Daddy Pig taken down as well. Looks like Cutie Pig trying to add on to what his teammates have already started. He does get the takedown on Twinkles.
Cutie Pig has been popping off. We saw him get some insane eliminations
in
the last match. Squad wipe, Cutie Pig, baby.
Wow.
2 eliminations there. Gets those last 2, finishes them off. And that is a huge, huge finish for Super Lazy Reflex.
Where was Elegy there? I mean, did he break off to go get a revive, or why was he so far off?
Who knows? No. Why is Kai knocked? Too many questions.
And look who's working on, oh, poor Excuse, being wrecked on by the likes of Hellcrime. And this team just needs to shake it off. Honestly, today was a bad day. It wasn't just, I mean, yes, the performance was not there, but on top of that, just a lot of bad luck on top of everything. Poor placement, you know, everywhere they dropped, landing with one of the top bracket teams. It seems they couldn't catch a break.
Oh,
let's
man.
not rule them out. They still have 3 up here. I mean, we could see.
Yeah, but if they keep doing the way they've been playing, it is not looking healthy. Yeah, especially losing one early on. That's tough. Yeah, I'm just seeing just them not really looking like they know what to do. Right? I hope that they're able to do a whole bunch of homework after this, but that's kind of tough because they played a lot of games, and sometimes you're just so mentally exhausted that you just got to kind of reset. But I hope that they're able to go back to the drawing board tomorrow and just come back as a new, refreshed squad because, yeah, today it looks pretty much like it's going to be a wash.
Yeah, they definitely need that hard reset. And as you said, you know, it hasn't been a great day for them any way you look at it. But every team goes through their highs and lows, so hopefully we'll see them really keeping their eye on the prize and just trying to understand that while it hasn't been a good day, this isn't the kind of event that you got to get first place in. All you need is that top 50% bracket.
Yeah. Getting top 8 is the play. It is hope, you know. But I'll tell you what, if you get 8th place in this tournament, you ain't going to have no hope in PMPL. I'm going to tell you that right now. You know? Like, you have to go and do some crazy homework and come in heavy, right, if you want to make a shot in PMPL. But, hey, it could definitely happen. I've seen crazier things happen, right?
Yeah. But when you talk about homework and look at how Excuses played today, they had a lot of mistakes that were obvious mistakes, a lot of things that could have been corrected in the coming matches, and they kept repeating it. This individual vehicle approach is clearly not something that they have really gotten down pat. And so understand your strengths and weaknesses. If you're not, you know, an individual berserker, you know, maybe a solidified unit is the way to go.
Yeah. Yeah, just change the playstyle completely at this point. Because whatever you're doing right now, it's not working. See Golden Eagles taking some shots across the map. They're not going to get a knock here. Oh, maybe headshot. Oh.
It looked good, but not quite. But you know what I've noticed about Golden Eagles is that this is a team that has kind of been really utilizing that second half of the match. They're definitely, you know, a little less concerned with going and pushing around at this stage. They're holding down, letting these numbers dwindle down, securing some easier placement, and then really coming out, changing up the strategy, going in a little heavier towards that in game.
Yeah, they're gonna have to go in real heavy here. This is tough for Golden Eagles. As you can see, I love to see those pop shots, you know, trying to hopefully get them snipes early on. That's like really on my bingo card right now, right? Is seeing a good M24 headshot. I want to see it. Come on.
I want to see it render out. I want to see the opponent render out right before he shoots.
Oh,
And you still get it. Those are the best.
dream. A dream. Hey, a boy can dream, right? Let's see if they can do it here. But you know what? Speaking of dreams, Super Lazy Reflex have been really doing well here. I mean, this is a team that was previously HQA. So this is the 14th place team, right below the hit list. So we know the squad knows what they could do. Nate from the Panthers, we've seen him in the big stages plenty of times. Wow, that UMP shots from all the way across the map, trying to catch him slipping. Oh, but that's a knock.
Yeah.
Are they going to send it? You could see he wanted to go to that vehicle, but that's a tough rotation. That's risky.
Yeah, I mean, all of it's risky at this stage on a map this open. Even these peaks that Nate has could be really faltering here, considering he's a little bit ahead and trying to engage on a 1v4 scenario. It's a tough one to even begin to take on. Why? Why do it?
Yeah, I love how you could see how he was so trained, right? To where, like, the second that knock happened, he instantly ran towards the vehicle. But I think he realized where his position is and just said, nah, I'm not going to do it. I would like to see Nate just rotate at this point. Like, he has no sight lines on this area. So just rotate, try to find a different angle. Ander, come on, please. Let me see that M24 shot. Hit one. Oh, it looks like he got his head popped.
Yeah, he went out to dish out damage and ended up taking some in retaliation instead. But not only that, he's kind of in a situation where he's a little bit spread out from his teammates. Now, I'm not sure it's a whole lot of distance, but it could be the situation where if they secure that knock, it's going to swarm the remainder of the team into that spot. It could be.
Let me ask you this.
Yeah, go ahead.
What was he doing right there?
He was leaning out, giving his head out, presenting himself to a full four-piece, and but his shot, I mean,
like, well, my question is this: like, why did he go down the stairs to heal? Right? He just gave up his vision completely for so many seconds. For what reason? Like, I understand, like, sometimes as a player you get the antiness, right, to move back and forth. But why not just, hey, use your triple peek, right? Use your TPP, right? Heal up right there. Don't move. And then recollect yourself and get some shots. But yeah, him just losing vision completely to go downstairs, it just seems like a waste to me. It's little mistakes like that just, they irk me.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that because I really hadn't even registered to me like that until you mentioned it. But he really did a lot, the Crows, a real opportunity to get that flank. And honestly, when they put that damage in on him, they knew that he had no options but to heal. So that would have been a little bit of an opportunity to get angles. Yeah, why? Why?
Is he trying to go to the other stairs to get a different angle? But you're gonna get worse. You're gonna get worse peaks from here. You need to get more high ground.
You're right, but in his eyes, he's trying to keep them on their toes in terms of where to peek at. But yeah, he's making it a little tougher on himself still.
He's gonna go right back upstairs. I guarantee you. You know, it's kind of crazy. Is like one thing I'd like to say is like if you're a true sniper, right? And I will say because there was a one point in a time when I was a pretty deadly man with the bolt action. You know. There's something when you get sniped, you get pissed off. You know what I'm saying? Like there's something about you that's like once you get sniped in the head, I'm like, I'm getting revenge, 100%. And sometimes you get a little too tunnel vision when that happens.
100%, man. And honestly, if there's a map that's gonna get tunnel vision, it's this one. Such a sniper-intensive, long-distance map, and it's so open that the second you put out that first shot, if you've got anyone in your general vicinity, the odds of them getting an eye on you just exponentially higher.
Yep. Well, you know what? We got an eye on this map. It does end up shifting on over to Los Leones. It'd be nice to see a nice urban finish at the end. That'll make things interesting. What do you think?
Yeah, it would. I want to ask you a question.
Go ahead.
It is going along with that. If you are in this zone, what do? Do you go for the Leones compounds, which is obviously going to be, contested, or do you try to get that early high ground?
No, the answer is always, and I repeat, always, you go to the hard shift side. Always. Right? So the zone hard shifted to the side. You always rotate to that hard shift side because you know it's wide open. Ain't no team holding that edge, And if they are, they're most likely going to be a weak team. So you can just take them out and get early points regardless. So I'm looking at the map right now. Nobody is on that hard shift side as predicted. So it doesn't look like any of these teams have really thought about that yet.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest. That is kind of the commentary that you get when you were a tier 1 player. That kind of strategy comes in with just rational experience. But here we see a situation where if you're a team like Blinded by Win, having a bit of a rough patch here, and now currently in the middle of a love triangle between the Eagles, Dream, and I believe Super Lazy Reflex, I mean, you gotta try to lay low, right?
Yep.
You gotta try to not bring it. Yeah, I mean,
just chill. Secure your vehicles. Right now, you should be just making a game plan, right? Just thinking, okay, if the zone comes here, we're not doing nothing, right? We're just staying here. We're not moving. But what happens if that zone does hard shift to that hard shift side, right? Or if it goes south? You have to have a gameplay in there then. I don't know why he's moving that Lambo. Maybe he has a feeling that it's going to be troublesome. Oh, Jinx is putting his whole body in line of sight here. Just for the laydown. Oh, looks like he's trying to get that finish.
Ooh, just kind of giving those spray and pray shots, shooting through a cloud of smoke and hoping for the best. But you know what? It pays off, I think.
Flash! Catching Thirdeye.
Yeah,
Oh,
well, the
he's gonna lose
hitlist
that
kind
vehicle.
Yeah, that's
tough.
Yeah, the hitlist kind of riding that middle ground here. You know, they got one member down, one member knocked, 2 members up, but they did just secure that knock. I don't think Flash has really a lot of options to begin with here.
Oh, gets caught. Yep. Yeah, that's what happens when you leave that vehicle up. I would have liked to see him get that knock and just move away, because he's just really too far out in the open, and he just got caught in that third party. But hey, you know what? To each their own. Sometimes you just get stuck.
And I think you brought up, you know, kind of that magnifying glass, getting scoped in and not really paying attention to your surroundings. I think we just saw BOPE capitalize on that right there.
It looks like Rosh capitalized, though, with that M24, baby. Unfortunately, we didn't catch it on site. Oh, this is what I was talking about. Those hilly areas, so difficult to rotate on.
Yeah, and I've made a point yesterday that if you were ever going to use a buggy, that this would be the one to do it. It comes at a real big price, though, Jukes. Everyone knows that how vulnerable you are on the back of that buggy. But when it comes down to quick rotations on Miramar, oof, Hacks is just really putting up an elevated level of gameplay today.
You see what I see?
Oh, the 2-2 or the 2-1?
Nope. The next zone, baby.
Oh.
All the way up north. So
are you in favor of Puppeteer's position or?
Absolutely.
Okay. All right.
Absolutely. You always go to the hard shift side, right? So Puppeteers was the only team that kind of did what I was talking about. Nobody actually secured that hard shift side. If they did, they would be in the best position for this next zone. Wow, Thirdeye just eating up BOPE as they make the player sacrifice rotation. Oh my gosh, Trip though, with a nice angle here. Oh, gets caught in the back. Oh my.
So this is exactly what I'm talking about. The advantage of that 2-1 split or a 3-1 split. It just really, if executed properly, you just get that multiple angles on your enemy and it pop. It's just magic.
Oh, we got a runner. Nobody. Looks like he's gonna put some shots out. Uh-oh, the pigs are stuck in the shack.
Well, Dream in a bit of a situation. While they still have 3 members up, Hank has been taken out, and Hank was, in my opinion, Hank has been their heavy hitter up to this point, especially in previous stages. He's really been shining through. So to lose your heavy hitter this early on, I see Dream being a little bit more hesitant, a little bit more, I don't want to say passive, but conservative.
All right. Dream is dead center of the zone. So they, honestly, I would like to see them get a little bit more aggressive, right? Just start popping on shots. Say, hey, don't even come near us or we're going to punish you.
I hate to play devil's advocate.
All right.
But
do you, though?
I feel like at this stage, the next 5 minutes are so crucial. This is where things start to really pick up, and a lot of teams are going to be eliminated. So if there was ever a time to just kind of lay low and let those numbers dwindle just for the next 5 or 6 minutes.
I wouldn't blame you. Okay, I'll agree with you on that point, right? Okay, this zone, you could play a little soft, but I guarantee you, where you're at, this is a time to shine, right? You want to play it to where nobody can push up on you for free. Because if they do right now, it's going to make things so much worse.
Yeah, and it looks like the Golden Eagles are pushing right up on the likes of 4 Bros as we speak and chipping away all in the distance. Oh, it looks like Diamonds had an opportunity. That disadvantage of being on a buggy. I was ready to exemplify it right there, but those shots were not quite accurate.
Well, next zone comes on up, and it's all the way to the north. So Puppeteers need to get away from their position. Noobs Galaxy have to fight their way hard up into this next zone. But hey, we know that they have that firepower, so this is really what they do best.
Yeah, and that late game aggression, as we've noted, they really have been kind of, same as the Eagles, sort of just, well, actually, as I say it, they are doing something I'm not so sure I agree with, Jukes. They are shooting at 3 different teams simultaneously. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, where the Eagles are at this point, you got to kind of just push your way into this next zone. And they are so far out of position that I think playing it more quiet and just trying to get your way in is the way to go. But hey, I mean, sometimes you got to fight your way into that zone and get that knock.
Yeah, I mean, 100% for Golden Eagles. I was actually referring to Dream there, but yeah, Golden Eagles was, as you mentioned, doing that exact same thing. And from so far out of zone, I mean, time is of the essence. I don't know if they do have a vehicle. They have 1 vehicle, so they have a hope. They have a hope.
Yeah, well, they need to rotate around. They should be hugging that zone, catching these teams that are all dwindling at the edge, because normally you have teams that are on the edge are the ones that are just broken up, right? Playing it soft, and just take them off piece by piece and just start going. And it looks like that's what they're going to try to do a little bit later than I'd like, but the Panthers are really that squad that are doing a pretty bang-up job. Okay, nice. Going to go blow up that vehicle, eliminate their rotation ability. I like that.
I hate to say the devil's advocate thing so many times, but if there was ever a map to be a late rotation into, I would say at the end game of Miramar would be it, because it's so open, and when compound cover becomes that sparse, you know, realistically, you have more opportunity to just let them kill each other and then come in and finish them off.
Oh, but the Panthers pushing on in. Here comes Chronix. Full sending it on in to the circle.
As a 2-piece at this point.
Done.
Not bad. And that right there is where that tier 1 experience really comes into effect. Not that lack of hesitation, not wasting a single moment, even though they weren't exactly at the strength of numbers that on their side, they still had the confidence, they still had the knock, they knew exactly when to capitalize.
Yes, sir, indeed. Well, they did a great job there, but there's so many teams that need to capitalize on this area right now. Here comes Noobs Galaxy, holding just this little slight hill at the edge of this zone. And they're going to have to get moving here, but they're doing a bang-up job at getting some eliminations on the way in. So many teams are going out. Dream on the other side is going to be a thorn in the side of Noobs Galaxy.
Yeah, and I'm also kind of choking on my words about that late game rotation right now. Feeling a lot of it not working out for members of Panthers. Dream feeling the heat of it as nobody's taken down. Snap, right as we speak, driving up into the likes of Noobs Gaming. It's going to be a tough one. But here we have Nate getting a little bit of an angle here on Dream's Snap. Looks like it was an opportunity slightly missed, but he's already got nobody knocked right below him.
I love the shimmies. Love the shimmies back and forth, trying to push on in. Puffing with a jump shot. Taking him down. That's a huge one for Puppeteers.
Yeah, they've secured 6 kills and have acquired a decent positioning right now, and boy, if a team needed it, it's Puppeteers. And
beautiful. And they got a good position in the zone. Well, at least one player does, so the rest of the team needs to meet up with him quickly. They need to get that res, and they need to full send it up here. They have 6 eliminations, so this could be Puppeteers' game if they can continue on strong. Slowy needs to hold this side of the map pretty much by himself here.
Yeah, and this is really what it comes down to, understanding the geography. When, you know, all your cover can boil down to a couple things. Smokes, whatever trees are afforded, but there's, as you see, there's very little compounds in here. I think excuses outside of it too. So yeah, this is where those little hills, those divots, make all the difference.
Slowy,
and
take it down, blinded by wind. Yeah, so blinded by wind's only with 1 player left dead center, so they are in big trouble. It looks like it's going to be an excuse versus Puppeteers finish, but you don't count out Chronix there from the Panthers all by his lonesome. He could definitely spur a problem here. They do get the finish finally onto Nicro. So here we go, the final 3 squads here. But look at Excuse. I mean, I don't know why Excuse isn't getting a little angry here. They're just playing it slow.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's all about context, I would say. I mean, they have 5 kills. And it's not like 5 kills is going to make us make that deep inhale. Like, we're not going to be shocked by 5 kills. But in pertinence to how Excuse has been playing today, I think that they're thinking of it as, we've got a decent number of kills on the board. Let's just try to secure that extra couple points through the placement. Just all they got to do is wait for Chronix to be taken out.
Okay, I like to see that finally we're seeing Excuse push out, okay? I think they did it a little bit later than what I would have liked, especially for a team that is has this pretty good chunk of the zone. But still, right? They're finally starting to make some moves with these smokes. Chronix does have that high ground and could catch that angle. But man, I'll tell you what, Puppeteers are primed and ready.
Yes.
They have the best position in this game. It's
I was
theirs
just
to
going
win.
to say, I mean, yeah, Chronix has a nice high ground, but he's a little bit out of zone. Puppeteer, beautifully spread, multiple angles, and look at him utilize it. James is down, leaving it riding on Rosh and Matt.
Oh
Rosh
my
is just
gosh.
ripped apart. Slowy going in with that M4.
Yeah, this is their game to win. Puppeteers are going to win this. But this is what I was talking about, right? Like, Excuse took way too long to push out, right? And by doing that, they were just free eliminations for Puppeteer. I mean, I can't say, I will give them the benefit of the doubt, okay? And I will say that, hey, they have done so bad today that they just wanted to get some points on the board, right? So I do like that. But at the same time, right, you have put yourself in such a hole, you need to bounce back, right? So I would like to see them at least try a little bit harder to get that first place.
Yeah, you're 100% right. While there is still 2 more days ahead of us, the performance that we've seen from them, I mean, I hate to say this, and I don't mean it in a way to bash them, but it was so atrociously underperforming that they need at least a few amazing games to kind of even put themselves in the possibility of moving on up.
I'll say this could have been one of them. Their position, I think they could have gotten way more eliminations and really helped dig themselves out of the hole that they created earlier. But you know what? Puppeteer really popped off in that one. You know, I think they did a great position. I like their play style there. They secured that little hill there and just took that money and ran with it. So a great finish from Puppeteer. I like to see that. I also like to see the Panthers, right? Even though they didn't, get a great position, they had that single player getting at least 10 placement points.
And we've talked about the Panthers, utilizing that 3-1 split. Well, guess what? When those 3 are eliminated, that one person remaining makes all the difference and can carry on the team's name.
Well, everybody, that's the last game of the day, but we're going to wrap things up in just a little while. We'll be right back right after this break. We're back. Puppeteer busted out that chicken dinner there at Excuse, putting up 18 total points there. I would have liked to see them bust out a little bit more, like 20-ish something. I think they could have with that position. But hey, 18, you got to give it to them, right, is way better than what they've done today.
Yeah, progress is progress, any way you look at it. And honestly, even though in that very end game we kind of saw a little bit more of the same by those that hesitation. That hesitation for rotation and that hesitation for aggression, they did manage to not only secure some decent placement, but they are showing improvement kill-wise as well. And 18 points, yeah, it could have been 20. I agree. It could have been 20 if they had, acted a little more in the moment. But, take it where you can. I think this brings them to 23 points total. So in relativity, it's going to be a long hill to climb.
Yeah, for sure. And for everybody watching out there, especially y'all excuse fans, the reason why I'm saying this especially is because I can't tell you how many times I myself have seen teams not make it due to one single point. It's happened so often, right? So when you have that door open to get those more points, and I see it, I gotta call it as it is. But hopefully we can see Excuse bounce back here in a couple games. But let's talk about the teams and players that dominated, right? Fang, 4 eliminations. Punk from Dream, wow, 7 eliminations, 9 knockouts. What a great game.
Yeah, not only that, 9 knockouts out of 860 damage. This guy is taking more knocks than he is damage-wise. He's doing pretty darn well. Good conversion rate right there.
Yeah, Nate, most eliminations with 4 on the round. Cutie Pig, 800 damage, and Snap with 12 nades as well, man. A lot of use of utility here in this stage, and I love to see that it's just ramped up so much every tournament, I believe.
Brother Jukes, is that the second match that we've seen Cutie Pig at the highest damage?
I think so.
I think so.
The pigs have been popping off today. The pigs have been oinking.
Well, so guess who else has been popping off in this match? Puppeteer Faye. All of his knocks looks like they resulted in the insta-thirsts. Nice.
Nice.
Nice. 27 minutes.
Beautiful.
Nice.
Beautifully done right there. I think Puppeteers had a great way to end the day. I hope they start off tomorrow just kind of just feeling themselves, playing their game, you know, and just having a strong one. I can't wait to see what that overall leaderboard's going to look like, because I think it's definitely going to change up after this last game here. Let's look at the top 3 MVPs. Very similar numbers.
Yeah,
Like,
and
damn, you're so
honestly,
cute.
you know, this is to see 2 members of Puppeteers in the top 3 MVP. You really like to see it. It seems like they might be the Miramar specialty.
Well, today's MVP overall, it's going to be Zuko from the Panthers? What?
Yeah, I'm a little surprised because we've seen players with more eliminations than that in a single match, I think.
I don't get it.
So yeah, I'm also gonna call shenanigans, double shenanigans.
Hey, but you know what? Hey, shout out to Zuko. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Shout out to my
enjoy the
boy Zuko.
spotlight.
Let's go, dog. Let's go. Put it on that Twitter bio, baby. Today's MVP. I love to see it. I love to see it. Hey, you know what? The Panthers, they came into this as one of the big names, right?
Yeah.
I think they didn't have the performance that we should have seen from them, but we did see some signs of life.
Yeah. I think they kind of rode that middle ground. It's not like their performance was all too terrible. I mean, round 1 they really shined through. The last round, another second place. You know, so it's not like they're performing terribly. It's just we've seen the Panthers. We know what they can do.
All right.
And so, yeah, we came in with a little bit of an expectation, a little bit of a standard for them to meet. But
I want to
just day one.
I want to see that just boom, the Panthers. You know, I want to see them just come up full claws out and just tearing up squad little by little from the outside of that zone. And I haven't really seen it. But you know what? There's still 2 more days left to go, so there's still plenty of time to see them Panthers pop out the jungle.
Well, remember that BOA method I talked about? There's 3 teams that execute it perfectly.
Okay.
1, we've already mentioned, rest in peace. 2, Nova. And then 3, the Panthers. I've seen them
honestly,
time and time again.
I thought you were going to say 3 teams that we saw today, and I was ready to be like, okay, who are you talking about? Right? Because I don't think we really saw it executed to perfection today. We saw some attempts, right? But hey, you know what? This is why this is the North America Cup, right? This is where it all starts. That Pro League, right, is the place to really hone and refine those skills, because the Pro League spans over multiple weeks, right? So you want to make sure you can get there, but you only have a few days to do it, and this is day number 1 in the books.
That's right, Brother Jukes. There's only the Pro League is what we're all shooting for, but there's only one way to get there, and it's all riding on these next few days. So, while I did see a lot of mistakes made today, yes, it happened, but
It's day 1.
It's day 1. It's day
right.
1, you know? Just kind of dipping our toes in and seeing how everyone else is going to play it and kind of just getting a feel for everything. But now, if you're the Panthers, it's going to be hey, we put up a medium, a 50-50, but we know we can do better. We know we can capitalize. Excuse really shining through at the end, showing that they have potential. Just move forward, keep your head held high.
Yeah, well, you know what? One team's going to keep their head up real high, and that's BOPE, right? BOPE did great today, and they're going to be our team of the day for day number 1. Look at that damage. I mean, on Erangel alone, 3,016 eliminations. Wow. I mean, 14 on Sanhok.
Yeah.
This
really,
squad just, they balled out today.
And you know what? Not a lot of people are going to bring attention to this, but look at the damage that they received. It's also pretty high. And that tells me one thing, Jukes, is that they are pushing for those aggressive fights. They are putting themselves in the confrontation and actively seeking out blood.
I love to see it. I love to see it. Just to remind you guys, BOPE was the 19th place team in PNPL NA Fall. So they were second to last being 4 bros, which honestly was pretty shocking. But you know what? They came in strong, hot today. So it looks like they definitely went to the drawing board, right, in that off season, and they put in some work. As we take a look at the winner stats here for day 1.
Oh yeah, we got the Panthers, Erangel, 1254, Miramar going to the Eagles, the Crows in 3. Oh, it's a pretty decent spread here. Everyone kind of shining through in a different match. I like to see it. You don't want it to be too one-sided on day 1.
Yeah. You know what? I'm going to try to give the top teams like the Panthers the benefit of the doubt, okay? Because at the end of the day, top 8 is the goal, right? As we take a look at the overall rankings. And the Panthers are going to be in 4th place with 57 points, but BOPE Esports and Lazy, wow, Super Lazy Reflex, very, very close together here, only by 1 point.
Oh my goodness. And if you're ever feeling the pressure, BOPE is feeling, yeah, you got a lead, but a lead by 1 point, any mistake, a split second of, you survive for a split second less than another team, it could undo all of that. So having said that, top 8. That's what we're shooting for. So
that's right.
Little wiggle room here, and BOPE's feeling real good about themselves today.
Okay, so just to remind everybody, right, this includes so many teams that were relegated from PNPL. Those should have been the teams, right, that we see on the first page. But we saw some squads coming that are brand new, right? Breaking that mean. The Puppeteers was up there on top, right?
Well,
we saw quite a few squads.
What I think it might boil down to is the relegation. The teams that were relegated, they're feeling a different kind of pressure than the teams that qualified. They're feeling they've already tasted, the high ups. They've already tasted the pro leagues, and all they can do is lose that at this point. Vice versa, flip the coin. If you're one of the teams that qualified, sky's the limit. All you can do is go up.
Hey, well, one team that went up, right, that qualified from the start here, NOOBS Galaxy, right? NOOBS Galaxy ended up so high on the leaderboards, and this isn't a team that has even been in PNPL going up against PNPL squads. So that's going to be a squad that I'm going to kind of keep my eyes on here. Red Eyes, first day in the books. You got any final thoughts before we go?
Man, it was a lot to take in, but this is an elevated level of gameplay, and I am so happy to be a part of this. A little bit of nerves on me today for the first day, but we're shaking it off and moving forward, and we're going to be coming back at you guys because we still have literally 12 more rounds. 12 more rounds to decide who is going to be a pro.
I don't want to hear that, bro. You crushed it today. All right, thank you, everybody, for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed the show. Make sure you go ahead and follow all the channels. Put that in your calendar, and we'll see you guys tomorrow. See you then.